Welcome, dear friends, to tonight's bedtime story, a gentle escape inspired by the serene whispers of spring. As the blossoms begin to unfurl and the world awakens anew, we invite you to cozy up and let our soothing narration carry you away to whimsical worlds beyond. Remember, you can enjoy these enchanting tales without interruptions on our Patreon. As you relax and unwind, let your imagination drift freely with the calming sounds of the video. May this peaceful journey bring you a restful night and a wonderful start to your upcoming day. Sweet dreams and gentle slumbers await. Story 1. In a quiet corner of the spiraling galaxy, where stardust settled like powdered sugar upon the velvet darkness, there drifted a small, forgotten world named Lumin. It was a gentle planet where the very air seemed to hum with a soft, inner light, and the inhabitants, the Lumians, were beings woven from starlight and tranquility. They communicated not with words, but with the shifting colors that bloomed across their semi-transparent forms, a blush of rose for happiness, a shimmer of sapphire for curiosity, a gentle gold for comfort. Not far away in a binary star system orbited the world of Reson. It was a planet of deep, melodic caves and singing crystals, where the inhabitants, the Resonants, were sturdy, moss-covered creatures who felt the vibrations of the universe through the soles of their wide, root-like feet. Their language was a complex symphony of hums, clicks, and resonant tones, each vibration carrying a wealth of meaning and emotion. It was a wayward comet, trailing ice and cosmic curiosity, that brought them together. A young Lumian, whom we shall call Pip, was charting the comet's gentle path when a sudden solar flare disrupted his light sail. He was sent spiraling, a tiny, flickering leaf upon a solar wind, until his craft came to rest in the silent shadow of a small, rocky asteroid. On that very same asteroid, a young Resonant named Tock had been sent on a solitary mission to study the unique harmonic properties of the space rock. She felt the tremor of Pip's landing through the stone, a discordant jangle that upset the asteroid's quiet song. Curious, she trundled to the source, her footfalls sending soft, questioning thumps through the ground. Their first meeting was a symphony of confusion. Pip, seeing this strange, earthy creature, flared a brilliant, startled white. To Tock, the sudden flash was a silent, blinding explosion. She responded with a low, worried hum that vibrated through Pip's entire being, making him feel jittery and unsettled. He pulsed a frantic, zigzag pattern of orange alarm. She took a step back, thumping the ground with a sound that, to her, meant caution, but to Pip felt like a minor earthquake. For a long while they simply observed one another from a safe distance, a creature of light and a creature of sound, separated by an abyss of misunderstanding. Pip, feeling lonely and afraid, began to do the only thing that felt natural. He started to pulse with the soft, slow rhythm of the distant stars, a calming, deep indigo light. It was the color of the Lumin night sky, the color of peace. Tock, watching this gentle, rhythmic glow, felt the vibrations of the light, not with her ears but with her soul. It was a quiet, steady beat, like the heart of a sleeping giant. Slowly, hesitantly, she began to hum in harmony with it, a low, warm D-flat that wrapped around Pip's light like a soft blanket. It was their first true connection, a shared rhythm, a conversation without a common language. The asteroid they were stranded on was barren and cold. They needed shelter. Pip, with his delicate form, was susceptible to the biting chill of the cosmic shadow. Tock, while hardier, missed the resonant comfort of her planetary caves. One day Pip noticed a large, concave section of the asteroid wall, shielded from most stellar winds. He drifted towards it and began to pulse a hopeful, questioning yellow towards Tock, then towards the wall. Tock tilted her head, her mossy brow furrowed in concentration. She didn't understand the color, but she felt the intent, a sense of what if. She walked to the wall and placed her broad hands upon it. She hummed a deep, probing note, listening to the rock's response. The wall hummed back, revealing a network of small, hollow crystals within. An idea began to form. Using her natural ability to shape stone with precise sonic vibrations, Tock began to hum a specific, carving frequency. She wasn't cutting the rock, she was persuading it, asking it to open up. Small fissures appeared, widening into an archway. Pip, watching in awe, saw that the interior was studded with dormant, clear crystals. He drifted inside and, with a concentrated effort, let his inner light glow brighter, feeding it into the largest crystal in the center. The crystal drank the light and then, like a living thing, began to pulse it back, softer and warmer, casting a gentle, golden radiance throughout the small cavern. The light bounced from crystal to crystal, until the entire shelter was filled with a cozy, dappled luminescence, like a forest kissed by a perpetual, gentle sunset. Tock entered, and her hum shifted to one of pure, resonant delight. The light felt kind. It wasn't harsh or alarming. It was a warmth she could feel in her core. In response, she hummed a specific, nurturing tone towards the walls. The stone, now warmed by Pip's light, responded by releasing its own latent minerals, which began to grow into soft, phosphorescent mosses in shades of blue and green. The shelter was no longer just a cave, it was a garden of light and song. They had created their safe space. A crystalline cave that was both a lantern and a resonator, a home that belonged to both of them. Life in their shared shelter was a daily adventure in learning. One afternoon, Pip discovered that by focusing his light through a particular facet of a wall crystal, he could project shimmering patterns onto the opposite wall, swirls and stars and sweeping nebulae. He created a spectacular display of a spinning galaxy, his colors blooming with pride. Tock watched, fascinated. She wanted to join in. She remembered the great Resonant festivals where they told stories by making the very air vibrate with complex harmonies. She took a deep breath and hummed the song of the falling star, a tale of a lonely star who found a family. To her, it was a beautiful, melancholic melody. To Pip, it was a sudden, violent shudder that made his light form quiver uncontrollably, scrambling his beautiful galaxy into a chaotic mess of light. He flared a sharp, frustrated magenta. Tock stopped immediately, her hum cutting off into a sad, low thrum. She had ruined it. She slumped against the wall, the moss around her dimming slightly. Pip saw her dejection, and his frustration melted away. He drifted closer, pulsing a soft, inquisitive lavender, the color of "I don't understand, but I want to." He then gently reprojected the chaotic light pattern she had caused. He pulsed a question mark of soft blue light above it. It took time. Pip would make a small, simple pattern, a circle. Tock would try to hum a single, pure note to accompany it. At first her note was too strong, and the circle would shatter. She would try again, softer. Eventually she found the perfect, gentle resonance that made the circle of light on the wall pulse and glow brighter, as if happy. They had discovered a duet. His light paintings and her harmonic songs became their shared stories, their laughter echoing not as sound, but as a brilliant, joyful yellow light from Pip and a warm, buzzing hum of contentment from Tock. Their favorite times were the quietest ones. When the asteroid rotated into a position that offered a breathtaking view of the Silk Nebula, a vast, swirling tapestry of violet, pink, and gold cosmic dust, they would sit together at the mouth of their cave. Pip would dim his light to a soft, steady glow, and Tock would fall silent, her vibrations stilled. They would simply watch. Pip drank in the colors, feeling a kinship with the distant, glowing gases. Tock felt the immense, silent vibration of the nebula, a deep, foundational hum that was the universe's own lullaby. In these moments there were no attempts to communicate, no lessons to learn. there was only a shared, profound wonder. Pip would sometimes, almost unconsciously, reach out a tendril of light to rest on Tock's mossy shoulder. She would respond with a barely perceptible, soothing vibration, a silent acknowledgement, "I am here. You are not alone." This was the universal language they had discovered, one that needed no translation. It was the language of a shared shelter built with patience, of misunderstandings met not with anger but with curiosity, of quiet companionship under the watchful eyes of ancient stars. It was the language of kindness. Weeks turned into months marked by the rhythmic passing of nearby constellations. Their rescue, when it came, was almost an intrusion. A Lumin scout ship, drawn by the unique, steady pulse of light from the asteroid, descended. A resonant retrieval pod, having finally triangulated Tock's long-lost harmonic signature, arrived shortly after. The rescuers found a scene that defied their understanding. In a beautiful cave glowing with inner warmth, a Lumin and a Resonant were sitting side by side. The Lumin was projecting a complex, swirling image of two hands, one of light, one of stone, reaching for each other. The Resonant was humming a melody so tender and peaceful that the very crystals in the walls were weeping tiny, glowing dewdrops. There was no frantic rush to leave. The reunions were quiet, filled with soft color changes from Pip and low, humming explanations from Tock. They had to return to their own worlds, to their own people who loved them. But as Pip's ship ascended, he looked back at the asteroid. Tock from her pod did the same. Their shelter, their garden cave, still glowed like a tiny, brave jewel in the vast darkness. It was a testament to their friendship, a beacon that proved that no gap, no matter how vast, could not be bridged by a willingness to understand, to share a rhythm, and to offer light in the darkness and a song in the silence. They knew with a certainty that resonated deeper than any sound or shone brighter than any light, that they had not just found a friend. They had discovered a new part of the universe, a part built not of worlds or stars, but of the simple, unshakable bond that forms when two lonely hearts decide to build a home together in the quiet, infinite night. And in the memory of their crystalline cave, with its soft light and softer songs, they both carried a warmth that would never, ever fade. Story 2. The fire crackled softly in the great stone hearth, its light dancing across the walls of the small cottage like a troop of golden sprites. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, but inside, all was warmth and quiet. In this snug little house at the edge of a vast, slumbering wood lived a young man named Kaelen. He was a quiet soul with a heart that felt things deeply, and hands that were clever with wood and thread, but less clever with people. Kaelen lived alone, and though his cottage was cozy and his garden plentiful, a certain loneliness had settled around his shoulders like a fine, cold mist. He spent his days carving small animals from fallen branches and mending the clothes of the few villagers who lived a long walk away. His evenings were spent by this very fire, listening to the logs sigh and pop, feeling the silence of the room press in around him. One evening, as the last vestiges of a violet twilight faded from the sky, Kaelen was returning from delivering a mended cloak to Old Man Hemlock. His path took him along the edge of the Whispering Woods, a place most folk avoided after dark. The stories told of shifting paths and strange lights, but Kaelen had never been one for superstition. He trusted the solid feel of the earth beneath his boots. Tonight, however, was different. A storm was brewing in the distant hills, and a peculiar wind had begun to stir, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and ozone. As Kaelen hurried his steps, a flicker of light caught his eye, not the steady gold of a lantern, nor the cold silver of the emerging stars, but a deep, pulsing crimson, like the heart of a dying ember. Curiosity, a flame brighter than caution, drew him off the path. He pushed aside a curtain of weeping willow branches, and found himself in a small, hidden clearing he had never seen before. In the center stood an ancient, gnarled oak, its trunk so wide that 3 men could not have encircled it with their arms. And there, nestled in a hollow where a great limb had long ago fallen, glowed the source of the light. It was a sphere no larger than his fist, made of what looked like smooth, polished wood. But within its core a fire smoldered. It didn't blaze or spark, but rather pulsed with a slow, rhythmic light, washing the clearing in waves of deep ruby and warm amber. It was the most beautiful thing Kaelen had ever seen. The air around it hummed with a gentle, resonant warmth, and the very moss at the base of the tree seemed to lean towards its comforting glow. Hesitantly, Kaelen reached out. The sphere was warm to the touch, but not hot. It felt alive, a tiny, slumbering sun cupped in his palms. As his fingers closed around it, a profound sense of peace washed over him. The loneliness that had been his constant companion seemed to retreat, replaced by a quiet, humming connection to the world around him, to the ancient oak, the whispering wind, the very soil beneath his feet. He knew with a certainty that went beyond reason that he could not leave it. Carefully he tucked the glowing sphere into the inner pocket of his coat, close to his heart, and made his way home, the strange light casting his shadow long and dancing behind him. Back in his cottage, with the door bolted against the now howling wind, Kaelen placed the sphere on the mantelpiece. Its ember glow filled the room, painting it in shades of firelight and warmth that seemed deeper, richer than any ordinary flame. He sat in his armchair, watching it, and for the first time in many years, the silence felt companionable rather than empty. It was then that he noticed a small, intricate pattern etched into the wood of the sphere, a spiraling map of lines that looked like veins or roots. As he traced them with his finger, a soft voice, like the rustle of dry leaves, spoke from near the fireplace. "You have a kind touch." Kaelen started, nearly knocking his chair over. There, perched on the iron fire dog, was a creature no bigger than his thumb. It had the general shape of a person, with delicate, bark-like skin and hair that resembled tufts of silvery moss. But most astonishing were its wings, 4 of them, translucent and veined like a dragonfly's, which now shimmered with a faint, reflected light from the sphere. Its eyes were 2 chips of obsidian, bright and intelligent. What are you?" Kaelen stammered, his heart thumping a frantic rhythm against his ribs. The creature gave a slight, formal bow. "I am a glimmerwing, my name is Flick, and you," it said, its voice a soft chime, "have found the hearth ember." Kaelen looked from the tiny being to the glowing sphere. The hearth ember. "It is the heart of a place," Flick explained, fluttering up to hover before the sphere. "A seed of connection. It does not belong to any one person, but rather, it helps things belong to each other. It has been lost for a very long time. I have been searching for it." Flick explained that he was a guardian of the hidden, deeper parts of the Whispering Woods, a realm known as the Verdant Vale, where ancient magic still slept. The hearth ember was a key of sorts, a focus for the bonds that tied all living things together. When it had been lost, those bonds had begun to fray. Paths in the wood had become confused, old friendships among the forest folk had grown strained, and a subtle chill had settled over the land, a chill that mirrored the one in Kaelen's own lonely heart. "It called to you," Flick said, landing softly on Kaelen's knee. "It must have sensed the need in you, a need for connection." And so began an unexpected friendship that warmed the cottage more than any fire ever could. Flick, it turned out, was knowledgeable, witty, and possessed of a boundless curiosity for the human world. Kaelen, in turn, found in the tiny glimmerwing a listener for his quiet thoughts and a companion for his solitary evenings. They spoke of many things, of the way the light changed through the seasons, of the secrets of wood grain, of the simple joy of a warm cup of tea. Kaelen carved a tiny hammock for Flick out of a walnut shell and strung it near the hearth, and Flick would tell him stories of the verdant vale, of tree spirits who sang in the rain and badgers who knew the history of every stone. But the hearth ember was not meant to be a mere decoration. As the days turned into weeks, Kaelen began to notice something. The sphere's glow, once a steady, pulsing crimson, had begun to fade. The light was softer, paler, like a rose losing its color. "It is weakening," Flick confirmed one evening, his own usually bright wings looking dull. "It is a heart, and a heart cannot beat in isolation. It must be returned to its home, to the nexus tree in the very center of the verdant veil. Only there can it be restored." "Then we must take it back," Kaelen said, the decision feeling as natural and right as breathing. Flick's obsidian eyes widened. "The journey is not an easy one. The paths are treacherous and hidden, and there are shadows in the veil now. Echoes of the disconnection the Ember's absence has caused. They feed on loneliness and fear." Kaelen looked at the fading Ember, then at his small friend. He thought of the cold mist of loneliness that had lifted from his shoulders the night he found it. He could not let that mist settle over the whole forest. "We will go together," he said, his voice firm. "You know the way, and I will carry the hope." And so, as the first hints of dawn painted the sky, they set out. Kaelen packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and a flask of water. He wore his warmest coat, and in its special pocket he carried the hearth ember, its faint warmth a constant reassurance against his chest. Flick perched on his shoulder, a tiny, iridescent scout. The entrance to the verdant vale was not a gate or an arch, but a feeling. Following Flick's directions, Kaelen walked towards a particularly dense thicket of hawthorn. As he stepped between two specific trees, the air itself seemed to shiver and change. The light softened, turning the green of the leaves to a deeper, more luminous jade. The sounds of the ordinary world, the distant crow of a rooster, the crunch of his own boots on the path, muffled and vanished, replaced by a profound, living silence, broken only by the trickle of unseen water and the rustle of leaves in a breeze he could not feel. It was breathtakingly beautiful, but Flick had been right. There was a strangeness here, a melancholy that hung in the air like morning fog. They followed a path of luminous white stones that wound between trees whose trunks were wider than cottages. But the path was not always clear. At times it would simply fork for no reason or loop back on itself. Kaelen's sense of direction, usually so reliable, became utterly useless. "The forest is confused," Flick whispered, his voice small in the vast quiet. "It has forgotten its own shape." They walked for hours, the strange, timeless light of the veil never changing. Kaelen's legs began to ache, and a familiar, old doubt began to creep into his mind. "What are you doing here? You are just a woodcarver. You don't belong in a place of magic. You will fail." The thoughts were like cold fingers on the back of his neck. It was then that they saw the first shadow. It was not a solid thing, but a patch of deeper darkness that moved against the gloom, a swirling absence of light and sound. As it passed near them, a wave of profound despair washed over Kaelen. He saw all his failures, all his lonely evenings, all the conversations he'd been too shy to have. The hearth ember at his chest flickered weakly. "Do not listen," Flick urged, his own light flaring bravely. "It is not real, it is only an echo. Remember the warmth, remember the connection." Kaelen closed his eyes and thought of Flick telling stories by the fire. He thought of the weight of the walnut shell hammock in his palm. He thought of the ember's first, comforting pulse in his hand. The cold despair receded, and the shadow slithered away, dissipating like smoke. They pressed on, their progress slow. The challenges were not always grand or monstrous. Sometimes the greatest test was the landscape itself. They came to a chasm, so deep the bottom was lost in purple mist. The only way across was a bridge made of woven, living vines, but many of the vines were brittle and gray, their connection to the life of the forest severed. "It is a risk," Flick said, his wings drooping with exhaustion. "We have to try," Kaelen replied. He tested the first vine with his foot. It held. Step by careful step, he inched across, his heart in his throat. Halfway across, a vine snapped with a sound like a dry bone breaking. Kaelen lurched, his arms flailing. For a terrifying second, he was falling. Then a strong, slender branch from a tree on the other side, as if moved by an unseen hand, swung down and offered itself to him. He grabbed it, his hands scraping on the bark, and hauled himself to safety, collapsing on the far side, breathless and shaking. The tree that had helped him was ancient, its bark carved with spirals similar to those on the hearth ember. A soft, sighing voice filled his mind. The one who carries the heart is welcome. The way is long, but you walk it with courage. This small, silent act of help was a balm to Kaelen's spirit. It was a reminder that he was not alone, that the forest itself was on their side, fighting its own confusion. The journey transformed Kaelen as surely as fire transforms wood. The shy, hesitant woodcarver began to burn away, replaced by a steadier, more resilient version of himself. He learned to trust not just his eyes, but his feelings. He learned that courage was not the absence of fear, but the decision to take the next step even when you were afraid. He and Flick grew closer than ever, their friendship a tiny, bright flame in the vast, melancholic wood. They shared their meager food, kept watch for each other, and their quiet conversations in the dim light of the hearth ember were a source of strength for them both. Finally, after what felt like days, they reached the center of the verdant vale. It was a wide, circular meadow under a canopy of interlocking branches that formed a perfect, natural dome. In the very center stood the nexus tree. It was not the largest tree they had seen, but it was the most beautiful. Its bark was the color of silver, and its leaves were like beaten gold, and they chimed softly together in the still air. But the tree was clearly ailing. Many of its golden leaves were curled and brown, and its silver bark was marred with dark, weeping cracks. "This is the place," Flick said, his voice filled with awe and sorrow. As they approached the nexus tree, the shadows gathered. They swirled out from between the trees at the edge of the meadow, dozens of them, a tide of whispering darkness and cold despair. Their collective voice was a hiss in Kaelen's mind. "Alone you are always alone, you do not belong, leave the heart to fade." The weight of their negativity was immense. Kaelen's knees buckled. He saw a vision of himself returning to his empty cottage, the ember dark and cold, Flick gone, the loneliness waiting for him, thicker and colder than ever before. It was a powerful, seductive lie. It would be easier to give in, to accept the isolation as his fate. He looked at Flick, who was trembling on his shoulder, his light nearly extinguished. He looked down at the pocket where the hearth ember was now barely a flicker. And then he thought not of his own loneliness, but of all the connections he had witnessed, even in his quiet life. The way old man Hemlock always left an extra loaf of bread on his windowsill. The way the village children smiled at the wooden toys he carved for them. The way the fire in his hearth welcomed him home each night. The way a tiny glimmerwing had chosen to be his friend. He was not alone. He stood up, straightening his shoulders. He took the hearth ember from his pocket. It was almost gray, its light faint as a dying star. "No," Kaelen said, his voice quiet but clear, cutting through the shadows' whispers. "I am not alone, and this heart belongs to all of us." He walked forward, step by determined step, towards the nexus tree. The shadows swarmed around him, their cold biting deep, but he focused on the memory of warmth, the warmth of his fire, the warmth of Flick's friendship, the warmth of the ember's first glow. He reached the base of the great tree and saw a hollow in its trunk, shaped perfectly to hold the sphere. With a final deep breath, he placed the hearth ember into the hollow. For a moment, nothing happened. The silence was absolute. The shadows paused, waiting. Then a single deep, resonant thump echoed through the clearing, like the beat of a great, sleeping heart. The hearth ember flared. A wave of pure golden light erupted from it, flowing up the trunk of the nexus tree and out through its branches. The light washed over the meadow, and as it touched the shadows, they did not scream or vanish in violence, but simply dissolved, like frost melting in the morning sun. The light spread through the entire verdant vale, a gentle, warm tide of reconnection. Kaelen watched, awestruck. The brown leaves on the nexus tree unfurled, turning back to brilliant, chiming gold. The cracks in its silver bark sealed themselves, glowing with soft, internal light. All around the meadow, flowers of impossible colors bloomed, filling the air with a honeyed fragrance. The very air felt different, lighter, warmer, humming with life and harmony. The hearth ember, now restored, pulsed in its hollow with a strong, steady crimson light, its glow reflecting in the golden leaves above. Flick fluttered down from Kaelen's shoulder, his own wings now shining with a brilliant, joyful light. "You did it, Kaelen," he chimed, his voice full of emotion. "You reminded the forest of its own heart." Kaelen felt a change within himself, too. The old, cold loneliness was gone, not just pushed back, but truly healed. It had been burned away in the journey, transformed into something new, a deep, abiding sense of belonging to the vast, beautiful, interconnected world. He knew it was time to go home. The path back was clear and straight, the forest now a welcoming, familiar friend. When they stepped back through the veil into the ordinary world, the sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and rose. His cottage was just as he had left it, but it felt different. It no longer felt like a place of isolation, but a place of peace. A home. Flick decided to stay with him, a permanent bridge between the human world and the magic of the verdant vale. They returned to their evenings by the fire, but the silence was now a comfortable, shared one, filled with the soft crackle of logs and the gentle hum of contentment. And sometimes, on clear, cold nights, Kaelen would step outside and look towards the whispering woods. He would see, deep within the trees, a faint, pulsing crimson glow, a reminder that even in the deepest darkness there is always a heart of warmth, a connection to be found, a friendship to be cherished. It was a glow that promised that no one is ever truly alone, and that every journey, no matter how daunting, can lead you back to a warmer, brighter hearth. So now, as the fire in this hearth begins to settle into a bed of glowing embers, and your own eyes grow heavy, remember Kaelen's journey. Remember that the light you carry inside you, the warmth of your own kind heart, is a magic just as real. It can guide you through shadows and lead you to friendship. It can transform a lonely path into a journey home. Let the rhythm of the fading fire and the memory of that steady, pulsing light in the ancient wood lull you into a deep and peaceful sleep. The story is told, the heart is restored, and all is well. Rest now and dream of golden leaves and gentle glows. Story 3. The first spark rose from the embers of the fire like a tiny, hesitant star, ascending into the velvet embrace of the night. It was followed by another, and then another, until the air above the cottage garden was alive with a shimmering dance of golden light. A young woman named Anya watched them, a soft woolen blanket pulled up to her chin, her breath forming small clouds in the cool air. One spark, bolder than the rest, did not fade. It hung pulsing before her, and as she reached a hand towards it, not to touch, but in wonder, the world around her softened, blurred, and then dissolved into a cascade of silent, shimmering music. When her senses settled, Anya found herself standing on a pathway that was not stone nor earth, but woven from solidified mist. It was cool and slightly yielding beneath her bare feet, like walking on the gentlest of mosses. She was in a city built upon the clouds. Towers spun from spun sugar and moonlight spiraled upwards, their peaks lost in a pearlescent haze. Bridges of interlocking rainbows arched between them, humming with a low, harmonious chord. The air itself was a symphony of scents, the crisp, clean fragrance of high-altitude air, the sweet, intoxicating perfume of night-blooming jasmine that seemed to grow from the cloud stuff itself, and the faint, comforting aroma of ozone, like the world after a summer storm. This was the Etherium, a realm whispered of in the oldest stories her grandmother used to tell. Anya clutched the small, smooth river stone she always carried in her pocket, its familiar, cool weight a tether to the home she had momentarily left behind. She was not alone. Drifting towards her was a creature of pure, soft light. It had no discernible shape, flowing from a softly glowing sphere into trailing, incandescent tendrils. It did not speak with words, but as it drew near, a melody filled Anya's mind, a simple, questioning sequence of notes, like a flute played by a gentle breeze. It was a Lumin, a being of the Etherium, and its music was its voice. Anya, unsure how to respond, simply hummed back the same sequence. The Lumin pulsed with a warm, golden light, and a feeling of welcome washed over her, as tangible as a hug. It floated ahead, beckoning her to follow. They journeyed through the cloud city, and Anya's senses were overwhelmed with beauty. She ran her fingers along a balustrade that felt like cool, polished sea glass, but looked like swirling mother-of-pearl. She passed gardens where flowers made of crystalline light chimed softly as they swayed, releasing a scent of honey and starlight. The Lumen guided her to a great plaza where the central landmark stood, the spire of echoing dawn. It was a colossal structure that seemed to be made of captured sunrise, its surface shifting through hues of rose, gold, and soft lavender. As they approached, Anya could feel a gentle warmth radiating from it, and a deep, resonant hum that vibrated in her bones, a sound of profound peace and beginnings. But as they drew closer, she saw that the light within the spire was flickering, growing dim in patches. The harmonious hum stuttered, and a discordant note, thin and sorrowful, threaded through the air. The lumen beside her dimmed, its light turning a worried, pale blue. A cascade of melancholic notes filled Anya's mind, painting a picture in sound. The spire was the heart of the Etherium, the source of its stability and song, and it was fading. Without it, the cloud cities would drift apart, the rainbow bridges would dissolve, and the music of the realm would fall silent forever. The lumen's melody shifted, becoming a plea. It did not ask for a warrior, but for a listener, for an understanding heart. Anya's own reason for being here, which had felt like a random accident, now clicked into place. She was here to help. She was here to understand not just this realm, but a quiet, lonely part of herself that had always longed to mend broken things. The lumen led her away from the city, across a bridge that felt like walking on solidified light, its surface smooth and warm. They descended through layers of mist into a place even more wondrous than the city above, the underground Aurora Caverns. The moment they entered, Anya gasped. The cavern was vast, its ceiling so high it was lost in darkness. But from that darkness cascaded rivers of light, silent, flowing auroras in shades of emerald, violet, and cerulean. They dripped from stalactites like liquid rainbows, pooling on the floor in shimmering, silent lakes. The air here was cool and carried the scent of ancient stone, damp earth, and the electric tang of the dancing lights themselves. When she reached out to touch a tendril of violet light, it felt like cool silk against her skin, slipping through her fingers like water. This was where the music of the Etherium was born. All around her, she saw the composers. They were the Starlight weavers, gentle, multi-limbed creatures that looked as if they were carved from obsidian and inlaid with tiny, pulsing stars. They moved with a slow, graceful purpose, their long, delicate fingers plucking at the strands of the flowing auroras. Each pluck released a note, a deep cello-like thrum from the indigo strands, a sparkling harp glissando from the emerald ones, a clear bell-like chime from the cerulean. They were weaving the very symphony that sustained the spire above. But their work was troubled. The auroras were thinning, their colors washing out. The weavers moved sluggishly, their starry lights dim. Their music, which should have been a complex, joyful harmony, was slow and filled with gaps of silence. One of the weavers drifted towards Anya and the Lumin. It did not play a melody, but instead reached out with one of its cool, smooth hands and gently touched Anya's forehead. A vision flooded her mind. She saw the first spark, the original source of all light and music in the Etherium, slumbering deep in the oldest part of the caverns. Over countless ages it had begun to dream, and in its dreams it had forgotten its own song. Its loneliness and forgetfulness were leeching the color and music from the realm. The weavers could not compose a new song for it. They could only play back the echoes of the old one, which was fading like a forgotten memory. The weaver removed its hand, and its starry eyes looked at Anya with a deep, silent hope. The Lumin pulsed softly beside her, its light a pale, questioning yellow. Anya felt a knot of fear in her stomach. How could she, a stranger from another world, remind a primordial spark of its own song? She walked away from the weavers, her feet sinking into the soft, moss-like floor of the cavern. She felt the smooth river stone in her pocket, and she drew it out. It was just an ordinary stone from the creek behind her cottage, but holding it made her think of home, of the crackle of the fireplace, the weight of her blanket, the taste of warm milk with honey, the sound of her grandmother's voice telling stories. It was a feeling, a symphony of simple, comforting sensations. And then she understood. The first spark wasn't waiting for a grand, complex symphony. It was lonely. It had forgotten the feeling of home. She approached the heart of the cavern, where the oldest weaver sat before a still, dark pool. In the center of the pool, buried deep in the stone, was a single, dormant ember, the first spark. It was barely a glimmer. Anya did not try to sing a song she did not know. Instead, she sat at the edge of the pool, closed her eyes, and held her river stone tightly. She poured all her senses into the memory of home. She remembered the scent of pine logs burning on the hearth, the texture of her knitted blanket against her cheeks, the taste of freshly baked bread, the sound of rain pattering on the cottage roof, the sight of the very fire sparks that had brought her here. She wove these memories not into a song, but into a feeling, a warm, golden, and utterly comforting sensation of belonging. She poured this feeling outwards towards the dormant spark. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the ember flickered. A tiny thread of golden light, the exact color of a hearth fire, spiraled up from its core. The lumen floating beside her began to glow with the same warm gold, and a single, pure note of recognition echoed through the cavern. The Starlight weavers paused. One, then another, turned their starry faces towards the pool. The one nearest to Anya lifted its hands, and instead of plucking the fading auroras, it gently touched the stream of golden light emanating from Anya's heart. It began to play it. The note swelled, becoming a melody of profound comfort and warmth, a lullaby for a forgotten heart. The other weavers joined, their own lights brightening. They touched the melody, weaving it into the auroras. The thin, washed-out rivers of light began to pulse with new color, deep golds, rich ambers, and soft, fiery oranges. The entire cavern began to glow, the silent auroras now humming with the new, old song of home. The music rose, not in a crashing crescendo, but in a steady, swelling tide of warmth and light. It filled the cavern and then flowed upwards, rushing through tunnels and pathways, back towards the world above. Anya opened her eyes. The pool was now a basin of liquid gold, and at its center, the first spark blazed with the gentle, steady light of a well-tended hearth. It was awake. It was remembered. When she emerged from the caverns with her Lumin guide, the Etherium was transformed. The spire of echoing dawn shone with a brilliant, steady light, its hum a deep, contented purr. The cloud city glowed, the sugary towers gleaming, the rainbow bridges vibrant and strong. The air was thick with the scent of blooming jasmine and the now confident, joyful music that wove through everything. The lumen swirled around her, its light a brilliant, happy white, its melody a torrent of grateful, chiming notes. Their journey back to the point where she had arrived was a procession of celebration. Other lumens joined them, weaving patterns of light around her. The Starlight weavers from the cavern entrance played a grand, thankful recessional. At the misty pathway, her original lumen companion floated before her. It extended a tendril of light, which felt like a sun-warmed petal against her cheek. A final, sweet melody filled her mind, a promise that she would always be welcome, a friend of the Ethereum. Then the world softened once more, the music fading into a distant, pleasant hum. Anya blinked. She was back in her garden, the woolen blanket still around her shoulders. The fire had burned down to ruddy embers, and the last of the real sparks were winking out in the night sky. The air was cold, but she felt warm from the inside out. She slipped her hand into her pocket and felt the smooth, familiar surface of her river stone. She knew then that the enchanted realm was not so far away. It existed in the spaces between heartbeats, in the warmth of a memory, in the simple, profound understanding that the greatest wonders are often found not in seeking new landscapes, but in carrying the feeling of home within you and sharing its gentle, mending light with a world in need of a reminder. And as she drifted to sleep that night, the faint, sweet scent of night-blooming jasmine seemed to linger on the air, a soft, comforting lullaby from a friend in the clouds. Story 4. The attic smelled of cedar and forgotten things, of dust motes dancing in the slanted afternoon light that fell through the single round window. It was a place of whispers and echoes, where the house itself seemed to breathe a long, slow sigh. A young boy named Leo had been sent up to find an old picture frame for his mother, but the task had quickly been forgotten in the quiet majesty of this kingdom above the world. He was tracing the grain of a massive, ancient hope chest when his fingers found it, not a splinter, but a small, cool circle of brass, nearly hidden in the wood. He pressed it, and with a soft click, a secret drawer no larger than his hand slid silently open. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was a compass. But it was unlike any compass he had ever seen. Its case was worn silver, etched with constellations he didn't recognize. The needle, rather than pointing north, drifted lazily in a circle, as if stirred by an unseen current. And instead of the usual N, S, E, and W, the points were marked with symbols. A tiny carved feather, a drop of water, a flickering flame, and a single rooted acorn. As Leo held it in his palm, the needle suddenly stilled, pointing directly at him. A warm, humming sensation spread from the compass up his arm, filling him with a feeling not of direction, but of purpose. He knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that this was the beginning of something. The journey, however, would not be measured in miles, but in the quiet, steady beats of his own heart. That evening, tucked in his bed with the compass hidden under his pillow, Leo felt the first prickle of his challenge. It was a familiar feeling, a cold knot in his stomach that appeared whenever he thought of the school play auditions tomorrow. He wanted more than anything to be the brave knight in the story, to speak lines in a clear, strong voice. But the very thought made his throat tighten and his palms grow damp. He was certain his courage was too small, a tiny, flickering candle in a great, dark room. As he lay awake, the house settling into its nighttime rhythms around him, he heard a new sound. It was a soft, steady tick-tock that seemed to come not from the hallway clock, but from the compass beneath his pillow. He pulled it out. The needle was no longer pointing at him, but had swung to the tiny carved feather. And from the compass a voice, dry and measured as aged paper, spoke. A journey begins with a single step, it said, or, in this case, a single thought. The feather points to a place of lightness. You must learn to carry your fears without letting them weigh you down. Startled, Leo sat up. "Who are you?" he whispered into the dim room. "I am the keeper of the measured moment," the voice replied, the tick-tock rhythm underscoring its words. I live in the spaces between seconds. Your uncertainty has called to me. Look. A soft, golden light emanated from the compass, pooling on his bedside table. In the light, a figure appeared, a small, elegant badger in a waistcoat, holding a pocket watch that glowed with the same gentle light. He adjusted his spectacles and gave a small, formal bow. The first part of your journey is to the Whispering Library, the badger said. It is not far. In fact, you are already there. Leo looked around his room. His bookshelf, usually just a collection of familiar stories, seemed to shimmer in the badger's light. The spines of the books looked like the trunks of ancient trees, and the air hummed with the soft rustle of 1,000 paper leaves. But how do I enter? Leo asked, his voice barely a whisper. With a question, the badger replied, his tone patient and kind. All libraries are built on questions. What is it you wish to know? Leo took a deep breath, the compass warm in his hand. I want to know how to be brave. No sooner had he spoken the words than the air in front of his bookshelf seemed to part like a curtain. He saw a vast, cozy chamber lit by floating orbs of light that bobbed gently like fireflies. Towering shelves stretched up into a soft darkness, and the smell of old paper and binding glue was comforting. The distant, melodic tingling of a bell echoed now and then, as if pages were being turned by unseen hands. Holding the compass, Leo stepped through. The Whispering Library was even more wonderful than it had first appeared. Ladders on rails slid soundlessly from aisle to aisle, and comfortable-looking armchairs upholstered in faded velvet were tucked into cozy nooks. As Leo walked, the books themselves seemed to lean towards him, their pages rustling with soft, inviting sounds. He followed the compass needle, which now pointed steadily down a specific aisle labeled Courage. Common and uncommon at the end of the aisle, curled on a plush cushion, was the most enormous cat Leo had ever seen. It was a magnificent ginger tabby, its fur the color of autumn leaves, and it was purring so deeply that the vibration tickled the soles of Leo's feet. A pair of tiny, round spectacles were perched on its nose, and it was holding a minuscule book in its paws. The cat looked up, its green eyes blinking slowly. A seeker, it murmured, its voice a low, rumbling purr. I am the guardian of the comforting word. You look lost, little one. I'm looking for a way to be brave, Leo said, feeling very small. The cat, whose name was Alistair, set his book aside. Bravery is not the absence of fear, he purred. It is the decision that something else is more important. Come, sit. Let us find the right story for you. For what felt like both a minute and an eternity, Alistair pulled books from the shelves, their pages whispering secrets. He read Leo tales of quiet heroes, of a mouse who stood up to an owl not with force but with a clever riddle, and of a young girl who calmed a thunderstorm by singing it a lullaby. With each story, Leo felt the cold knot in his stomach loosen just a little. The stories were like a warm blanket wrapping around him, and Alistair's steady, rumbling purr was a constant, soothing soundtrack. The secret, Alistair said finally, closing a book with a soft thump, is to find your own song, your own riddle, your own way of being strong that feels true to you. You do not need to borrow another's courage. You only need to uncover your own. The compass in Leo's hand grew warm again. He looked down. The needle had swung from the feather to the symbol of the drop of water. The well of echoes, the measured badger's voice chimed from the compass. You must learn to listen to the truth of your own voice. The library around them shimmered and dissolved. Leo found himself standing at the edge of a still, black pool, located in a grotto draped with soft, glowing moss. The air was cool and carried the clean, damp scent of stone and deep earth. The only sound was the occasional plink of a water droplet falling from the cavern ceiling into the pool, each one sending perfect, rippling circles across the dark surface. Speak your fear into the well, the badger instructed, appearing beside him, his pocket watch glowing. "Hear how it sounds, then speak the truth you wish to replace it with." Leo knelt at the water's edge. He took a shaky breath. "I'm afraid my voice will shake," he whispered to the pool. His words echoed back to him, small and trembling. "Shake, shake, shake." He waited for the ripples to settle. Then he thought of the stories Alistair had read to him. He thought of the quiet, clever mouse. He thought of the compass that had chosen him. He filled his lungs with the cool, clean air. "My voice is my own," he said, more firmly this time. "And it is enough." The well echoed his words back, strong and clear. Enough, enough, enough. The sound washed over him, clean and pure, and he felt a newfound steadiness settle within him. The compass needle moved again, now pointing to the flickering flame. The grotto faded, replaced by a small, circular room made of smooth, dark stone. In the center burned a single, bright flame on a stone pedestal. It did not crackle or roar, but burned with a silent, intense warmth. This was the hearth of heart's fire. But between Leo and the flame stood a figure made of shifting, gray mist, a shadow of doubt. It had no face, but it radiated a chill that made Leo shiver. "You will fail," it whispered, its voice the sound of rustling dead leaves. "They will laugh. You are not the hero." Leo felt the old fear rush back, cold and sharp. He clutched the compass. The needle pointing to the flame felt hot against his skin. He remembered the well of echoes. "My voice is my own, and it is enough." He didn't shout at the shadow. He didn't try to fight it. Instead, he took a step forward, his hand outstretched not in aggression, but in offering. "You are part of me," Leo said, his voice quiet but steady. "But you do not control me. I am also made of stories and friendship and a compass that believes in me." As he spoke these words of kindness and acceptance to his own fear, the shadow of doubt seemed to waver. It lost its defined edges, its chilling presence softening. It didn't vanish in a puff of smoke, but it thinned, becoming transparent, and then harmless, warm mist that drifted away to join the general air of the room. The way was clear. Leo walked to the hearth of heart's fire and held his hands out to its warmth. A profound sense of peace filled him. The flame wasn't about rage or wildness. It was about the steady, enduring warmth of inner strength. Finally, the compass needle swung for the last time, pointing to the rooted acorn. The stone room dissolved, and Leo found himself back in the attic. The single round window showed a sky filled with brilliant stars. The journey was over. He had traveled far without ever leaving his home. He looked down at the compass in his hand. The needle had stopped its lazy circling and now pointed steadily, unwaveringly, north. The strange symbols were gone, replaced by the ordinary letters. It was just a compass now, its magic spent on his journey. The next day, Leo walked to the school auditorium. His stomach still fluttered with nerves, but the cold knot of dread was gone. When it was his turn to audition for the night, he stood on the stage, the bright lights making the faces in the audience a friendly blur. He remembered the purr of a ginger cat, the echo of his own true voice, and the warmth of a quiet inner fire. He took a deep breath and he spoke. His voice did not boom, but it was clear. It did not shake, but it was strong with a newfound certainty. He was not pretending to be a brave knight from a storybook. He was being Leo, who had faced the shadow of doubt and offered it kindness. And that, he realized, was the bravest thing of all. That night, as he lay in bed, the memory of his journey was a cozy warmth inside him. The attic above him was once again just an attic, full of dust and forgotten things. But Leo knew better. He knew that extraordinary secrets lay hidden in the most ordinary of places, waiting for a curious heart to find them. And as he drifted to sleep, he thought he heard, one last time, the gentle, reassuring tick and tock of a badger's pocket watch, and the distant, contented purr of a cat in a library of whispers, a soft and steady rhythm that promised all was well. Story 5. The first time Kaelen saw the sparks rise, they were sitting on the porch of their small, cedar-shingled cottage, a woolen blanket wrapped around their shoulders. The evening was cool, the air smelling of damp earth and the last of the wood smoke from the hearth. The sparks were not from their own fire, but from somewhere beyond the edge of the quiet forest, tiny, golden motes that drifted up from the treetops to dance among the emerging stars. They didn't fizzle out. They climbed higher and higher until they seemed to join the constellations themselves. It was a sight that called to something deep within Kaelen, a quiet, persistent hum of curiosity that had always lived in their chest. In their pocket, their fingers worried a small, worn velvet pouch. Inside was not gold or jewels, but a handful of dried pine needles and a single, smooth gray stone from the creek behind their cottage. It was a tiny piece of home, a tactile memory to ground them if the world ever became too vast. The following evening, Kaelen followed the sparks. The path was not one they had ever walked before, though it began between two familiar birch trees. The air grew warmer, softer, and carried a scent like vanilla and old paper. The trees began to change, their bark becoming smoother, their leaves shimmering with a soft, internal light. And then the ground itself seemed to fall away, not into an abyss, but into a gentle, sloping ramp of what felt like solid, warm cloud. Kaelen stepped onto it, their boots sinking slightly into a surface that was both firm and yielding, like walking on fresh-baked bread. This was the Cumulus Causeway, a road of condensed sky that led to the floating enclaves above. The first landmark they encountered was the chromatic Kaelen. It was not a building, but a forest of immense crystalline bells that grew from the cloud stuff like strange, transparent flowers. They did not ring from being struck, but from the passage of the wind and the gentle touch of the local inhabitants, the Lumina. The Lumina were small bipedal creatures whose skin shimmered with the soft, shifting colors of a dawn sky. They had large, dark eyes and long, slender fingers that ended in soft, glowing pads. They did not speak with words. As Kaelen approached, one of the Lumina drifted near, its steps making no sound on the cloudy ground. It reached out and gently pressed its fingertips to Kaelen's forehead. Instantly a cascade of pure, chiming notes filled Kaelen's mind, carrying with them a feeling of welcome, of curiosity, and a question: "Why have you come?" Kaelen, unsure how to respond, simply thought of the sparks, of the pull they had felt, and of a vague, formless longing to understand where such beauty came from. In return, the Lumina's touch conveyed a melody of understanding, and then a single, clear image, a vast, silent library, its shelves stretching into impossible distances. This, the chimes explained without words, was the Starlit scriptorium. It was the next waypoint and the source of the sparks. But something was wrong there. The music that usually flowed from it had grown faint, hesitant. Guided by the Lumina's gentle push and the now visible path of the causeway, Kaelen journeyed on. The air was filled with a harmonious symphony of the Kaelen, a music that one could feel on their skin like a cool mist and taste on their tongue like sweet dew. They passed through groves of trees that grew silver leaves which tinkled like wind chimes, and over bridges of woven light that felt solid yet hummed with a pleasant vibration underfoot. After a time that felt both long and instantaneous, the scriptorium came into view. It was not a building of stone and mortar, but a structure woven from the very fabric of the night. Its walls were solidified twilight, deep indigo and velvety to the touch, and its countless windows were framed by shimmering strands of silver starlight. From its highest spires, the golden sparks Kaelen had seen from their cottage now rose in a steady, solemn stream. But the Lumina were right. The place felt hushed, as if holding its breath. Inside, the silence was profound. The air smelled of ozone, cold metal, and the faint, clean scent of melting frost. The library was endless. Shelves soared into a ceiling that was a map of swirling, living galaxies. Books were not merely paper and ink. Some were spheres of contained light, others were scrolls of whispering mist, and still others were tablets of resonant crystal. The librarians were the scripters, tall, slender beings composed of shifting constellations, their forms vaguely humanoid but constantly flickering with new patterns of stars. They moved through the aisles in a graceful, silent ballet, their only sound the soft rustle of cosmic dust. One of the scripters paused before Kaelen. It did not touch them, but a pattern of stars on its chest swirled into a question mark. "The sparks," Kaelen whispered, their voice seeming too loud in the holy quiet. "I saw them. I came to see why." The scripter gestured with a hand of swirling nebulae towards the heart of the library. There, in a central atrium open to the starry void above, grew the grand lexicon. It was not a book, but a tree. Its trunk was polished obsidian, its branches were forged from silver, and its leaves were pages of vellum inscribed with glowing script. From its highest branches the sparks were born, each one a forgotten word, a lost story, or a fading memory from the world below, released when it could no longer be held within the library's archives. But the tree was ailing. Some of its silver branches were tarnished black and brittle. Many of its vellum leaves were curled and brown at the edges, their light dim. The stream of sparks was a lament, not a celebration. Another scripter approached Kaelen and held out its hand. In its palm, a miniature star system swirled. As Kaelen watched, images formed within it, a world where stories were no longer told around firesides, where songs were forgotten, where the small, daily magics of kindness and wonder were being neglected. The grand lexicon was connected to all stories, everywhere. As they faded from the world, so too did the lexicon's vitality. The sparks were the stories, dying and being released to the sky. A deep sorrow settled in Kaelen's heart. They thought of their own quiet cottage, of the stories their grandmother had told them, of the small wonders they themselves cherished, the pattern of frost on a window pane, the taste of sun-warmed blackberries, the sound of the creak over stones. Reaching into their pocket, they pulled out the small velvet pouch. They loosened the drawstring in the scent of home, of sun-baked pine and clean, wet stone, wafted out. The scripters around them stilled. The scent, the simple, tangible memory, seemed to be a note in a song they had not heard in a long time. One of them gestured to the pouch, then to the tree. Understanding dawned on Kaelen. The library held the grand epics, the legendary tales. But it was starving for the small stories, the personal memories, the humble wonders that truly made a home. The lexicon needed to remember what it felt like to be grounded. Kaelen walked to the base of the great tree. They placed a hand on its obsidian trunk. It was cool and strangely comforting. Then they carefully took a single, dried pine needle from their pouch. They closed their eyes and poured into that simple object every memory it held, the scent of the forest after rain, the crunch of needles underfoot, the feeling of peace and belonging. They pressed the needle into a small fissure in the trunk near the roots. A soft, green light pulsed from the point of contact. It traveled up the trunk, a wave of gentle energy. Where it touched the tarnished branches, the blackness receded, leaving shining silver in its wake. A few of the brown-edged leaves unfurled, their scripts glowing a little brighter. A ripple of soft, chiming light passed through the assembled scripters, their version of a gasp. One of them drifted forward and for the first time made physical contact. A hand of cool, gentle starlight rested on Kaelen's shoulder. In that touch, Kaelen felt a symphony of gratitude and an invitation. They were not asked to stay in labor, but to become a bridge, a keeper of small wonders, a reminder to the great library of the importance of a single pine needle, a single smooth stone, a single story told by a crackling fire. Kaelen spent what felt like days, yet no time at all, in the Starlit scriptorium. They walked the endless aisles, not reading the grand tales, but simply sharing. They would hold their smooth creek stone and remember the feeling of cool water on a hot day, and the scripters would gather, their forms brightening as they absorbed the sensation. They would describe the taste of their grandmother's honey cakes, and the air would grow warm and sweet with the memory. With each small story shared, the grand lexicon grew stronger. The stream of sparks from its branches began to change. They were no longer a mournful gold, but a brilliant, joyful silver, and they rose not in a solemn stream, but in playful, dancing spirals. When it was time to leave, Kaelen stood once more at the chromatic carillon. The lumina surrounded them, their chiming music now a triumphant, joyful farewell. They pressed their soft, glowing fingertips to Kaelen's hands, their forehead their heart, imparting a melody that Kaelen knew they would carry always, a song of friendship, of wonder, and of the profound magic in the small, cherished things. The walk back along the cumulus causeway was filled with a deep, resonant peace. The world felt both larger and more intimate. When Kaelen finally stepped back between the two familiar birch trees, the air was cool again, smelling of night and forest. They sat on their porch, the same woolen blanket around their shoulders. In their pocket the velvet pouch was lighter, holding only the smooth gray stone. But Kaelen did not feel that they had lost anything. They had learned that the piece of home they carried was not the object itself, but the memories and feelings it held. And those were infinite. Looking up at the sky, they saw the sparks rising, now a brilliant, hopeful silver. They were no longer just dying stories, but promises. Promises that every small wonder, every gentle memory, every act of kindness was being recorded in a library between the dimensions, fueling a magic that kept the world soft and kind and full of light. And as Kaelen drifted to sleep that night, the scent of vanilla and old paper seemed to linger in the air, a cozy, comforting reminder that they were now, and forever, a part of the greatest story ever told, the story of home. Story 6. The fire crackled and popped, sending spirals of warm, orange light dancing across the walls of the room. Outside, the wind whispered secrets to the old oak tree, its branches tapping a gentle, rhythmic code against the window pane. It was on just such an evening in a house very much like this one that a story began. A story not of great kingdoms or fierce dragons, but of a quiet discovery and the courage it inspired. In a snug little cottage at the edge of a slumbering village lived a young girl named Cora. She had a heart that listened to the world around her and eyes that often saw the magic others missed. The cottage was filled with the comfortable clutter of generations, and Cora's favorite place was the attic. It was a kingdom of dust motes dancing in sunbeams by day, and a realm of shadows and mysteries by night. It smelled of old books, dried lavender, and ancient wood, a scent like a warm, forgotten hug. One rainy afternoon, with the pitter-patter of drops playing a soft melody on the roof, Cora decided to explore a large, brass-bound trunk she had never quite dared to open. Its leather was worn soft, and the lock, rusted with age, gave way with a gentle click that echoed in the quiet space. Inside, nestled amongst yellowed linens and bundles of letters tied with faded ribbon, was a small wooden box. It was no larger than her hand, carved from dark, rich cherry wood. On its lid was an inlaid design of a compass rose, but instead of the usual N, S, E, and W, the points were marked with symbols. A tiny carved heart, an open book, a pair of clasped hands, and a single shining star. When she lifted the lid, a soft, silvery chime filled the air, like the sound of a distant bell carried on the wind. Inside, resting on a bed of faded velvet, was a compass. But this was no ordinary compass. Its needle, made of what looked like spun moonlight, did not point north. It quivered and spun, as if searching for something. Cora's breath caught in her throat. she carefully lifted the compass. The moment it rested in her palm, the needle stilled, pointing steadily, not towards the attic door or the window, but directly at her own heart. A warm, gentle hum spread from the compass through her fingers and up her arm, a feeling not of electricity, but of pure, quiet understanding. That evening, as she sat by her own small fireplace, the compass in her lap, she noticed the needle had shifted. It now pointed toward the heart symbol on the lid. A soft, whispering rustle, like pages turning, seemed to emanate from the box. Curious, Cora decided to follow its silent guidance. The compass led her not out the door into the blustery night, but down the creaky staircase to the cottage's small, cozy library. The room was a haven of peace, filled with the gentle scent of paper and ink. On the highest shelf, tucked behind a volume of botanical sketches, was a book she had never seen before. Its cover was plain, but when she opened it, the pages were blank. Puzzled, she sat in the overstuffed armchair by the fire, the compass warm in her hand. As she held the compass over the book, the moonlight needle cast a soft glow upon the page. And there, as if written by an invisible hand, words began to appear. They told a story, not a grand epic, but the small, tender tale of the first time her grandmother had baked a loaf of bread all by herself, and the pride that had swelled in her chest. As Cora read, she could almost smell the warm, yeasty aroma and feel the heat of the old stove. The compass was not pointing to places, but to memories, to moments of courage and kindness that were woven into the very fabric of her home. The next day, the needle pointed to the symbol of the clasped hands. This time, the gentle guidance led her to the garden shed, where the air was thick with the smell of damp earth and growing things. The shed was the domain of old Mr. Albright, a neighbor who helped tend their garden. He was a man of few words, whose hands were as gnarled and wise as the roots of the ancient wisteria that climbed the cottage walls. He was sitting on a worn stool, staring at a small broken terracotta pot, his shoulders slumped with a sadness so heavy Cora could feel it in the air. The compass in her pocket gave a soft, sympathetic pulse. Cora didn't know what to say, so she simply sat on an upturned crate beside him. The only sound was the drowsy buzz of a bumblebee trapped against the window pane. Following a sudden instinct, Cora took the compass from her pocket and held it out. The needle was pointing directly at Mr. Albright's heart. He looked at the curious device, and a slow smile softened the lines of his face. "Well now," he murmured, his voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "Haven't seen one of those in a long time, a heart compass. You know what it is?" Cora asked, her eyes wide. He nodded. "My own granny had one. It doesn't find north, child. It finds what's lost, not things, mind you, feelings, forgotten moments, buried courage." He gestured to the broken pot. "This was my wife's. She loved to sow the morning glory seeds in it every spring. She's been gone 5 years now, and I can't seem to mend it, or myself." The compass hummed warmly. Cora, looking at the symbol of the clasped hands, understood. It wasn't about fixing the pot. It was about mending the memory. She fetched a pot of glue, and together, in the quiet, sun-dappled shed, they carefully pieced the terracotta fragments back together. As they worked, Mr. Albright began to talk. He spoke of his wife's laughter, which he said was like the sound of little silver bells, and of how she could make anything grow. With each story, the glue seemed to hold stronger, and the weight on his shoulders seemed to lighten. The challenge wasn't the broken pottery, it was the broken connection. And it was solved not with force, but with patient, kind remembrance. When the pot was whole again, a little more fragile, but beautiful in its repaired state, Mr. Albright placed a single morning glory seed in its center. "Thank you, Cora," he said, and his eyes, which had been so cloudy, were now clear and bright. "You have a rare kindness." The compass's next journey was the most daunting. It pointed to the symbol of the star, and its pull was strong and insistent, leading Cora up the winding path behind her cottage, into the whispering woods. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of violet and rose, and the woods were alive with the soft chirrup of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl. The compass's glow was her only lantern. She soon came upon a small clearing where a little hedgehog was tangled in a stubborn, thorny bramble. It was curled in a tight, frightened ball, its small body trembling. The challenge was clear, but so was the danger of those sharp thorns. Cora felt a flutter of fear in her own chest. What if she heard it? What if she couldn't help? Just then, a soft voice spoke from the branch above her. "Patience, little one, not force, but finesse." Cora looked up to see a great horned owl, its eyes like golden moons, regarding her calmly. Its presence was immensely soothing. And warmth added another, softer voice from the base of a nearby tree. A badger, her stripes glowing in the twilight, waddled forward. Fear makes creatures cold, warmth helps them uncurl. With her two unexpected guides, Cora set to work. The owl, whose name was Lumin, offered wise advice. Work slowly from the outside in. Let the bramble learn your gentle intent. The badger, a motherly soul named Tilly, simply sat nearby, her steady, calm purr, a deep, rumbling sound that vibrated through the earth, soothing both Cora and the terrified hedgehog. Cora's fingers were small and careful. She didn't pull or tear. She talked softly to the hedgehog, as much to calm herself as the little creature. She whispered stories of the cozy attic and the mended pot, her voice a gentle murmur alongside the rustling leaves. She worked with infinite patience, loosening one thorny strand at a time. It took a long time, and the stars began to pepper the darkening sky, but she did not rush. The compass rested against her chest, its warm hum a constant reminder of the courage she held inside. Finally, with a last gentle twist, the hedgehog was free. It uncurled slowly, its bright, beady eyes looking at Cora for a moment before it trundled away into the undergrowth, safe and sound. A profound sense of peace settled over the clearing. She had faced her fear of failing, and with kindness and patience, she had triumphed. "Your journey is complete," Lumin the owl hooted softly. "You found what you were looking for," Tilly the badger rumbled, nuzzling her hand gently before ambling away. Cora made her way back home under the starlit sky, the compass quiet and still in her hand. When she reached her room and opened the wooden box to return it, she saw that the needle now lay motionless, pointing to nothing at all. Its work was done. But the final symbol, the open book, now seemed to glow with a soft, internal light. She took out the book of blank pages from her library and laid the compass upon it. This time, the words that bloomed across the page were her own. They told the story of the girl, the compass, the mended pot, and the rescued hedgehog. It was a story of courage measured not in battles fought, but in fears faced and kindnesses given. It was the story of how the most extraordinary secrets are often hidden within the most ordinary of moments, waiting for a gentle heart to discover them. She closed the book, the soft thump of the cover a perfect full stop to her adventure. The fire in the hearth had burned down to a bed of glowing embers, crackling contentedly. The wind had stilled its whispering, and the world outside was wrapped in a deep and peaceful silence. Cora climbed into her bed, the memory of the compass's warmth still lingering in her palm. She had traveled far without ever leaving her home, and she had learned that the greatest magic of all was the courage to be kind, and that true north, always and forever, is found within a brave and loving heart. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a deep and dreamless sleep, safe and truly, wonderfully found. Story 7. In the heart of the world, where the sun's final rays surrendered to the velvet embrace of night, there lay an ancient forest known as the Silverwood. Here moonlight did not merely fall, It wove itself through the canopy like liquid silver, pooling in clearings and tracing the edges of leaves with a gentle glow. The air itself hummed with a quiet magic, a rhythm as old as the stars, and every creature that called this place home knew the forest's heartbeat in time with the turning seasons. It was in this realm of whispered enchantments that a young owl named Orin lived. His feathers were the soft gray of twilight mist, and his eyes held the luminous gold of the moon at its fullest. Though he was still learning the ways of the night, Orin felt a deep restlessness within him, a longing to understand the greater mysteries that rustled through the silver wood. One evening, as a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a tiny drumbeat upon the broad leaves above, Orin perched on the limb of a grandfather oak. The rainfall was not a storm, but a soothing whisper, washing the dust from the ferns and causing the moss-covered stones below to glisten like scattered emeralds. It was then that a soft voice, like the rustle of parchment leaves, spoke from the shadows. "You listen to the rain, little one," said the voice. "But do you hear what it says?" From the deeper darkness emerged Sylvanus, an elder owl whose feathers were patterned with the wisdom of countless seasons. His presence was as calming as the forest itself, and when he blinked, his eyes shone with the light of forgotten constellations. "I hear the drops, Elder," Orin replied respectfully, "but I do not understand their words." Sylvanus gave a gentle, knowing nod. "Then it is time for you to learn the secret languages of the Silverwood. For every tree, every stream, every stone has a story to tell, if one knows how to listen." With that, Sylvanus spread his wings, a silent, graceful motion, and led Orin deeper into the forest. The rain softened to a drizzle, and the world around them seemed to awaken in the misty aftermath. They came upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted in thick moss, soft and cool beneath the touch. In the center stood a circle of ancient stones, their surfaces smooth and etched with the passage of time. "Place your wing upon the stone," Sylvanus instructed. Orin did so, and a warmth spread through his feathers. At first he felt only the cool, damp surface, but then a vibration, a hum that traveled up his bones and into his heart. It was not a sound heard with ears, but a feeling understood by the soul, the stone's memory of fire and ice, of roots embracing it, of tiny creatures finding shelter in its cracks. It spoke of patience, of standing firm through seasons of sun and snow, and of the quiet strength found in stillness. It remembers," Orin whispered, his eyes wide. "All things remember," Sylvanus said softly. "Now listen to the stream." Nearby, a brook babbled over a bed of smooth, water-worn pebbles. Orin leaned close, and as he did, the bubbling melody shifted. It was no longer just the playful chatter of water, but a laughing, flowing song, a tale of journeys from mountain peaks, of valleys embraced, of carrying life to thirsty roots and reflecting the faces of the stars in still pools. The water spoke of movement, of release, of trusting the path ahead, even when the way was not clear. As the night deepened, the true magic of the Silverwood began to unveil itself. In the dimness between the trees, soft lights flickered to life, clusters of bioluminescent fungi glowing with an ethereal blue-green light, like fallen stars taking root. Delicate, luminous moths drifted through the air, their wings dusted with light, tracing patterns only the night could read. Fireflies joined the dance, their golden pulses answering the rhythm of the stream and the whispers of the wind through the pines. Sylvanus led Orin to the heart of the forest, where the oldest tree stood, a mighty silver birch known as the Sentinel. Its bark shimmered as if woven from moonlight itself, and its leaves rustled with a language older than any creature present. "The Sentinel holds the memory of the seasons," Sylvanus explained. "It knows the magic of cycles, of rest and renewal." Orin watched as the tree's leaves, though silver by night, began to shift. They shimmered with the fresh, vibrant green of spring, then deepened to the lush fullness of summer, blushed with the fiery gold of autumn, and finally faded to the bare, crystalline beauty of winter, all in the span of a few heartbeats. It was a vision of the eternal dance of life, death, and rebirth, a cycle that asked for trust rather than fear. "But why show me this, elder?" Orin asked, his voice filled with wonder. "I am only one small owl. You feel a restlessness, do you not?" Sylvanus's eyes were kind. "A sense that something is missing, that you are not yet whole." Orin nodded, his heart aching with the truth of it. "That feeling is the seed of understanding," the elder owl said. "Just as the forest rests in winter to gather strength for spring, so too must we sometimes be still to hear our own hearts. Your journey is not to find something outside yourself, but to remember what you already carry within." As if in response to his words, a gentle wind swept through the clearing, rustling the leaves of the sentinel. The sound was a soft sigh, a lullaby of the earth, and it carried with it the scent of damp soil, night-blooming jasmine, and distant rain. The luminous fungi pulsed in time with the breeze, and the stream's song rose in a harmonious chorus. It was then that Orin noticed a change within himself. The restlessness that had gnawed at him began to soften, like a knot loosening its grip. He closed his eyes and listened, not with his ears alone, but with his entire being. He heard the steady, slow breath of the sleeping badger in its set, the cautious steps of the fox on her nightly hunt, the dreams of the mice nestled in their grassy nests. He felt the roots of the trees stretching deep into the earth, drawing nourishment from the dark, quiet soil. He sensed the stars above, distant and constant, weaving their light into the forest's magic. When he opened his eyes, the world had not changed, and yet it was entirely new. He understood now that he was not separate from the silverwood. He was a part of its song, a note in its eternal melody. The secret languages were not meant to be mastered, but to be felt. The wisdom was not to be collected, but to be lived. Sylvanus, seeing the peace settle over the young owl, gave a soft, approving hoot. "You have listened well, Orin. Remember this night when the restlessness returns. Remember that even in the deepest silence the world is speaking, and in the darkest winter the seeds of renewal are already sleeping." Together they sat in the starlit clearing as the night deepened around them. The bioluminescent glow softened to a gentle radiance, the stream's song faded to a contented murmur, and the wind settled to a whisper. High above, the moon drifted behind a wisp of cloud, casting the forest into a comfortable darkness, like a blanket drawn over a sleeping child. Orin knew his journey was just beginning, but the path no longer seemed daunting. He had learned that wisdom was not a destination, but a manner of travel, a way of moving through the world with open eyes and a listening heart. And as the first hints of dawn tinged the horizon with the soft pink of rose quartz, the silverwood settled into a peaceful, contented silence, holding its magic close until the next moonrise. The elder owl spread his wings once more, a silent promise that guidance would always be near, and Orin understood that the greatest magic of all was not in the glowing fungi or the speaking stones, but in the gentle, unbreakable bonds of friendship and the timeless rhythm of the natural world, a rhythm of rest, renewal, and eternal, quiet grace. Story 8. The attic had always been a place of whispers and secrets, where dust motes danced in the slanting afternoon light like tiny fairies. It was there, on a day when the rain tapped gentle fingers against the roof, that a young girl discovered the compass. Not an ordinary compass, mind you. This one had a case of tarnished silver, etched with patterns of waves and winding vines, and a needle that didn't point north at all, but trembled and shifted as if listening to a silent song. She found it tucked inside a forgotten trunk that smelled of cedar and old stories, wrapped in a velvet cloth the color of midnight. Whisper click. The lid opened. Tink tink. Her small finger tapped the glass face. The needle shivered, then spun twice before settling, pointing not toward the attic door, but toward the far wall where an old tapestry hung, woven with a forest scene. Curiosity, that quiet and persistent friend, nudged her forward. She followed the compass's direction, her footsteps soft on the floorboards, until she stood before the tapestry. The needle quivered violently. Reaching out, her fingers brushed the woven threads of an ancient oak tree, and the world softened and shifted and fell away. The rustle of silk threads became the rustle of real leaves. The scent of cedar trunk melted into the rich, damp perfume of earth and moss. She was no longer in the attic, but standing at the edge of a twilight wood, the compass warm in her hand. This was not a journey of miles, but of the heart, and her first challenge was the quiet, watchful fear that curled in her chest like a sleeping cat. A soft who broke the silence. On a low branch sat a plump, spectacled owl, his feathers the color of tea-stained paper. He blinked his great, golden eyes. "Lost your north, have you?" he asked, his voice a soft, rustling sound, like pages turning in a book. I don't think it points to north at all," the girl replied, holding up the compass. The needle now pointed deep into the woods. "Our true-heading compass," the owl said, preening a feather on his chest. "A rare thing indeed. It doesn't guide you to a place on a map, but to the place you most need to be inside yourself. A tricky journey. You'll need help. My name is Alistair. I know a thing or two about finding one's way in the dark." Further along the winding path, they came upon a badger, her fur striped gray and white, busily organizing a collection of smooth, round pebbles by a babbling brook. The water murmured and gurgled over the stones, a constant, soothing soundtrack. "HMPH, a bit off the beaten path, aren't you?" the badger said, not unkindly, her voice a low, practical rumble. She introduced herself as Tilly. "That flickering needle means you're seeking your courage. It's a shy thing, courage, doesn't like to be rushed." She patted the ground beside her. "Sit, listen to the brook for a moment. Rushing only stirs up the mud." So the girl sat, the compass in her lap, its needle still trembling toward the unknown. The purr-ar-rar of a contented badger and the gentle shh of the water began to calm the fluttery feeling in her stomach. Alistair the owl shared stories of constellations that were actually maps for lost dreams, until he explained how the strongest roots are often the ones that grow slowly, unseen in the dark earth. The lesson was in the patience itself. When the compass needle gave a particularly insistent ping, they set off again, the trio now a team. The woods grew denser, the light fading to a deep blue gloaming. Strange, whispering shadows danced at the edge of her vision, and the girl felt the fear begin to uncurl, wide awake and prickling now. "I'm scared," she whispered, her voice small. "Of course you are," rumbled Tilly, walking steadfastly by her side. "That just means you're paying attention." "The dark is just the other side of the light," Alistair added softly from her other shoulder. "It holds its own kind of wisdom." Just then they reached a chasm, a great rift in the forest floor that was bridged only by the barest threads of silver spider silk, glistening in the emerging starlight. The compass needle pointed straight across. The girl's heart sank. It was impossible. The threads looked too delicate to hold a dandelion seed, let alone a girl, a badger, and an owl. This was the challenge. To cross not a physical gap, but the chasm of her own doubt. Tilly tried to engineer a solution, sniffing at the anchor points. "The tensile strength is remarkable, but the load-bearing capacity, Alistair attempted to fly across to find another way, but reported that the chasm seemed to go on forever in either direction. There was no way around. Only across. The girl sat down, despair washing over her. She watched a tiny, blue-bellied spider carefully adding another thread to the magnificent, invisible bridge. The spider worked not with force, but with a gentle, persistent kindness to its own craft. It wasn't fighting the chasm, it was simply weaving a connection. An idea, soft as a moth's wing, brushed against her mind. It wasn't about being strong enough or brave enough to cross. It was about being gentle enough. I don't think we cross it like a bridge, she said, her voice filled with dawning understanding. I think we have to ask it to carry us. Alistair tilted his head. Tilly stopped her calculations. The girl approached the edge of the silvery web. She didn't step onto it. Instead, she knelt down and breathed a soft, warm breath onto the nearest threads. Please, she whispered, her voice full of the kindness she had learned from her companions. Will you help us cross? The threads shimmered, absorbing her gentle request. Then they began to chime, a sound like 1,000 tiny, distant bells, each note clear and pure. The sound wove together, forming a solid, glowing pathway of music and light that arched gracefully over the darkness. It wasn't a test of strength, but an invitation extended through trust. One by one, they walked across. The musical bridge felt firm yet soft beneath their feet, humming a tranquil lullaby. The fear that had been clutching the girl's heart simply melted away, replaced by a warm, steady glow. On the other side, the woods opened into a small, perfect clearing. In the center stood a single, magnificent willow tree, its leaves trailing like curtains of liquid silver. The compass needle settled, pointing directly at the tree, and fell still for the first time, with a final, soft click. Beneath the willow, nestled among its roots, was a small, familiar-looking trunk. It was the very same one from the attic. She opened it. Inside, instead of old linens and forgotten toys, was a soft, glowing light that felt like acceptance, and a small, polished stone that felt like courage. They were hers. They had been there all along. She had journeyed to the very center of her own hesitation and found what she needed. You see, Alistair said, his eyes twinkling. The compass always leads you home to yourself. Tilly gave a satisfied nod. And you brought a bit of the forest's patience back with you. Good stock, that. With a final, grateful look at her friends, the girl reached out and touched the willow's trunk. The world softened once more. The rustle of leaves became the rustle of the tapestry. The scent of moss became the scent of cedar. She was back in the attic, the rain still tapping its gentle rhythm on the roof. The compass was in her hand, its needle now still and peaceful. She wasn't the same girl who had climbed the attic stairs. She was a girl who knew that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the quiet voice that said please to a spider's web. She knew that the most extraordinary secrets were hidden not in distant lands, but in everyday places, waiting for a kind heart to discover them. Wrapping the compass back in its velvet cloth, she placed it carefully in the trunk and closed the lid with a soft thump. She descended the attic stairs, the cozy warmth of the house wrapping around her like a blanket. That night, as she lay in bed, she could have sworn she heard, drifting on the edge of sleep, the distant musical chime of silver threads and the contented rumbling purr of a very clever badger, a lullaby of a journey measured not in miles, but in the quiet, unwavering growth of a brave and gentle heart. Story 9. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, sending dancing shadows across the room as the last light of day faded beyond the window panes. In the quiet of the evening, when the world outside grew hushed and still, there lived a boy named Leo who felt the world's quiet a little too deeply. He was a thoughtful child with wide, watchful eyes and a habit of listening to things others overlooked. The whisper of leaves in the oak tree outside his window, the soft sigh the floorboards made long after everyone had gone to bed, and especially the gentle hum that seemed to come from the woods behind his house just as dusk began to settle. Leo's world was a small one, filled with the familiar creaks and comforts of home, yet he often felt a quiet ache, a sense that something wondrous was waiting just beyond the edge of sight. His grandmother, who often sat with him by the fire, would sometimes say, "The world keeps its deepest secrets for those who know how to listen, my dear, not with their ears alone, but with their whole hearts." One evening, as the autumn air grew crisp and the scent of wood smoke clung to the breeze, Leo noticed something unusual. A tiny, flickering light, no bigger than a pebble, was dancing at the edge of the woods. It glowed with a soft, warm radiance, like a captured ember from the hearth, and it pulsed gently, as though breathing in time with the night. Curiosity, that quiet tug at the soul, drew Leo from his cozy chair. Wrapping a thick woolen scarf around his neck, he slipped out into the twilight, the crunch of fallen leaves under his boots the only sound accompanying him. The little light bobbed playfully ahead, leading him deeper into the woods than he had ever dared go before. The trees grew thicker, their branches interlacing like old friends, sharing secrets. The air grew heavy with the scent of damp earth and pine, and the ordinary world seemed to fade away, replaced by a deep, velvety darkness. Yet the little light never wavered. It cast a warm, golden pool around Leo's feet, guiding his steps and keeping the chill of the night at bay. After a time, the trees parted to reveal a narrow, hidden path lined with luminous moss that glowed with a soft, blue-green light. The little light he'd been following zipped ahead joyfully, and Leo, his heart beating a steady, hopeful rhythm, followed. The path wound down into a small, sheltered valley, and there, nestled between the roots of an ancient, enormous willow tree, was a door. It was not a grand door, nor was it imposing. It was made of smooth, dark wood, carved with patterns of twisting vines and leaves, and in its center was a small, round depression. The little light floated toward the door and settled into the hollow, fitting perfectly. With a soft, deep click, the door swung inward, revealing not a dark space, but a world awash with gentle, golden light. Leo stepped through, and his breath caught in his wonder. He found himself in a vast, hidden cavern, but it was unlike any cave he could have imagined. The ceiling was a tapestry of glowing crystals that shimmered like a captured sunset, casting a warm, perpetual twilight. The air was sweet, smelling of honey, old books, and rain-washed stone. Soft, velvety moss covered the ground, and in the center of the cavern, a still, dark pool reflected the glowing ceiling, doubling the light. Little houses, looking as though they had been grown rather than built, were nestled into the walls and clustered around the water's edge. They were made of polished wood, woven reeds, and smooth, colorful stones. This was the Glimmerhold, a secret refuge for those who tended the world's fading lights. And it was there that Leo met Flick. Flick was a glimmer-wisp, a creature no taller than Leo's knee, with skin the color of twilight and hair that drifted around his head like fine, silver smoke. His eyes were the warm, cheerful brown of toasted barley, and he held in his hands a small clay bowl from which a soft, ember-like light pulsed rhythmically. "You found the guide light," Flick said, his voice a friendly rustle, like pages turning in a beloved book. "Not many from the outside world can see it. It only appears to those whose own inner light is starting to kindle." Leo, too amazed to speak, simply nodded. "I am Flick," the wisp said with a small, formal bow. "Keeper of the hearth glow, and you are most welcome here." Flick explained that the Glimmerhold was a sanctuary for all the small, gentle magics of the world, the last warmth of a sunset, the cozy feeling of a shared story, the brave little light of a firefly on a summer night. These essences were gathered and kept safe in glowing orbs, called emberlights, which the wisps tended to prevent them from fading forever from the world above. "But our oldest and most important light, the Heartstone, is growing dim," Flick confessed, his cheerful face clouding with worry. He led Leo to the center of the cavern, where a large, crystal plinth stood. Upon it rested a stone about the size of Leo's fist. It should have been blazing with a brilliant, ruby light, but now it only gave off a faint, weary flicker, like a candle struggling to stay lit in a draught. "The Heartstone is the source of all warmth in friendship, all courage in loneliness, all comfort in the dark," Flick said softly. "If it goes out, the world will grow a little colder, a little more fearful, and we cannot seem to discover why it fades." Leo looked at the struggling light, and the quiet ache he so often felt in his chest resonated with it. He understood dimness. He understood the struggle to stay bright. "Can I help?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Flick's eyes widened with surprise and then softened with gratitude. "The fact that you offer is the first hopeful sign we've had in a long time, but the journey to understand what ails the Heartstone will not be easy. It requires traveling to the source, the place where all light is first born, deep within the whispering caves. The path is forgotten, and the way is guarded by silence and shadow." "I'd like to try," Leo said, and as he spoke, he felt a small, warm spark of courage ignite within him. And so, an unexpected friendship was forged between a quiet boy from the world above and a tiny, glowing wisp from the world below. Their journey began the very next day. Flick prepared a small pack with a loaf of sweet, nutty bread that never seemed to shrink, a flask of water that tasted of cool mint, and most importantly, a small, personal imberlite for each of them. Leo's glowed with a steady golden yellow, while Flick's shimmered with a soft, silver blue. The path out of the Glimmerhold led them through tunnels adorned with fossils that gleamed with their own inner light, telling silent stories of ancient seas and forgotten skies. They walked for hours, their footfalls muffled by the soft ground. At first they talked little, the weight of their task lying quietly between them. But soon the silence became comfortable. Leo found himself telling Flick about the lonely feeling that sometimes visited him, even in a full house. Flick, in turn, spoke of the great responsibility of being a keeper, and the fear that he might not be wise enough for the task. "I think," Leo said thoughtfully, "that maybe everyone feels a little like that sometimes, even the ones who seem the brightest." Flick looked at him, his imberlite pulsing a little stronger. "You see deeply for one so young," he remarked. "That is a rare kind of light itself." The tunnels began to change. The warm, glowing crystals became fewer, and the air grew cooler. The walls closed in, damp and rough, and the only light was the gentle glow from their own orbs, which cast long, dancing shadows that seemed to twist and writhe around them. This was the entrance to the Whispering Caves. The name, they discovered, was perfectly chosen. As they walked, soft, indistinct voices seemed to drift from the stone itself. They were not threatening but mournful, echoes of lost conversations, forgotten laughs, and unspoken regrets. The voices wove through the stillness, a gentle, sorrowful mystery. "Do not listen too closely," Flick warned, his own light flickering nervously. "The whispers feed on doubt. They cannot harm you, but they can lead you astray if you let them." Leo clenched his jaw and focused on the warm weight of the imberlite in his hand. He focused on the memory of his grandmother's voice, the crackle of the fire, the scent of baking bread. He built a wall of cozy, warm thoughts against the chilling whispers. But the journey was long, and fatigue began to set in. The whispers grew more persistent. "You are not brave enough," one seemed to sigh from a fissure in the wall. "You will be lost forever here," murmured another from the darkness ahead. "He is only a child. What can he do?" Leo's steps faltered. The warm light in his hand seemed to dim, its glow wavering in the oppressive gloom. He felt the old, familiar ache of loneliness return, colder and sharper than ever. What was he doing here? He was just a boy. How could he possibly help save a magical stone? He stopped walking, his shoulders slumping. Flick turned, his small face etched with concern. "It's getting harder to see," Leo whispered, his voice thick with defeat. Flick floated closer, his own silver light bobbing near Leo's face. "That is because you are looking outward into the dark," he said gently. "The whispers make you forget your own light. Close your eyes, Leo. Look inward." Hesitantly, Leo did as he was told. He shut out the chilling whispers and the oppressive darkness. He breathed deeply, and in the quiet behind his eyelids, he searched for the spark he had felt when he first offered to help. He thought of Flick's unwavering friendship. He remembered the wonder of discovering the Glimmerhold. He felt the steady, hopeful beat of his own heart. And there it was. Not a grand, blazing fire, but a small, steady flame, brave, persistent, and entirely his own. When he opened his eyes, the golden light from his light was no longer a faint glow. It had blossomed, shining out in a warm, confident beam that pushed back the shadows and silenced the whispers around them. The darkness retreated, not in a raging battle, but in a gentle, yielding surrender. Flick smiled, his own light brightening in response. "You see," he said. "The light was always there, you only needed to remember it." With renewed purpose, they pressed on. The whispers still echoed, but they had lost their power. Leo now understood their secret. They were not monsters, but merely echoes of light that had been forgotten. He felt a pang of compassion for them, and as he walked, he would sometimes direct a little of his own light toward a particularly sorrowful whisper, and for a moment it would cease, soothed by the warmth. Finally, the tunnel opened up into a vast, breathtaking chamber. It was utterly silent and completely dark, save for their own lights. In the center of the chamber was a still, black pool, and in its center, on a small island of pure white stone, grew a single, crystalline flower. It was closed, its petals tightly furled, but a faint, rainbow-hued light seeped from its core. This was the source. "It's asleep," Flick said, his voice full of awe and dismay. They waded through the shallow, cool water to the island. As they approached the flower, Leo understood. The heartstone was dim because the source had fallen dormant. The world was forgetting how to kindle its own small, brave lights, the light of kindness without reward, of courage in the face of fear, of comfort offered freely. The world was so busy with its noise and haste that it had forgotten the power of a quiet, steady glow. "How do we wake it?" Leo asked. "I do not know," Flick admitted. "The ancient stories only say that it responds to a light that is given, not one that is demanded." Leo looked at the sleeping flower, and then at the glowing orb in his own hand. He thought of the Glimmerhold, a sanctuary for fading magic. He thought of Flick, who dedicated his life to tending light. He thought of his own journey, and how his small spark had grown when he chose to be brave, when he chose to be a friend. He knew what he had to do. He knelt before the crystalline flower, and cupping his light in both hands, he offered it forward. It was not an easy thing to do. The light was a part of him now, a symbol of the courage he had found. But he knew that light was not meant to be hoarded. It was meant to be shared. "This is for you," he whispered to the flower. "It's not much, but it's honest. It's the light I found when I stopped being afraid of the dark." He placed the orb gently at the base of the flower. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a single, tiny crack appeared on the surface of the light. A thread of pure, golden light seeped out and touched the white stone. The light traveled like liquid sunshine up the stem of the flower. It reached the closed petals, and slowly, gracefully, they began to unfurl. A soft, musical chime filled the chamber, a sound of pure, clear joy. From the heart of the flower, a brilliant, multifaceted light erupted, painting the dark walls in swirling colors. It was not a blinding light, but a deeply comforting one, full of warmth and promise. The light flowed back into Leo, not into his hands, but into his very heart, filling him with a profound and peaceful warmth. His own light, now resting at the flower's base, did not go out. Instead, it transformed, becoming clear and crystalline, still pulsing with a gentle, golden rhythm. The source was awake. The journey back to the Glimmerhold was a different one. The tunnels were no longer dark and foreboding. The whispering voices had fallen silent, replaced by a deep, contented peace. The crystals in the walls now glowed with a soft, internal fire, and the path was clear and bright. When they emerged back into the main cavern, the entire Glimmerhold was transformed. The light from the ceiling was brighter, warmer, bathing everything in a rosy, dawn-like glow. The other wisps, who had been moving slowly and quietly, were now bustling with cheerful energy, their own lights shining brilliantly. And on the central plinth, the hearthstone blazed with a fierce, joyful, ruby light, its radiations pulsing through the cavern like a steady, comforting heartbeat. Flick turned to Leo, his eyes shining with tears of happiness. "You did it," he said, his rustling voice thick with emotion. "You reminded the source what it was to be awake. You gave your light selflessly, and in return you were refilled. That is the great mystery, Leo. The more light you give away, the more you have to keep." Leo smiled, the warm, settled feeling in his chest a permanent thing now. He had not found a grand treasure or performed a mighty deed. He had simply remembered the power of his own small spark, and in sharing it, he had helped rekindle a light for the entire world. He spent a little more time in the Glimmerhold, resting and sharing stories with Flick and the other wisps. He learned that his own crystalline emberlight was now a keeper's stone, a permanent bond between him and the hidden world. He could always find his way back, and his own heart would always carry a little of the Glimmerhold's warmth. When it was time to return home, Flick accompanied him to the willow tree door. The guide light, now shining more brightly than ever, zipped happily around their heads before settling back into the door's lock. "The world will feel a little kinder now," Flick said, shaking Leo's hand. "The nights will feel a little less long, and whenever you feel a quiet moment of happiness or a surge of courage you didn't know you had, you'll know the Heartstone is glowing for you." Leo stepped back through the door and into the cool, night air of the familiar woods. He walked home under a canopy of brilliant stars, his feet sure on the path. When he slipped back into his house, the fire in the hearth had burned down to glowing embers, but the room was still warm. He climbed into his bed, the soft blankets a welcome comfort. As he closed his eyes, he didn't feel the old, quiet ache. Instead, he felt a gentle, steady warmth glowing in his chest, a personal emberlight that would never truly go out. He had been on a journey that had transformed him. He had solved a gentle mystery, and he had found a friendship that would warm his heart for all his days. And as he drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep, the last thing he was aware of was the soft, pulsing glow within him, a quiet promise that even in the deepest dark, there is always a light to be found, and always a friend to help you find it. The fire in the hearth crackled its final, sleepy good night, and the world, full of secret wonders and rekindled lights, settled into restful dreams. Story 10. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, sending dancing shadows across the walls of the quiet room. Outside, the wind whispered through the pines, but inside, all was warmth and peace. So settle in, dear listener, pull your blanket a little closer, and let me tell you a tale about a quiet boy, a hidden world, and a light that glowed like the last ember of a fading fire. Our story begins with a boy named Leo, who lived in a small cottage at the edge of a great, whispering wood. Leo was a quiet soul, with a heart full of thoughts he seldom shared. He preferred the company of mossy stones and chattering streams to the bustle of the village. His hands were always a little dusty from the earth, and his pockets often held treasures: a smooth, gray pebble, a curled, brown leaf, a feather from a jay. But his greatest treasure was a sense of wonder that hummed within him, quiet and steady as a candle flame. One afternoon, as autumn was painting the world in shades of gold and crimson, Leo was following a deer path deeper into the woods than he had ever ventured before. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. Sunlight, thin and golden, filtered through the canopy, creating pools of light on the forest floor. It was in one of these pools that Leo saw it. At first he thought it was a particularly vibrant maple leaf, but as he drew closer, he saw it was something else entirely. Nestled in a bed of emerald moss was a small wooden seed pod, no larger than his thumb. But it was glowing. A soft, pulsing amber light emanated from within its delicate, latticed shell. It looked like a tiny, captured piece of sunset, or a single, gentle ember from a friendly fire. With a reverence reserved for the most sacred of things, Leo knelt and carefully picked it up. It was warm to the touch, a comforting, living warmth that seeped into his palm. As he held it, the light within seemed to brighten, pulsing in a slow, steady rhythm that felt almost like a heartbeat. He tucked it safely into the small leather pouch he wore around his neck, feeling its gentle heat against his chest. That night, as Leo lay in his bed, the seed pod pulsed softly from its place on his bedside table, casting a cozy, golden light that pushed back the shadows of his room. And in his dreams, he didn't dream of ordinary things. He dreamt of towering trees with silver bark, of ferns that unfurled like welcoming hands, and a path of moonlight that led deep into the heart of the forest. The next day and the day after that, Leo felt a strange pull, a quiet calling from the woods. The seed pod in his pouch seemed to hum with a slightly stronger vibration whenever he faced a certain direction. It was a gentle mystery, an invitation he could not ignore. And so, with a packet of bread and cheese and his heart full of a quiet curiosity, he decided to follow it. His journey was not one of great perils or dramatic chases. It was a slow transformation, as steady as a tree growing toward the sun. He walked for hours, the seed pod his only compass. Its light would flare when he chose the right fork in a stream, or when he ducked beneath a low-hanging branch of a particularly ancient oak. It was as if the forest itself was guiding him, and the glowing object was the key. As he walked, he began to notice things he never had before. He saw how the lichen on the north side of the trees grew thicker, a soft, gray-green carpet. He heard the different songs of the birds, the cheerful chirp of the sparrow, the melancholic coo of the dove, and he started to understand their rhythms. He felt the subtle shift in the air as he moved from a sunny clearing into a shaded grove. The forest was no longer just a place of trees. It was a living, breathing world, and he was becoming a part of it. On the third day of his wandering, as twilight began to weave its purple threads through the trees, Leo came to a part of the wood that felt different. The air was stiller, and the light had a hazy, golden quality, like the air in a dream. The trees here were immense, their trunks so wide that 5 children holding hands could not have encircled them. And there, nestled between the roots of the grandest tree of all, was an archway woven from living willow and draped with shimmering, silver moss. The seed pod at his chest flared so brightly that its light shone through the leather of his pouch. This was the place. Taking a deep breath, Leo stepped through the archway. The world on the other side was one of soft, perpetual twilight. Giant bioluminescent mushrooms glowed with pale blue and green light, illuminating a landscape of velvet moss and sparkling streams. The air hummed with a quiet, magical energy. This was the Glimmerwood, a hidden world nestled deep within the embrace of the ordinary forest. And he was not alone. Sitting on a toadstool looking as surprised as he was a creature no taller than his knee. She had large, luminous eyes the color of moss after rain, and delicate, moth-like wings that shimmered with a pattern of gold and brown. Her hair was like a cascade of fine, white roots, and she was holding a tiny, glowing acorn, similar in light to his own seed pod. For a long moment they just stared at each other. Leo, who was so often shy, felt his words stick in his throat. The creature's large eyes were wide with a mixture of fear and curiosity. Slowly, carefully, so as not to startle her, Leo knelt down. He didn't speak. Instead, he opened his leather pouch and gently tipped the glowing seed pod into his palm. He held it out, a silent offering, a question. The creature's fear seemed to melt away, replaced by a dawning wonder. She fluttered off her toadstool and approached, her steps light and silent on the moss. She held up her own glowing acorn. The two lights pulsed in unison, their rhythms synchronizing until they beat as one, thump-thump, thump-thump, a warm, steady cadence that filled the quiet space. She pointed to his seed pod, then to her acorn, and then to her own chest. She then pointed to a faint, winding path that led deeper into the Glimmerwood. "You want me to follow you?" Leo whispered, his voice sounding loud in the hushed world. The creature, whose name he would later learn was Fia, nodded vigorously. A small, shy smile touched her lips. It was the beginning of an unexpected friendship, one that would warm both their hearts in ways they had never known. Fia led him along the soft path, her tiny, glowing acorn lighting the way. They walked in a comfortable silence, broken only by the gentle rustle of her wings and the distant chime of crystal flowers swaying in a breeze he could not feel. He saw other lights moving in the gloom, other little folk of the Glimmerwood, who would peek from behind giant ferns or from within hollow logs, their eyes wide at the sight of the tall, quiet human boy. Fia brought him to her home, a cozy dwelling nestled within the roots of a great, glowing tree. The inside was warm and smelled of honey and damp earth. She gestured for him to sit on a soft pile of moss, and she brought him a tiny cup of dewdrop tea, which he drank with solemn gratitude. They could not speak the same language, not with words, but they found other ways. She would point at things and make soft, chiming sounds, and he would say their names. Stone, life, water. She in turn would teach him the names in her own language, a language of clicks and hums and soft whistles that sounded like the forest itself. He learned that the glowing objects were called heart embers, fragments of an ancient, benevolent magic that was the lifeblood of the Glimmerwood. They were given to those who showed a deep love and respect for the natural world. His had called to him because his quiet heart was already tuned to the rhythm of the woods. Fia's had been her family's for generations. But all was not well in the Glimmerwood. As the days turned into a soft, timeless blur, Fia showed him the reason for her initial sadness. The great heart tree, the source of all the heart embers and the center of the Glimmerwood's magic, was growing dim. Its light, which had once pulsed as strongly as the noonday sun through green leaves, was now a feeble flicker. The bioluminescent mushrooms were paling, the streams seemed to run slower, and a quiet melancholy had settled over the hidden world. The gentle mystery of the glowing seed pod had unfolded, revealing a quiet crisis. The heart tree was dying, and with it, the magic of the Glimmerwood would fade away forever. Fia looked at Leo, her large eyes pleading. She pointed to his heart ember, then to her own, and then toward the center of the wood, where the great heart tree stood. She believed with a faith that made Leo's own heart ache that together they could help. Their journey to the heart tree was the final leg of Leo's transformation. He was no longer just a visitor, a quiet boy from the edge of the woods. He was a guardian, a friend. He used his knowledge of the outer forest to find the strongest, most flexible vines to help them cross a wide, dark stream. He used his patience to sit for hours with Fia, simply holding their heart embers near a wilted, glowing flower, watching as their combined light slowly coaxed it back to health. It was a small thing, but it was a moment of pure, shared hope. When they finally reached the heart tree, Leo felt a profound sense of sorrow. It was a magnificent tree, with bark that looked like solidified moonlight and leaves of spun silver. But its light was guttering, like a candle in its final moments. At its base, the roots were pale and brittle. Fia flew up to the tree, pressing her tiny acorn against the trunk. Its light pulsed, but the tree's response was weak and fading. She looked back at Leo, her hope wavering. Leo walked forward, his own heart ember held tightly in his hand. He didn't know what to do. He was just a boy. But as he stood before the dying tree, he remembered all the things he had learned on his journey. He remembered the feel of the moss, the sound of the streams, the way the light changed through the trees. He remembered the quiet friendship he had found in Fia. He thought of the steady, patient growth of the forest, the slow and true burn of a life lived in harmony with the world. He knelt and placed his palm, with a heart ember nestled within it, against the tree's root. He didn't try to force his will upon it. He didn't chant a spell or perform a grand gesture. He simply opened his heart. He poured all his quiet love for the Whispering Woods, all his newfound friendship for Fia, all the wonder and peace he had found, into that single point of contact. And his heart ember responded. It flared not with a blinding flash, but with a deep, warm, golden radiance that flowed from his hand into the root of the tree. It was the light of kindness, the warmth of friendship, the steady glow of a heart that had learned to listen. Fia, seeing this, pressed her acorn against the tree as well, adding her own ancient, loyal light to his. Their lights merged, flowing up the trunk and out along the branches, a river of gentle, amber fire. The brittle roots began to soften, drinking in the warmth. The silver leaves overhead began to shimmer, their light growing stronger, brighter. The pulse of the tree, which had been a faint, dying whisper, grew into a strong, steady rhythm that echoed the combined heartbeat of the two friends. Thump, 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 thump. The light spread out from the heart tree in a soft, warm wave, washing over the entire Glimmerwood. The mushrooms glowed with renewed vigor, their colors deep and vibrant. The streams chimed merrily once more. All around them the little folk of the Glimmerwood emerged from their homes, their faces filled with joy and relief as their world was restored. Leo and Fia stood together, their task complete. The mystery was solved, the hidden world was saved, not by magic or might, but by the simple, powerful combination of a quiet boy's growth and an unexpected friendship. When it was time for Leo to return home, he and Fia walked back to the willow archway. There were no grand goodbyes, only a quiet understanding. He gave her his heart ember, a token of their bond. She pressed her tiny hand against his, her touch as light as a butterfly's wing. She would keep it safe, and its light would always connect them. He knew the path now, and he knew he would always be welcome. Leo stepped back through the archway and into the familiar woods. The sun was rising, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold. He walked home, a different boy than the one who had left. He was still quiet, but his quiet was no longer lonely. It was filled with the memory of soft light and a warm friendship. He carried the warmth of the Glimmerwood inside him, a steady, glowing ember in his own heart. And so, dear listener, as the fire in the hearth burns down to a bed of warm, glowing coals, remember Leo's story. Remember that the greatest journeys are often the ones that change us from the inside out, and the warmest lights are often found in the kindness of a friend. The world is full of gentle mysteries and hidden wonders, waiting for a quiet heart to discover them. Now, let the rhythm of the fading firelight soothe you. Let the memory of a glowing seed pod and a steadfast friendship lull you into a peaceful rest. The story is over, but the warmth remains. Close your eyes and dream of silver trees and soft, glowing lights. Sleep well. Story 11. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its light dancing across the room in a rhythm as old as time. It painted shifting patterns on the walls, a silent, flickering ballet for any soul quiet enough to watch. And in this gentle light let us begin our tale, a story not of roaring blazes, but of a quiet, steady glow and the boy who found it. In a village nestled in a valley that always seemed to be caught in a soft, golden twilight, lived a boy named Eris. He was a quiet child with a thoughtful heart and eyes that noticed things others often missed, the way dew clung to a spider's web at dawn, or the particular silence that settled over the hills just before snow. But Eris often felt a chill that had little to do with the weather. It was a loneliness, a feeling of being a single ember separated from the hearth. His days were spent helping his father in the woodworking shed, where the air was thick with the scent of pine and cedar. He loved the feel of the smooth, sanded wood beneath his fingers, but he longed for something more, a connection he couldn't quite name. One evening, as a late autumn wind whispered secrets to the eaves of the cottage, Eris was gathering kindling at the edge of the Whispering Woods, the ancient forest that bordered the village. The sun had dipped below the hills, and the world was washed in deep blues and purples. It was then that he saw it. A soft, pulsating glow, the color of a banked fire's heart, emanating from between the roots of a great, gnarled oak tree. Curiosity, a gentle but persistent guide, led him forward. He knelt, brushing away a carpet of russet leaves, and discovered the source of the light. It was a stone no larger than his palm, smooth and warm to the touch. It wasn't a gemstone, but something more organic, like petrified wood infused with captured sunlight. Within its depths, a light pulsed slowly, rhythmically, like a sleeping heartbeat. When he cupped it in his hands, the chill of loneliness in his chest seemed to lessen, replaced by a profound and comforting warmth. He brought the stone home, hiding it in the small wooden box where he kept his most treasured finds, a speckled feather, a perfectly round river stone. That night, as he lay in bed, he opened the box. The stone's gentle, ember-like glow filled the small space, casting long, soft shadows. And in that light, Eris felt a presence. It wasn't a voice, not exactly, but a feeling, an invitation that settled in his mind as clearly as if it had been spoken. Come and see. The next day and the day after that, the pull grew stronger. The stone in its box seemed to hum with a quiet energy, its glow brightening whenever he looked towards the Whispering Woods. It was a gentle mystery, unfolding not with shouts, but with the quiet insistence of smoke curling upwards on a still night. Finally, on a day when the sky was the color of a dove's wing and the air held the crisp promise of frost, Eris knew he had to follow the call. He packed a small satchel with a wedge of bread, a slice of cheese, and his warmest scarf. Tucking the warm stone deep into his pocket, he stepped across the threshold of the village and into the embrace of the woods. The forest was a different world. The familiar sounds of the village, the clang of the blacksmith's hammer, the chatter of neighbors, faded away, replaced by the rustle of unseen creatures, the sigh of the wind through pine needles, and the distant chuckle of a stream. The path was not a clear one. He walked not by sight, but by feel, his hand closed around the stone in his pocket. It grew warmer against his palm when he chose the right direction, cooler when he strayed. It was his guide, a tiny, glowing compass leading him deeper into the heart of the unknown. He walked for what felt like hours, the trees growing taller and closer together, their canopy weaving a tapestry overhead that let through only slivers of muted, green-tinged light. Just as a faint anxiety began to prickle at the edges of his resolve, he heard a sound. It was a soft, frustrated sniffle coming from a thicket of ferns. Pushing the broad leaves aside, Eris found a small, furry creature. It was a fox, but unlike any he had ever seen. Its coat was the color of dark charcoal, and its eyes, currently brimming with tears, were the same warm amber as the stone in his pocket. One of its back paws was trapped, not in a hunter's snare, but in a tangle of tough, thorny vines that had grown over a fallen log. "Oh," Eris said softly, his voice barely a whisper in the quiet clearing. The fox started, trying to pull away and wincing in pain. "It's all right," Eris said, kneeling slowly. "I won't hurt you. I want to help." He opened his satchel and took out his water skin, offering it to the fox, who eyed him warily before lapping at the water with a quick, pink tongue. As the creature drank, Eris saw the problem. The vines were thick and studded with sharp thorns that had dug deep into the fox's fur and skin. He tried to pull them apart, but they were stubborn and strong, and his fingers were soon pricked and bleeding. Then he remembered the stone. He drew it from his pocket. The moment it was exposed to the air, its pulsing glow intensified, casting a warm, golden light on the fox and the tangled vines. The fox stopped its quiet crying and stared, mesmerized. Eris, not knowing what else to do, held the stone close to the base of the vines. A strange thing happened. The thorns nearest the light seemed to soften and retract, shrinking back into the stems. The tough fibers of the vine became pliable, loosening their grip. With a few careful tugs, Eris was able to unwind the vine and free the fox's paw. The fox scrambled back, shaking its freed leg, then limped forward again. It didn't run. Instead, it looked from the now fading stone to Eris's face, and then it did something extraordinary. It dipped its head in a clear, graceful gesture of thanks. "You're welcome," Eris said, a smile touching his lips for the first time since he'd entered the woods. The cold knot of loneliness in his chest loosened another fraction. The fox, whom Eris decided to name Ember for its eyes, did not leave. Instead, it sat watching him, its head tilted as if waiting. Eris held out the stone again. It pulsed warmly, and the feeling of invitation returned, stronger than ever. It seemed to be pointing towards Ember. "Do you know the way?" Eris asked, feeling a little foolish for talking to a fox. Ember stood, gave its tail a flick, and took a few limping steps deeper into the woods. It then looked back over its shoulder, waiting. The message was clear. And so an unexpected friendship was forged there, in the dappled light of the forest, between a lonely boy and a charcoal fox with eyes of fire. Ember, with its innate knowledge of the woods, became his guide, while Eris, with his curious mind and kind heart, became its protector. Their journey continued, transformed now from a solitary quest into a shared adventure. They followed hidden trails known only to the animals, drank from clear, icy streams, and rested in clearings where sunlight fell in great, golden pillars. Eris shared his bread and cheese with Ember, and the fox, in turn, would disappear and return with ripe, wild berries. They communicated not with words, but with looks and gestures, a shared understanding growing between them that warmed them both against the forest's chill. As they traveled, Eris felt himself changing, as surely as fire transforms wood. His quiet thoughtfulness, once a source of isolation, became a strength. He noticed which plants Ember avoided, and learned they were poisonous. He observed how the birds fell silent before a storm, and they found shelter in time. His patience, honed in his father's workshop, served him well as they navigated tricky passages, or waited for a passing rain shower to end. He was no longer just a boy from the village. He was becoming a part of the woods, learning its rhythms and its language. One evening, as they settled in a small cave, the stone in Eris's pocket began to glow with such intensity that its light filled the entire space, pushing back the deep shadows of the coming night. Ember, who had been curled up beside him, lifted its head and chuffed softly, its gaze fixed on the cave's rear wall. Guided by the light, Eris approached the wall. It wasn't solid rock, but a curtain of ancient, silvery ivy. As the light from the stone touched the leaves, they shimmered and seemed to become translucent. Pushing the ivy aside, Eris and Ember stepped through and found the hidden world they had been seeking. It was a valley within the valley, a secret heart nestled in the forest's embrace. The air was warmer here, smelling of damp earth and night-blooming flowers. The ground was covered in soft, luminous moss that gave off a faint, blue-green light. In the center of the clearing stood a tree, but it was a tree unlike any other. Its bark was smooth and pale like moonlight, and its leaves were not green, but a deep, shimmering gold. And nestled in its branches, glowing with the same gentle, pulsing light as the stone in Eris's hand, were hundreds of fruits that looked like captured embers. This was the Glimmerwood, and the tree was the Ember Tree. As they stood in awe, figures emerged from the shadows between the other, lesser luminous trees. They were the keepers, slender folk with hair like moss and eyes that held the wisdom of the deep woods. They moved with a silent grace, and they did not seem surprised to see him. An elder, her face a kindly map of wrinkles, stepped forward. Her eyes, the color of the twilight sky, fell upon the stone in Eris's hand. "You have returned the Heartstone," she said, her voice like the rustling of leaves. "We felt its call fade long ago, and with it, the light of our ember tree began to dim. Eris looked from the stone to the magnificent tree. He understood now. The stone was a part of this place, a seed of its magic that had been lost. His journey, guided by the stone's call, had been to bring it home. But why me? Eris asked, his voice small in the vast, quiet clearing. The elder smiled. The Heartstone does not call to the loud or the boastful. It calls to the quiet hearts, the ones who listen. It calls to those who feel a missing piece, for they are the ones who understand the importance of wholeness. You were lonely, child, because your heart had room for the silence and the magic that others rush past. She gestured to the base of the ember tree. The stone belongs there in the hollow at the roots. It is the heart of this place, and without it the glimmerwood would eventually fade, and the light would go out of the world. Eris walked towards the great tree, Ember padding softly at his heels. He knelt before the roots, which twisted and curled like loving arms around a small, smooth hollow. He could see the place where the stone had once rested. He hesitated for only a moment, his fingers tightening around the warm, familiar object that had been his companion and guide. It had brought him here. It had brought him Ember. It had shown him he was not alone. He placed the Heartstone back into its home. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a soft pulse of light traveled from the stone, up through the roots into the trunk, and out along every branch of the ember tree. The golden leaves shimmered, and the ember fruits blazed with a joyful, brilliant light, casting away every shadow in the glimmerwood. The very air seemed to hum with renewed life and warmth. The moss beneath his feet glowed brighter, and the keepers sighed in unison, a sound of profound relief and joy. The elder placed a hand on Eris's shoulder. You have done a great thing, not just for us, but for the balance of all things. The light you have restored will echo through the forest, bringing warmth to the lonely and guidance to the lost. Eris looked at Ember, who rubbed its head affectionately against his leg. He didn't feel the chill of loneliness anymore. His heart felt full, warmed from the inside out by the friendship he'd found and the purpose he'd fulfilled. He spent the night in the glimmerwood, surrounded by its gentle light and the soft, singing voices of the keepers. They fed him sweet nectar and told him stories of the forest, stories he knew he would carry with him always. When it was time to leave the next morning, the elder gave him a small, woven pouch. Inside was a single, dried ember fruit from the tree. So you will never forget the light you carry inside you now, she said. And so you will always find your way back, should you need a friend. Ember walked with him to the edge of the glimmerwood, to the curtain of ivy. The fox nuzzled his hand once, its amber eyes full of a fond farewell, then turned and disappeared back into the shimmering light of its home. The journey back through the whispering woods felt different. The sun seemed brighter, the birdsong sweeter. Eris was the same boy, and yet entirely new. He had been a single, lonely ember, and now he was part of a greater fire. He had been transformed. When he arrived home, his parents wrapped him in relieved hugs, scolding him gently for his absence, but seeing a new light in his eyes that silenced their worries. That night, as he lay in his bed, he opened the small wooden box. The speckled feather and the round river stone were still there. He placed the woven pouch beside them. He didn't need to open it to feel its warmth. It was a quiet, steady glow, a promise. He knew now that the world was full of hidden wonders and unexpected friendships, waiting for those with quiet hearts to listen. The mystery was solved, the journey complete. The fire in the hearth had burned down to a bed of glowing coals, pulsing softly in the darkness, a mirror of the light he now carried within him. And as sleep began to gently pull at the edges of his consciousness, Eris smiled. He was home. He was warm. He was not alone. And in the peaceful resolution of his own story, he drifted into restful dreams, guided by the memory of golden leaves and the faithful friendship of a fox named Ember, carrying the quiet, enduring light of the glimmerwood in his heart forever. Story 12. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its light dancing across the room in patterns of gold and shadow. Outside, the wind whispered through the pines, a gentle hush that seemed to invite all weary souls to rest. And it is here in this quiet moment that our story begins, a story not of great battles or loud adventures, but of a quiet transformation, of a light found in the deepest dark, and of a friendship that warmed a heart grown cold with loneliness. Our tale follows a young boy named Kaelen, who lived in a cottage at the edge of a vast, ancient woodland. He was a quiet child, with a thinker's furrow often etched between his brows. He felt things deeply, this boy, and lately he had felt a peculiar sort of emptiness, a hollow space inside him that the cheerful noise of the village or the simple chores of the cottage could not fill. He felt like a puzzle with a piece missing, and he did not know where to find it. One evening, as the sun bled orange and purple across the sky, Kaelen sat on the mossy stump behind his home, watching the first stars prick the deepening blue. A feeling of restlessness settled over him. It was a soft, nagging feeling, like a gentle tug on his sleeve. He stood, drawn not toward the warm, lit windows of his cottage, but toward the dark line of the forest. It was a place he was usually forbidden to enter after dusk, but tonight the rules felt distant, like echoes from another world. He stepped under the canopy, and the world changed. The air grew cool and carried the rich, damp scent of earth and decaying leaves. The last of the daylight filtered through the dense branches in slanted, dusty beams, illuminating motes of pollen that danced like tiny fairies. He walked without a path, his feet finding soft beds of moss and avoiding the gnarled roots that twisted up from the ground like sleeping serpents. The further he went, the darker it became, until the world was painted in shades of deep blue and black. It was then that he saw it. A soft, pulsing glow, the color of warm embers, emanated from a small clearing ahead. It was not the harsh light of a lantern, but a gentle, living radiance that breathed with a slow, steady rhythm. His heart beat a little faster, a mix of fear and fascination. He crept forward, parting a curtain of hanging ivy, and there it was. In the center of the clearing, nestled in the cradle of a great, lightning-blasted oak, was a stone. It was no larger than his fist, smooth and obsidian black, but from within its depths that warm, ember-like light pulsed. It was as if a tiny, captured star, or a piece of the very hearth fire from home, was slumbering inside it. The light cast long, dancing shadows, and painted the surrounding ferns and wildflowers in hues of amber and rose. Kaelen approached slowly, his breath misting in the cool air. He felt no fear from the stone, only a profound, deep warmth that seemed to seep into his bones and soothe the restless ache in his soul. He reached out a tentative hand, and as his fingers brushed against its smooth, warm surface, something extraordinary happened. The light within the stone flared gently, and a soft, melodic chime, like a distant bell, echoed in the silence. In that moment, a wave of images and feelings washed over him, not frightening, but comforting. He saw towering trees older than time, felt the patient turning of the seasons, and sensed a deep, abiding peace. The hollow feeling inside him shrank just a little. He knew with a certainty that came from a place deeper than thought that this stone was important. It was a secret the forest had kept, and it had chosen to share it with him. He carefully picked it up. It was warm to the touch, a comforting heat that spread up his arm and settled in his chest. He held it close, and the ember glow lit his way as he decided to return home, the mystery of the stone cradled safely in his hand. The following days, Kaelen carried the stone with him everywhere. He kept it in his pocket, a secret source of warmth and wonder. He found that when he felt sad or lonely, holding the stone would make it glow a little brighter, its gentle pulse a silent companion. But he also noticed something else. The world around him began to look different. The colors of the wildflowers seemed more vibrant, the song of the birds more complex and beautiful. It was as if the stone was not just a light, but a lens, helping him to see the hidden magic weaved into the fabric of the ordinary world. Yet the stone's true nature remained a mystery. Why did it glow? Where had it come from? He tried to ask his parents, showing them the pretty rock he had found, but they saw only a smooth, dark stone, remarking on its interesting shape before returning to their work. The light, it seemed, was for his eyes only. His curiosity grew into a quiet obsession. He began spending more and more time at the edge of the forest, holding the stone up to different plants, to streams, to the bark of trees, watching for a reaction. One afternoon, as a soft rain began to fall, he was doing just this when a movement caught his eye. A fox stood at the tree line watching him. It was a beautiful creature, its coat the color of russet and silver, with intelligent, dark eyes that held no fear. Most foxes would have vanished in a flash of red, but this one remained, its head cocked to one side. It was looking not at Kaelen, but at the stone in his hand, which was glowing with a soft, steady light. Holding his breath, Kaelen slowly knelt. The fox took a cautious step forward, then another. It stopped a few feet away, close enough that Kaelen could see the individual droplets of rain beating on its fur. "Hello," Kaelen whispered, his voice barely audible over the patter of the rain. The fox did not startle. Instead, it made a soft, chuffing sound deep in its throat. Then, to Kaelen's utter astonishment, it spoke. "It has been a long time since I have seen an emberstone," the fox said, its voice a dry, rustling sound, like leaves skittering across a path. It was not a human voice, but the meaning formed clearly in Kaelen's mind. Kaelen was too stunned to be afraid. You can talk." "The question," the fox replied, a flicker of amusement in its dark eyes, "is not whether I can talk, but whether you are able to listen. And it seems the stone has opened your ears." It took another step closer, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air around the glowing rock. "My name is Corbin, and you are the boy who found the heart of the woods." The heart of the woods. Kaelen looked down at the stone, its ember glow seeming to pulse in time with his own heartbeat. "The emberstone," Corbin explained, settling onto his haunches. "They are rare, they are born from the oldest trees, from the very life force of the forest itself. They do not glow for just anyone. They glow for those who feel a little lost, whose own inner light has grown dim. The stone reflects what is missing, and in doing so helps them find it again." Kaelen thought of the hollow feeling, the restlessness that had driven him into the woods that night. He nodded slowly. It makes me feel less alone." Corbin's gaze was gentle. "Loneliness is often just a forgetting that you are part of this world, connected to the rustling leaves, the patient stones, and even to talkative old foxes. The stone is a reminder." An unexpected friendship, as warm and comforting as the stone itself, began to blossom between the boy and the fox. Each day Kaelen would return to the clearing, and Corbin would be there. The fox became his guide, not just through the physical paths of the forest, but through the deeper mysteries of the emberstone and of his own heart. Corbin showed him how the stone's light would brighten when held near a patch of vibrant, healthy moss, and how it would dim almost to nothing when near a plant that was sick or dying. The stone, he explained, was attuned to the well-being of the forest. It was a barometer of life. But why me? Kaelen asked one day as they sat by a babbling brook. Why did it choose to glow for me? Corbin watched a leaf float lazily on the current. The forest gives what is needed. Perhaps you needed a friend. Perhaps the forest needed you. Needed me for what? But Corbin only smiled his foxy smile. All in its own time, little keeper, all in its own time. As the weeks turned into a month, Kaelen noticed a change, not in the stone, but in himself. The quiet, thoughtful boy was still there, but the hollow ache was gone, replaced by a steady, gentle warmth. He laughed more easily. He found joy in small things, the intricate pattern of a spider's web jeweled with morning dew, the taste of wild strawberries Corbin led him to, the simple comfort of sitting in silence with a friend. He was being transformed as surely as fire transforms wood, burning away the cold, lonely parts and leaving behind something stronger and brighter. The emberstone, in turn, seemed to grow brighter as he did. Its light was no longer a faint pulse, but a strong, confident glow that could illuminate the darkest thickets. It was during one of their wanderings, deep in a part of the forest even Corbin rarely visited, that they found the source of the trouble. They came upon a grove of ancient silver birches. But these trees were not well. Their famous white bark was gray and blotched with a sickly black fungus. Their leaves, which should have been a vibrant green, were yellowed and sparse, falling to the ground in a sad, silent rain. The air in the grove was still and heavy, and a profound sense of sorrow hung over everything. Kaelen's emberstone, which had been glowing cheerfully, suddenly dimmed. Its light flickered weakly, like a candle in a strong draught. "This is it," Corbin said, his voice hushed and grave. "This is the blight I have been sensing. It is a sickness of silence, a forgetting of song. It drains the life from this place." Kaelen felt a cold dread in his stomach. He looked at the suffering trees, their branches like skeletal arms reaching for a sky they could no longer feel. He understood now what Corbin had meant. The forest needed him. Or rather, it needed the light he carried. "But what can I do?" he asked, his voice small in the vast, sad quiet of the grove. "The stone chose you," Corbin said softly. "You have learned to see with its light. Now you must learn to listen with its heart. The trees are whispering. Can you hear them?" Kaelen closed his eyes, pushing aside his fear. He held the emberstone tight, feeling its familiar warmth seep into him. He focused not on the silence, but on what was beneath it. At first, there was nothing. Then faintly, like the faintest echo from the bottom of a deep well, he heard it. A melody, but not one made of notes. It was a melody of feelings, a deep, ancient longing for the sun, a memory of rain, a sorrow for lost connections. It was the song of the trees, and it was fading. The emberstone grew warm in his hand, almost hot. He understood. The stone was not just a light to see by, or a companion to ward off loneliness. It was a conduit. It could share his own warmth, his own newfound light, with that which had grown cold. He didn't know what to do, so he did what felt right. He walked to the oldest, most afflicted birch tree in the center of the grove. He placed his hand, the one holding the emberstone, directly onto its diseased bark. "Remember," he whispered, pouring all his hope, all his friendship for Corbin, all the joy he had found in the forest into that single word. "Remember the sun." A surge of energy flowed from him, through the stone and into the tree. It was not a violent force, but a wave of pure, gentle warmth, like the first spring thaw. The emberstone blazed with a light so brilliant it lit the entire grove in a golden radiance, banishing the deep shadows. The light traveled from his hand, spreading through the birch tree like liquid gold, flowing up its trunk and out along its branches. Where the light touched, the gray bark began to flake away, revealing the pure, gleaming white beneath. The black fungus shriveled and turned to dust. The yellowed leaves shivered, and as Kaelen watched, their color deepened to a rich, healthy green. The light did not stop there. It leaped from tree to tree, a wave of healing warmth spreading through the entire grove. The heavy, sorrowful air lifted, replaced by the fresh, sweet scent of birch and damp earth. A breeze rustled the newly green leaves, and the sound was like a sigh of relief, a song of gratitude. When the light finally faded, the grove was transformed. The silver birches stood tall and proud, their leaves whispering secrets to the sky. The air was alive with the hum of returning insects and the distant call of a bird. Kaelen slumped to his knees, exhausted but filled with a profound, peaceful joy. The emberstone in his hand was dark, its inner fire completely spent. Corbin patted over and nuzzled his hand. "You did it, little keeper. You gave your light to rekindle theirs." "But the stone," Kaelen said, his voice thick with emotion. "It's gone out." "Has it?" Corbin asked softly. As he spoke, a single tiny spark, like the last ember in a dying fire, flickered deep within the stone. It was faint, but it was there. And as Kaelen watched, cradling it in his hands, he realized the greatest mystery of all. The light had never been the stone's to keep. It had been alone a lesson. The true emberstone was not the rock he held, but the warmth that now burned steady and true within his own heart. He had found the missing piece of his puzzle, and in giving it away, he had discovered it was never truly lost to begin with. He stood, the dormant stone still cool in his pocket, and walked home with Corbin at his side. He did not need the stone's glow to light his way, for the path was clear in the moonlight, and the warmth he carried inside was enough to guide him through any darkness. And so, as the fire in our own hearth begins to sink into a bed of glowing coals, our story finds its peaceful resolution. Kaelen, once a lonely boy, had embarked on a quiet journey and returned transformed. He had discovered a hidden world, forged an unexpected friendship, and solved a gentle mystery, not with force, but with empathy and a listening heart. He learned that the greatest magic is not in holding onto light, but in having the courage to share it, and in doing so, discovering that your own light grows ever brighter. He returned to his cottage, to his warm bed, and as he drifted off to sleep, he knew the forest was well, his friend was near, and his own heart was full. The wind outside whispered a lullaby through the pines, a gentle, soothing sound that promised protection and peace. So close your eyes now, dear listener, and let the warmth of this tale settle around you like a soft blanket. Carry its quiet magic with you into your dreams, where hidden worlds await and friendships are forged in the gentlest of glances. Remember Kaelen's lesson, that the light you seek is often the light you carry within. Let that knowledge be a comfort, a steady, warm ember in the darkness, guiding you toward a night of deep and restful sleep. The fire crackles its last, the story is told, and the world is quiet, waiting for your dreams to begin. Story 13. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies when the wind passed through their leaves, there lay a small village called Starlight Hollow. The village was known for two things: its magnificent clock tower that chimed with the sound of crystal bells, and the fact that every single flower in its meadows changed color with the shifting moods of the sky. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the villagers would gather in the central glen to watch the flowers blush from daytime gold to twilight violet, while the clock tower sang its gentle, hourly song. But one autumn evening, something peculiar happened. The clock tower chimed 7 times, yet the flowers remained stubbornly gold, refusing to shift to their evening hue. A soft, puzzled murmur rustled through the crowd like fallen leaves. Then an elderly woman named Rowan, who had the curious habit of counting stars each night, noticed something else amiss. "The sorrowful lad constellation," she whispered, her voice trembling like a spider's web in the breeze. "One of its stars is missing." The missing star was not just any star. It was the one that twinkled right above the lad's heart, and its absence left a small, dark gap in the sky, as if the night itself had taken a silent, sorrowful breath. Among the concerned villagers was a young woman named Lyra, who mended quilts by day and studied the language of the woods by night. Lyra had a rare gift. She could hear the whispers of the wind, understand the murmurs of the creek, and sense the secrets held in the roots of ancient trees. She was a quiet soul, with eyes the color of moss after rain, and a heart that beat in rhythm with the world around her. The next morning, the village awoke to find that the wind chimes hanging from every porch had fallen silent. Not a single one tinkled, though the wind blew just as briskly as ever, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. The villagers grew uneasy, their conversations punctuated by the unnatural stillness where music should have been. Lyra decided to investigate. She began by visiting the oldest map of Starlight Hollow, kept safe in the clock tower's base. The map was drawn on parchment made from pressed lily petals, and it showed not just paths and streams, but also the patterns of starlight that fell on certain clearings, and the places where time itself seemed to soften and slow. As she traced the faded ink with her fingertips, she noticed a tiny verse written along the edge in spidery script. When the lad has lost his heart, and the chimes refuse to play, seek the place where colors part. At the closing of the day, find the key where memories start, to bring the light back to the gray. Lyra pondered the rhyme. The lad surely referred to the constellation, and the silent chimes were another clue. The place where colors part must be where the flowers changed hue each evening, the central glen. But what did the key where memories start mean? And why were the flowers no longer changing? Her first thought was to consult the keeper of the clock tower, a cheerful man named Bramble who polished the gears and bells with meticulous care. Bramble was convinced the problem was with the clock itself. Perhaps the mechanism is off, he fretted, his round face creased with worry. If the clock doesn't chime correctly, maybe the flowers don't know when to change. But Lyra noticed that the clock's gears were turning smoothly, and the bells, though silent in the wind, still rang clear each hour. This was a red herring, but it led to a delightful discovery. High in the clock tower, tucked behind a loose brick, Lyra found an old, forgotten nursery rhyme book. Its pages were filled with songs the villagers had sung for generations, and one, titled The Song of the Sorrowful Lad, told the story of a lonely star who wept tears that became the first wind chimes. Meanwhile, the village baker, a kind woman named Hazel, reported that her bread dough was rising backwards, swelling at night and settling by day. "It's as if time itself is flowing in reverse in my kitchen," she exclaimed, flour dusting her apron like early snow. Another red herring, perhaps, but Lyra didn't dismiss it. She sat in Hazel's warm kitchen, listening to the gentle hiss of the oven and the soft patter of rain beginning outside, and she noticed that the baker's cat, a fluffy ginger named Ember, was chasing not a mouse, but a faint, shimmering mote of light that darted about like a tiny star. Lyra followed the mote outside, where the rain fell in a hushed, steady whisper. The droplet-kissed cobblestones gleamed under the lamplight, and the air smelled of wet soil and wood smoke. The moat led her to the village well, which was said to be as old as the woods themselves. Peering into its depths, Lyra saw not water, but a swirling, starry darkness, and there, glimmering faintly, was the missing star, trapped in the well's reflection. Suddenly, the nursery rhyme made sense. The key where memories start, the well was where villagers gathered to share stories, where memories were born and passed down. Lyra hurried to the central glen, where the golden flowers stood motionless in the twilight. She closed her eyes, listening to the wind, and heard a new whisper, a faint, sorrowful sigh that seemed to come from the gap in the constellation. That night, Lyra gathered the villagers in the glen. She asked each person to bring a wind chime from their home, and as they hung them from the low branches of the elder tree, she began to sing the song of the sorrowful lad. One by one the villagers joined in, their voices blending with the gentle rain and the rustling leaves. As they sang, the trapped star in the well began to rise, drawn by the melody and the collective warmth of their memories. The star floated upwards, a tiny sphere of light, and settled back into its place in the constellation. At that moment the wind chimes stirred, their crystal and silver notes tinkling like laughter. The flowers, as if waking from a dream, slowly shifted from gold to deepest violet, and the clock tower chimed, its bells ringing pure and true. The peculiar happenings, Lyra realized, had been caused by the lad's loneliness. His heart star had fallen to earth, and without its light the flowers lost their cue to change, the wind chimes forgot their song, and time itself wavered. But by listening, by remembering, and by coming together, the villagers had not only solved the mystery, they had strengthened the bonds that held their community together. From that night on, the people of Starlight Hollow made a new tradition. Each week they would gather by the well to share stories and sing old rhymes, ensuring that no heart, whether in the sky or on the earth, would ever feel alone again. And as the firelight cast dancing shadows on the walls of cottages, and the wind chimes played their gentle music, the villagers drifted to sleep, soothed by the knowledge that even the smallest star was watched over by kind and caring friends. Story 14. The attic was a kingdom of whispers and dust motes, where the afternoon light fell in soft, golden pillars through the single round window. It was there that a quiet, thoughtful boy named Leo often retreated, finding comfort in the gentle hush and the familiar, cinnamon dust scent of old wood and forgotten things. He was sorting through a crate of his grandfather's belongings, a task that felt like a slow, respectful conversation with the past, when his fingers brushed against something cool and smooth, tucked beneath a stack of yellowed maps. It was a compass, but unlike any he had seen in books or shops. Its case was carved from a single piece of dark, polished wood, warm as a held hand. The face was not marked with the usual N, S, E, and W. Instead, around its edge, in delicate, silvery script were words: courage, patience, wonder, home. The needle itself was a sliver of pearlescent shell, and it did not point north. It quivered, spinning in a slow, lazy circle before settling, with a soft click, on wonder. Leo's breath caught. He held the compass flat in his palm, and as he did, the world in the attic seemed to sharpen. The dust motes danced with more purpose. The whisper of a cobweb in a draft sounded like a sigh. And from a far corner, tucked inside an old trumpet case, came a gentle, rhythmic purr, like a tiny, contented engine. He followed the sound. Curled atop a stack of sheet music was a plump, ginger cat he'd never seen before. One of its ears was notched, and its eyes were the color of ancient amber. It blinked slowly at Leo, its purr deepening. "It's been waiting for you," the cat said, its voice a low, velvety rumble. Leo did not startle, for in the hush of the attic, with the magical compass warming his palm, a talking cat seemed the most natural thing in the world. "What has?" Leo asked, his own voice a whisper. "The compass of the heart," the cat replied, stretching luxuriously. "It doesn't point to places, it points to states of being, and it seems you are in need of a little wonder." The cat stood, shook itself, and a small cloud of dust puffed from its fur, smelling of dried lavender. "My name is Rust. I am one of its guides. When you are ready to begin, the journey will start." Leo looked down at the compass. The pearlescent needle was glowing with a soft, inner light. A feeling not of fear, but of profound anticipation, filled him. This was not an adventure of miles, but of moments. He took a deep breath. "I'm ready." The moment he spoke, the world shimmered. The attic didn't vanish, but it deepened. The trunk beside him seemed to grow into the gnarled root of an ancient tree. The hanging clothes became curtains of silvery moss. The round window now looked out upon a twilight sky where the first stars were beginning to chime, their light falling with a sound like distant, celestial bells. They were in a forest, but it was the attic forest, familiar and strange all at once. "The needle points to wonder," Russ said, patting softly ahead. "We must follow where it leads, but be mindful. The path is not always clear, and the thorn of doubt sometimes grows where wonder once bloomed." They walked on a path of soft, fallen velvet from old armchairs, the air smelling of old books and damp earth. After a time they came to a small, burbling stream that flowed not with water, but with dark, swirling ink. Spanning the stream was a bridge made from the broken spine of a large, leather-bound book. And standing guard in the middle of the bridge was a crow, sleek and black, with one bright, intelligent eye. It was meticulously polishing the brass clasp of the book bridge with its beak. "Halt," the crow cawed, its voice a rusty hinge. "No passage for the faint of heart. This is the bridge of beginnings, and it is fragile. Too much fear, and the pages will tear. Too much haste, and the spine will snap." Leo looked at the compass. The needle still glowed steadily on wonder, but he felt a cold trickle of unease. The crow was intimidating. "His name is Corbin," Rust murmured, sitting and wrapping his tail around his paws. "He takes his job very seriously. He believes everything must be perfectly in order before any journey can continue. It's not a belief, it's a fact." Corbin snapped, hearing them. "Look at this." He tapped the bridge with his beak. A single misplaced step, a single doubt-filled thought, and the whole narrative collapses. Then where would we be? Stuck in a puddle of plotless ink, that's where. Leo saw the challenge. It wasn't about fighting the crow or finding another way. It was about calming the guardian's fears. He remembered the words on the compass, patience. He took a slow breath, the way he did when he was feeling nervous in a crowded room. "Your work is very impressive," Leo said, his voice gentle. "The clasp is shining so brightly." Corbin stopped his polishing and puffed out his chest. "Well, it is a responsibility. Can't have bridges falling apart willy-nilly." "Of course not," Leo agreed. He sat down on the soft ground near the bank, making himself small and unthreatening. Rust began to purr again, a sound that seemed to soften the edges of the crow's anxiety. It must be very important being the guardian of the beginning. Without a strong beginning, no story can get started. The crow hopped a little closer, its head cocked. "Exactly, you understand. Everyone is always in such a rush to get to the middle, to the action. They never appreciate the foundation, the setup, the careful placement of the first sentence." "I like beginnings," Leo said truthfully. "The quiet before anything happens, the potential." Corbin was silent for a long moment, his bright eyes studying Leo. The only sounds were the gentle purring of Rust, the soft chime of the Starlight, and the rustle of papery leaves above them. The thorn of doubt, which had begun to scratch at the edge of the bridge, seemed to wither slightly. You may cross," Corbin said at last, his voice much softer. "But tread carefully, with respect." Leo stood, nodded gravely to the crow, and stepped onto the bridge of beginnings. The leather was firm beneath his feet, the pages sturdy. He walked slowly, patiently, and with every step he felt the bridge grow stronger, the words on the pages seeming to glow with a soft light. He had not fought the challenge, he had befriended it with kindness and understanding. On the other side, the forest changed again. The trees were now tall, whispering pines, and the ground was covered in a thick carpet of needles that muffled their footsteps. The air grew colder. The compass needle began to quiver, swinging away from wonder and trembling near courage. A deep, rumbling growl echoed through the trees. Ahead, the path was blocked by a massive, shadowy creature. It was the shade of What If, a formless being that fed on fear and uncertainty. It had no distinct shape, but it pulsed with dark energy, and from its core came a chorus of whispering, worrying voices. What if you fail? What if you're not brave enough? What if you get lost and never find your way back? Leo froze. This was not a guardian to be reasoned with. This was fear itself. The needle on the compass trembled violently. He felt his own heart pounding, a frantic drumbeat against his ribs. The cozy safety of the attic forest felt very far away. It grows from your own breath, Rust said, his voice calm beside him. The quicker your breath, the larger it grows. The compass points to courage now, Leo, not the absence of fear, but the choice to act despite it. The shade of what if loomed closer, its coldness leaching the warmth from the air. Leo wanted to run. But he looked at the compass in his hand, at the gentle, glowing word courage. He thought of his grandfather, who had surely faced his own shades. He closed his eyes. He did not try to fight the fear. Instead, he acknowledged it. "I am afraid," he whispered to himself. And then he took a long, slow, deep breath, filling his lungs with the pine-scented air. He let it out even more slowly, a steady, quiet stream. He did it again, and again. As his breathing slowed and steadied, the rhythm of it began to match the soft, purring cadence of rust at his feet. The frantic drumbeat of his heart softened. He opened his eyes. The shade of what if was still there, but it was smaller, less substantial. It was now no larger than a small, shivering bush. It wasn't a monstrous threat anymore, it was just a feeling. A cold, sad feeling. Leo felt a wave of compassion for it. He walked forward, not with aggression, but with quiet purpose. He reached out a hand not to strike, but to understand. As his fingers neared the shimmering darkness, he didn't feel terror, only a deep, profound chill. "It's all right," he said, his voice steady. "I see you." And with those words, the shade of what if dissolved. It didn't vanish with a bang, but melted away like morning mist under a gentle sun, leaving behind only a faint, cool dampness in the air and the return of the forest's gentle sounds. The rustle of the pine needles, the distant ding-dong of the star bells. The compass needle gave a final, firm click and settled on home. The world shimmered once more, the deep forest fading, the silvery moss shrinking back into coats, the tree roots becoming once again the familiar legs of an old table. Leo was back in the attic. The golden afternoon light was now the deep orange of late evening. He was sitting on the floor, the carved wooden compass still in his hand. Russ the cat was curled in his lap, a solid, warm, and purring weight. The needle, that sliver of pearlescent shell, no longer spun. It pointed steadily, unerringly toward the attic door, the way back to his own room, his warm bed, the known world. He had not traveled far in feet and inches, but he had journeyed a great distance within himself. He had discovered that patience could calm a frantic crow, that a steady breath could quiet a towering fear, and that true courage was not the absence of fright, but the quiet decision to take one step, and then another, with a kind heart. He picked up Rust, who settled comfortably into the crook of his arm, and descended the attic stairs. The compass felt light in his pocket, no longer a mysterious artifact, but a quiet friend. He knew its magic was not in pointing the way to extraordinary worlds, but in reminding him that the greatest adventures, the journeys of courage, patience, and wonder, were always waiting to be discovered, right where he was, in the quiet, cozy corners of his own brave heart. And as he walked down the stairs, the soft purr of the cat and the memory of distant, chiming stars were a lullaby of a journey complete, a story told, and a heart finally, peacefully home. Story 15. Story 16. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. On the far edge of the silken nebula, where starlight wove itself into shimmering tapestries of violet and gold, there drifted a small, forgotten observation outpost. It had been built by starfarers long gone, a glass-domed sanctuary orbiting a quiet, blue-tinted star. Within its curved walls, a most unusual friendship was taking root. Kaelen had arrived first. He was from the planet Verdant, a world of whispering forests and soft, mossy ground. His people communicated not with words, but with gentle shifts in the color of the delicate, leaf-like filaments that grew along their arms and across their cheeks. A soft, luminescent blue meant curiosity. A warm, rosy pink signaled happiness. A shimmering silver was laughter. Kaelen's own colors often swirled in lonely shades of gray and deep indigo, for he was a botanist, sent on a solitary mission to study the unique flora that could grow in the outpost's zero-gravity gardens. He missed the rustle of the great verdant trees and the chorus of colors from his family. The outpost was his sanctuary, a place of quiet industry. He spent his days tending to floating orbs of bioluminescent moss and vines that curled around pillars of softly glowing crystal, their light pulsing in time with his own emotional hues. One day a small, distressed vessel, like a seed pod spun from mother-of-pearl, bumped gently against the outpost's airlock. From it emerged Piper. Piper was from the chime world of Lyra, a place of singing crystals and winds that played melodies through ancient stone arches. Piper's species had no visible mouths or noses. Their smooth, opalescent skin covered a complex internal structure that allowed them to create music. Their language was a symphony of hums, whistles, and resonant chimes. Piper's own song upon arrival was a frantic, discordant jangle of fear and exhaustion. Their ship's heart crystal had fractured, and they had been drifting, their song fading. Kaelen, seeing the shimmering bipedal form and hearing its distressed melody, felt his filaments flush with a compassionate, welcoming gold. He didn't understand the sounds, but he understood the feeling. He guided Piper inside, his movements slow and deliberate, his colors projecting calm, steady green. Their first days were a ballet of beautiful confusion. Kaelen would offer a floating berry from his garden, his filaments glowing a friendly orange. Piper, in thanks, would respond with a complex, trilling arpeggio that made Kaelen jump, his colors flickering to a surprised yellow. Piper, in turn, would try to help by using a low, resonant hum to vibrate the dust from the solar panels, a common practice on Lyra. To Kaelen, it felt like an earthquake, and he would clutch the nearest crystal pillar, his filaments blazing a frantic red of alarm. Their greatest challenge was the garden. For Kaelen, it was a place of silent, colorful growth. For Piper, it was an orchestra waiting to be conducted. Piper discovered that by gently tapping the different bioluminescent orbs, they each produced a unique, bell-like tone. Delighted, Piper began to compose a symphony, tapping and humming, sending the orbs spinning and chiming. Kaelen rushed in, his filaments a stormy violet of panic. He gently took Piper's slender, crystalline hand and led them to a particular orb, now dull and silent. He pulsed a soft, sad blue at the orb, then at Piper. He mimed the orb's light fading and its song dying. Understanding dawned on Piper, not through words, but through the shared language of care. Their next song was a soft, lullaby-like hum directed at the plants, and Kaelen watched in wonder as the vines stretched toward the sound, their glow brightening. This was the turning point. They had found their first shared word, gentleness. Together they decided to create a new space, a sanctuary within the sanctuary. They chose the observatory's highest dome, a room with a vast, curved window that looked out upon the heart of the silken nebula. Here they built their harmony nook. Kaelen brought his most resilient and responsive plants, vines that changed color with emotion, flowers that bloomed in sync with harmonic frequencies. Piper brought smooth, river-worn stones from their homeworld and a set of tiny, perfectly tuned resonance crystals. They arranged the stones in spiraling patterns on the floor and hung the crystals from the vines so that they caught the starlight and the light from the plants. The room became a living instrument. When Kaelen was happy, the room would glow with warm ambers and golds, and the crystals would chime softly. When Piper played a serene melody, the plants would sway and pulse in rhythm, their colors deepening. Their misunderstandings became fewer and filled with more laughter. Once Kaelen, trying to express his gratitude for Piper's company, projected a brilliant, joyful magenta. On Verdant, it was the color of deep, familial love. Piper, however, interpreted the sudden, intense color as a sign of high alarm, the way a lyran's skin might flash white before danger. They responded with a sharp, warning whistle and dove behind a console. Kaelen, confused, pulsed a soft, questioning teal. After a moment of peeking out, Piper understood. They emerged and played a slow, warbling tune that was the lyran equivalent of bashful laughter. Kaelen's filaments shimmered in silver mirth. They had learned another word, oops. Their favorite ritual began as the outpost drifted into the shadow of its gentle star, and the nebula outside the great window bloomed with its most brilliant light. They would meet in the harmony nook, sitting amidst their shared creation. Kaelen would let his colors settle into a calm, contented lavender. Piper would play a soft, meandering melody, not a structured song, but a musical expression of the swirling cosmos outside. In these quiet moments, a new connection began to form, one that went beyond color and sound. It was a faint, empathic thread. Kaelen would feel an echo of Piper's serene wonder as a warm tingling in his core. Piper would sense Kaelen's peaceful happiness as a subtle, harmonious vibration in their own being. They were learning to feel what the other felt, to share the quiet awe of watching a binary star system perform its slow, eternal dance, or the gentle melancholy of remembering homes far away. One evening, a solar flare from the blue star sent waves of emerald energy washing over the outpost. The systems flickered, and a deep, unsettling hum resonated through the station's frame. Piper, sensitive to vibrations, froze, their song cutting off into a silent, fearful tension. The harmony nook dimmed, the plants pulling their leaves in close. Kaelen looked at his friend, seeing not just a still form, but feeling the cold spike of their fear through their fledgling empathic bond. He didn't try to use colors or gestures. Instead, he walked slowly to the center of the room, where a large, flat stone rested. He sat down, cross-legged, and closed his eyes. He focused not on his own fear, but on every good, warm memory he had of this place. The first time Piper had made the moss glow with a simple C major chord. The taste of the sweet, airborne fruit they shared. The sight of Piper's form silhouetted against the nebula. He filled his mind with these images and let his heart swell with the feeling of friendship. His filaments began to glow, not with a single color, but with a slow, swirling galaxy of all of them. The gold of welcome, the pink of happiness, the blue of curiosity, the lavender of peace. It was a silent story of their time together. Piper, still trembling, felt the shift. The cold fear was slowly surrounded by a profound, radiating warmth. They turned and saw Kaelen, a quiet supernova of friendship in the center of their sanctuary. The fear didn't vanish, but it was held, comforted, diminished. Slowly, Piper raised their hands and began to play. It wasn't a grand symphony, but a single, clear, unwavering note, a note of trust, of gratitude, of solidarity. The note resonated through the crystals, which began to glow with a soft, steady light. The vines, responding to the sound and the light, unfurled their leaves, their own bioluminescence returning, brighter than before. The solar storm passed. The unsettling hum faded. But in the harmony nook, the light and the music remained, intertwined. They had discovered the universal language. It wasn't color or sound or even empathy. It was the simple, profound act of kindness. It was the choice to sit with a friend in their fear. It was the willingness to build a shared shelter, both physical and emotional. It was the patience to laugh at misunderstandings and the courage to learn from them. As the outpost continued its silent journey through the silken nebula, it was no longer a lonely outpost, but a home. And in its highest dome, under a canopy of stars, two very different beings proved that no gap is too wide, no silence too deep, and no world too far away, when bridged by the gentle, steadfast light of a true and cosmic friendship. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls as the evening settled into a deep, velvety blue outside the window. In a small cottage nestled at the edge of a sleepy village, young Leo sat by the warmth, his knees drawn up to his chin, feeling a familiar loneliness settle over him like a well-worn blanket. It wasn't that he was unhappy, not exactly. But there was an emptiness in his chest, a quiet space that seemed to echo whenever the wind whistled through the old oak tree outside his window. Leo's grandmother had often told him stories of the whispering woods that bordered their village, a place where the trees murmured secrets to those who listened closely, and where magic lingered in the dappled light. But Leo had never ventured beyond the first few familiar oaks. The woods felt too vast, too mysterious, and he was a boy who found comfort in the known, the creak of the cottage floorboards, the smell of baking bread, the steady rhythm of his own breath. But tonight felt different. Perhaps it was the way the firelight flickered, casting shapes that almost looked like beckoning hands. Or perhaps it was the small, smooth stone he had found earlier that day by the stream, a stone that, when he held it just so, seemed to glow with a soft, amber light from within, like a captured ember. He turned it over in his palm now, watching as the light pulsed gently, almost in time with the crackling of the fire. It was warm to the touch, and when he closed his fingers around it, he felt a faint hum, like a distant melody. "What are you?" he whispered to the stone. As if in answer, the glow brightened slightly, and for a moment Leo thought he heard a soft sigh, like the wind, but softer, kinder. He stood and walked to the window, peering out into the deepening twilight. The woods stood dark and silent, but the stone in his hand pulsed again, and this time it seemed to pull him gently toward the door. Something stirred in Leo's heart, a curiosity he hadn't felt in a long time. Pulling on his warmest cloak and tucking the glowing stone safely into his pocket, he slipped outside into the cool night air. The path into the whispering woods was faint, lit only by the sliver of moon overhead and the gentle glow from his pocket. With each step the world seemed to grow quieter, as if the very air was holding its breath. The rustle of leaves underfoot was soft, and the scent of damp earth and pine filled his senses. He could hear the distant hoot of an owl, the whisper of the wind through the branches, and beneath it all, a low, melodic hum that seemed to come from the stone itself. He walked for what felt like both moments and hours, until the familiar lights of the village had disappeared entirely behind him. The trees grew taller here, their branches weaving together into a canopy that should have blocked out the moonlight, and yet a soft, silvery light filtered through, illuminating a path that Leo felt certain hadn't been there before. And then he saw it, a faint, golden glow flickering between the trees ahead. It pulsed in time with the stone in his pocket, and as he drew closer, he realized it was a small, lantern-like orb, hovering just above the forest floor. It bobbed gently, as if waiting for him. "Hello," Leo called softly, his voice barely more than a breath. The orb brightened and drifted closer, and as it did, Leo saw that it wasn't a lantern at all, but a creature. A small, furry being with large, luminous eyes and wings that shimmered like moths' wings in the moonlight. It regarded him with a tilted head, and then let out a soft, chiming sound like tiny bells. "You can see me?" it asked, its voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. Leo nodded, too surprised to speak. The creature, a glimmerwing, as Leo would later learn, drifted closer still. "You carry a heartstone," it chimed softly. "I haven't seen one in many seasons." Leo pulled the glowing stone from his pocket. I found it by the stream." The glimmerwing's eyes softened. "They are not found. They are given. Only those with a quiet heart and a listening spirit can even see its light." It hovered near his hand, and the stone's glow seemed to brighten in response. "My name is Flicker, and you must be lost." "I'm Lyo," he said, his voice a little steadier now. "And I'm not lost, well, not exactly. The stone, it led me here." Flicker chimed again, a sound that Leo was beginning to recognize as laughter. "The stone doesn't lied, it responds. You led yourself here, Leo. But since you've come, would you like to see something wonderful?" There was a kindness in Flicker's large eyes that made Leo's loneliness feel a little less heavy. He nodded, and Flicker bobbed happily before turning and drifting deeper into the woods. Leo followed, the heartstone warm in his hand, its light blending with Flicker's golden glow. They walked together along the silver-lit path, and as they went, Leo noticed that the woods were not silent at all. They were filled with soft sounds, the gentle patter of tiny feet, the whisper of wings, the murmur of leaves sharing secrets. He saw other glimmerwings drifting among the branches, their lights weaving patterns in the dark. He saw moss-covered stones that hummed with a deep, earthy music, and streams that glowed with a soft, blue light. "Where are we?" Leo whispered, afraid to break the spell. "The heart of the whispering woods," Flicker replied softly. "A place that exists between moments, visible only to those who seek it with an open heart." They came to a clearing where the trees formed a natural amphitheater, their branches arched overhead like a cathedral ceiling. In the center stood an ancient, gnarled tree, its bark silver in the moonlight, and from its branches hung hundreds of softly glowing orbs, each a different color, each pulsing with a gentle light. "The memory tree," Flicker chimed reverently. "Each light is a memory, a moment of kindness, a burst of laughter, a quiet truth. They glow brightest when shared." As they drew nearer, Leo felt a warmth spread through him, not just from the heartstone, but from the tree itself. It felt like being wrapped in a comforting embrace. He reached out and touched the bark, and as he did, one of the orbs detached itself and drifted down to hover before him. It glowed with a soft amber light, much like his stone. "Go on," Flicker encouraged gently. "Touch it." Leo reached out, his fingers brushing against the warm light. and suddenly he wasn't in the clearing anymore. He was back in his grandmother's kitchen years ago. She was teaching him how to knead dough, her hands flour-dusted and gentle over his. He could smell the yeast and honey, feel the warmth of the oven, hear her soft humming. She looked down at him with eyes full of love. "Remember, Leo," she said, her voice as real as if she were standing beside him now. "The most important ingredients are patience and kindness. They make everything rise." The memory faded, and Leo found himself back in the clearing, tears prickling his eyes. The orb pulsed softly before drifting back to its branch. "She had a kind heart," Flicker chimed softly. "She visited here often." Leo looked at the Glimmerwing, surprised. "You knew her." "All who carry heartstones are known to us," Flicker said. "They leave echoes of their kindness here, in the memory tree." For a long moment Leo stood in silence, the weight of his loneliness lifting slightly, replaced by a warmth that felt like understanding. He had been so focused on the empty space inside him that he had forgotten how to fill it, but here, in this hidden world, he remembered. Kindness. Connection. The simple act of sharing a moment with another. As if reading his thoughts, Flicker drifted closer. "The Heartstone responds to what is already within you, Leo. It glows for those who have light to share, even if they've forgotten how to see it themselves." Leo looked down at the stone in his hand. Its light seemed brighter now, steadier. "What do I do with it?" he asked. "Whatever feels right," Flicker replied. "Some leave their stones here, adding their light to the tree. Others carry them back into the world to remember." But before Leo could decide, a sudden change swept through the clearing. The gentle hum of the woods grew strained, and the lights of the memory tree flickered uneasily. From the shadows beyond the clearing, a cold draft swept in, carrying with it a sense of deep sadness. Flicker's glow dimmed slightly. The sorrow wind they chimed, their voice worried. "It comes sometimes when loneliness grows too heavy in the world outside. It seeks to dim the lights of the memory tree." Leo watched as the darker shadow crept closer, and with it, the glowing orbs on the tree began to flicker more urgently, some growing dim. He felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. It was a cold that seeped into the heart. "What can we do?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Flicker looked at him, their large eyes serious. "The sorrow wind feeds on isolation. It cannot withstand shared light, but to stand against it, it requires courage and trust." Leo thought of his grandmother's words, patience and kindness. He thought of the loneliness he had carried, and how it had lessened here, in this place of connection. He looked at the heartstone in his hand, now glowing steadily, and then at Flicker, whose light, though dimmed, still held firm. Without another word, he walked toward the approaching shadow, holding the stone out before him. Its amber light pushed back against the darkness, creating a small circle of warmth around him. "You are not alone," he said to the shadow, his voice stronger now. "And neither am I." The sorrow wind seemed to hesitate, swirling uncertainly at the edge of his light. But Leo stood firm, thinking of all the memories in the tree, all the moments of love and kindness that had been shared here. He thought of his grandmother, of Flicker, of the Glimmerwings watching from the trees. And then he began to hum, the same tune his grandmother had hummed in the memory. It was a simple, gentle melody, one of warmth and home. As he hummed, the Heartstone's glow brightened, spreading until it touched the nearest branches of the memory tree. One by one, the orbs there brightened in response, their lights joining with his. Flicker drifted to his side, and their chime joined his hum, adding a bell-like harmony. Then other Glimmerwings joined, their lights brightening as they added their voices to the song. The moss-covered stones hummed their deep notes, the streams added their watery whisper, and even the leaves rustled in rhythm. Together they created a melody of light and sound that pushed back against the sorrow wind, not with force, but with warmth. The shadow wavered, thinning like mist in the morning sun, until finally it dissolved entirely, leaving behind only the gentle night and the steady glow of the memory tree. For a moment there was silence. Then the woods seemed to sigh, a sound of relief and peace. The lights of the tree glowed brighter than ever, pulsing in a soft, steady rhythm. Leo lowered the stone, his heart feeling lighter than it had in years. He turned to Flicker, who was glowing with a warm, golden light. "You see," Flicker chimed softly. "You had the light all along, you just needed to remember how to share it." Leo smiled, a real, genuine smile that warmed him from the inside out. He looked at the heartstone in his hand, then at the memory tree. Slowly he walked to the ancient tree and placed the stone gently among its roots. As he did, a new orb formed on one of the lower branches, a soft, amber light that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. "Now a piece of your light will always be here," Flicker said, drifting closer. "And you can visit whenever you wish." Leo nodded, feeling a sense of peace settle over him. The emptiness inside was gone, replaced by a warmth that he knew would never truly fade. As the first hints of dawn began to lighten the sky, Flicker led him back to the edge of the woods. The path seemed shorter this time, or perhaps it was just that Leo walked with a lighter step. At the tree line, Flicker hovered before him. "Remember, Leo, the world is full of hidden light. Sometimes we just need to look for it, and sometimes we need to be it." Leo reached out and Flicker brushed against his hand, their warmth lingering even after they drifted back into the woods. He walked back to his cottage as the sun began to rise, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. The familiar creak of the door, the smell of home, it all felt the same and yet completely different. He had brought the warmth of the woods back with him. That day Leo baked bread, using his grandmother's recipe. He shared it with his neighbors, and as he did, he found himself listening more closely to their stories, offering a kind word, a smile. He noticed how their faces lit up, and how his own heart felt fuller with each connection. In the evenings, he would sometimes sit by the fire and look out at the whispering woods. They no longer seemed mysterious or lonely, they felt like a friend. And sometimes, if he looked very closely, he would see a soft, golden light flickering between the trees, and he would smile, knowing that he was never truly alone. The memory of that night stayed with him, a warm, glowing ember in his heart. And though he never again found a heartstone by the stream, he didn't need to. He had learned that the truest light comes not from stones or magic, but from the connections we make, the kindness we share, and the courage to be a light for others, even on the darkest nights. And so, as the fire crackled and the stars twinkled outside his window, Leo would close his eyes, feeling the warmth of friendship and the peace of knowing that somewhere in the whispering woods, a tree full of memories glowed softly, reminding all who sought it that they too carried a light within, steady, true, and always enough. In a land where the sky was not a ceiling but a tapestry of endless possibilities, there lived a young girl named Lyra. Her home was a village nestled in the rolling hills, where the air always carried the scent of blooming night bells and the soft murmur of streams. Lyra carried with her a small, smooth stone from the riverbank near her cottage. It was no ordinary stone. When she held it, it warmed gently against her palm, a constant reminder of home, and it seemed to hum with a quiet melody only she could feel. This stone was her anchor, a piece of her world that traveled with her wherever she went. Lately, a strange stillness had settled over Lyra's village. The night bells were losing their fragrance, and the streams whispered less joyfully. The elders spoke of a fading wonder, a magic that had always woven through their lives like thread through cloth, now unraveling. Lyra, with a heart full of curiosity and a soul that yearned to understand, decided she must seek the source of this enchantment. Her journey was not for glory, but to help her people and to uncover a truth about herself, that even the smallest heart can hold great courage. Her path led her to the stairway of clouds, a gentle ascent that appeared only at dawn when the first light kissed the mist. The stairs were not of stone or wood, but of condensed vapor, soft and yielding underfoot, like walking on a warm, fluffy quilt. With each step, Lyra felt a slight bounce, and the air grew cooler, carrying the clean scent of rain-washed sky. She climbed higher until the ground below became a patchwork of greens and browns, and she entered the realm of the cloud cities. The first city was Aetheria, a place woven from light and mist. Buildings floated like delicate bubbles, connected by bridges of shimmering gossamer. The inhabitants were the luminals, creatures of pure light who communicated through gentle pulses and glows. They had no voices, but their movements created a symphony of colors that danced in the air. Lyra watched as a luminal approached her, its form shifting from gold to silver. It extended a tendril of light that brushed her hand, and in that touch she felt a question: "Why have you come?" Lyra held up her warm stone, and the luminal glowed brighter, understanding her purpose. It led her to the heart of Aetheria, a great, swirling vortex of clouds that hummed with energy. Here the luminals gathered to share stories through light, and Lyra learned that their city was a waypoint for lost wonders, a place where memories of joy were stored. But lately the light had dimmed and the stories were fading. The luminals showed her that the magic was connected to a deeper realm, one where the roots of wonder grew. Guided by the luminals, Lyra descended through a soft tunnel of clouds that felt like sliding down a blanket of velvet. It led her to the underground Aurora Caverns, a world beneath the earth where the walls were not dark, but alive with swirling colors. The air here was thick with the scent of ancient minerals and cool, damp earth, and the ground was smooth, polished by time, like walking on glass. Strange, glowing plants grew in clusters, their leaves emitting a soft, melodic chime when touched. The creatures of this realm were the sonorous, beings made of sound and vibration. They communicated through music, each movement creating notes that wove into harmonies. Lyra met a sonorous named Melody, who had a form like a swirling ribbon of air. Melody played a tune on the crystalline flowers, and the music told Lyra of a great library where all knowledge was kept, but its doors were sealed because the key, a song of unity, had been forgotten. Lyra's stone warmed in her hand, and she hummed the little melody it seemed to hold. To her surprise, the sonorous gathered around, their music blending with hers. Together they created a bridge of sound that arched over a glowing river, leading to the next landmark, the library between dimensions. This library was not a building of wood and paper, but a living entity where books floated like leaves on a breeze, and the shelves were made of intertwined light and shadow. The scent here was of old parchment and fresh ink, mixed with a hint of starlight. The librarian was a gentle giant called the Keeper, a being who communicated through touch, its hands like soft moss that could impart wisdom with a caress. The Keeper explained that the magic of the world was fed by stories of kindness, and that a shadow of forgetfulness had crept in, causing the wonder to fade. To restore it, Lyra needed to find the echoing heart, a place where all good deeds resonated. With the Keeper's guidance, Lyra traveled through the library's corridors, which shifted and changed like dreams. She passed the Hall of Whispers, where voices of the past murmured secrets, and the Garden of Scents, where each flower held the fragrance of a different emotion. Her stone glowed brighter now, and she realized it was not just a reminder of home, but a key to understanding. It held the essence of her own kindness. Finally she reached the echoing heart, a cavern where the walls were made of crystal that reflected every act of friendship. Here she saw that her journey itself had already begun to reweave the magic, as each creature she helped had added a thread of light. Lyra stood before the heart and shared her story, not with words but with the warmth of her stone and the memory of her village. The crystals shimmered, and a wave of renewal spread through the realms. The luminals glowed brighter, the sonorous music grew richer, and the library's books fluttered with new tales. Lyra understood then that the magic was not something to be found, but something to be nurtured through connection and care. She returned home, her stone now humming with a joyful tune, and found her village revived, the night bells fragrant once more. As she lay in her bed, the stars outside seemed to wink in gratitude, and she drifted to sleep, knowing that wonder was always within reach, carried in the heart like a warm, smooth stone. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, lay a hidden world unknown to most. This forest thrived under the gentle guardianship of creatures both seen and unseen, each playing a role in the delicate balance of nature. The air was perpetually infused with the heady scent of moss and pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze sounded like the forest's own quiet symphony. At the center of this lush wilderness was a particularly grand oak, known as the elder tree. Its vast branches stretched towards the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting it to all the life surrounding it. This venerable tree was the heart of the forest, a living repository of wisdom and magic. It was said that the elder tree had witnessed the changing of countless seasons, each one leaving its mark in the rings of its trunk. As spring unfurled her emerald banners across the landscape, a gathering began beneath the oak's expansive canopy. This was a time of renewal and celebration, marking the beginning of another cycle of growth and abundance. Creatures of every kind convened here, the nimble-footed deer with their gentle eyes, the wise old owls with feathers as soft as the dusk, and the industrious squirrels, their fur a flash of russet among the greenery. Even the tiniest of beings, like the glittering dragonflies and the industrious ants, found their place in this circle of life. Among these creatures was a young fox named Rowan. With fur as bright as autumn leaves and eyes the color of amber, he was known for his curiosity and kindness. Rowan had grown up hearing the stories of the elder tree and the magic that pulsed throughout the forest, and he dreamed of understanding the mysteries that lay hidden within the woods. On this particular day, the air was alive with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the distant song of the river winding its way through the forest. Rowan found himself seated at the foot of the elder tree, listening intently to the stories being shared. The forest elders, wise creatures who had lived through many seasons, spoke of the importance of harmony and balance, of how every creature, no matter how small, contributed to the whole. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden light across the forest floor, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Zephyr, a gentle spirit of the wind, who often roamed the skies and danced among the treetops. Zephyr's presence was as light as a whisper, and whenever he appeared, the leaves would shimmer and sway, as if greeting an old friend. "Rowan," Zephyr called softly, his voice barely more than a breeze, "come walk with me." Intrigued, Rowan rose to his paws and followed the wind spirit. They moved through the forest, Zephyr guiding him with a playful gust here, a gentle nudge there. The world around them seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and sounds, the call of a distant owl, the trickle of a nearby brook, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Zephyr began to share stories of the seasons and the magic they carried. "Each season brings its own gifts," Zephyr explained. "Spring brings renewal and hope, summer warmth and abundance, autumn wisdom and reflection, and winter rest and resilience. The forest thrives because each season knows its place and purpose." Rowan listened intently, his heart swelling with understanding. He realized that just as the seasons worked together, so too did the creatures of the forest, each with their own role to play in maintaining the harmony of their home. Their journey led them to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft, fragrant moss and the sky above was a canvas of twinkling stars. Here Zephyr paused, allowing Rowan to take in the beauty of the world around him. "Remember this, young Rowan," Zephyr continued, his voice gentle and wise. "True strength lies not in power or force, but in understanding and cooperation. The forest flourishes because its inhabitants work together, respecting the balance of nature." Rowan nodded, feeling the truth of Zephyr's words resonate deep within him. He understood now that his own small acts of kindness and curiosity could contribute to the greater good of the forest. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to play his part in this intricate dance of life. As Zephyr prepared to depart, he left Rowan with one final message. Cherish the stories of the elders, for they are the threads that weave the tapestry of our world. Pass them on, and you will keep the magic of the forest alive for generations to come. With that, Zephyr took to the skies once more, a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops. Rowan watched him go, feeling a serene sense of peace settle over him. He knew that he was part of something much larger than himself, a timeless cycle of life and magic. Returning to the elder tree, Rowan rejoined the gathering of creatures, his heart full of newfound wisdom. As the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the forest in its tranquil embrace, the stories continued to be shared, each one a testament to the enduring harmony of the natural world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the forest thrived, a sanctuary of life and wonder, where creatures great and small lived in balance with the seasons and with one another. Rowan, with his bright eyes and gentle heart, became a guardian of the forest's secrets, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would light the path for all who followed. In the quiet of the night, as the last embers of the day faded into darkness, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over the forest. It was a place where magic and reality entwined, a haven of peace and possibility, forever cradled in the arms of nature. The embers in the hearth glowed like captured sunsets, casting long, dancing shadows across the worn rug. Outside, a gentle rain whispered secrets to the thirsty earth, a soothing lullaby for the night. Tonight's story begins not with a bang, but with the soft plink of a single dewdrop falling onto a velvety moss cushion, deep within the whispering woods. Here lived a young dewkeeper named Rowan. Rowan's world was small, measured in mossy glades, sun-dappled clearings, and the intricate dance of dawn light on spiderwebs. His task, passed down through generations, was sacred, to tend the morning jewels. These weren't ordinary dewdrops. They were condensed moonlight, starlight, and the purest dreams of sleeping creatures, gathered on the petals of moonflowers that bloomed only in the deepest, quietest hours. Each dewdrop held a tiny spark of magic, essential for the wood's delicate balance. They nourished the shyest flowers, guided lost fireflies, and painted the first light with shimmering rainbows. Rowan, slight and quiet as a falling leaf, moved with silent grace. His fingers, nimble as a spider's legs, would gently coax the precious jewels into tiny, hollowed acorn cups before the sun grew too bold and drank them away. He wore a cloak woven from cobwebs and twilight, shimmering faintly, and carried his most precious tool, the dew lens. Crafted from a single, flawless drop of ancient amber, it allowed him to see the intricate patterns of magic within each jewel, ensuring its purity. His only companions were Lumina, a firefly whose light pulsed with gentle curiosity, and the rustling gossip of the ferns. He was content, finding profound peace in his small, vital role. But one mist-laden morning, Rowan noticed something unsettling. The moonflowers, usually vibrant silver, seemed dull. The jewels they bore felt thin. Holding the dew lens to one, he gasped. Instead of the usual swirling constellations of light, the magic inside was faint, flickering weakly, like a dying candle flame. A cold prickle, entirely unfamiliar, traced its way down his spine. This had never happened before. The next morning was worse. Whole patches of moonflowers bore no jewels at all. Where they should have been, Rowan found only a faint, greasy residue that smelled faintly of burnt sugar and sorrow. Fear, cold and heavy, settled in Rowan's chest. The whispering woods felt different. The rustle of leaves held an anxious edge. The birdsong was muted. The lifeblood of his world was draining away. That night, unable to sleep, Rowan sat beneath the oldest oak, its gnarled roots forming a protective cradle. He held the dew lens, not to examine a jewel, but to gaze into the amber depths, seeking an answer. As the moon climbed high, painting the world in silver, the lens grew warm in his hand. Images flickered within the amber, not reflections, but visions. He saw a path he'd never taken, winding deep into the heart of the woods, where the trees grew so close their branches knitted a perpetual twilight canopy. He saw a shimmering, almost invisible barrier, like heat haze over stone. And he felt a pull, an undeniable summons. The lens was showing him the way to the source of the blight. Terra warred with duty within Rowan. His world was the open glades, the familiar paths. The heart of the woods was a place of rumor and shadow, spoken of in hushed tones by the wind. But the fading jewels, the woods growing unease, he couldn't ignore it. With trembling hands he packed a small pouch, a few precious, still bright jewels, some dried moonflower petals for strength, a flask of crystal-clear spring water, and the dew lens, now cool against his skin but humming with latent power. Lumina, sensing his resolve, settled on his shoulder, her light a tiny, brave beacon. "Stay close, little light," Rowan whispered, his voice barely stirring the air. "We journey where the sun fears to tread." The path the lens had shown was treacherous. Thorny vines snagged at his cloak, roots twisted unexpectedly underfoot, and the air grew thick and still, smelling of damp earth and ancient secrets. The perpetual twilight beneath the canopy was disorienting. Strange, phosphorescent fungi glowed eerily on tree trunks, casting long, shifting shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. Whispers not of wind, but like the murmur of hidden voices, brushed against his ears, indistinct yet unsettling. Lumina's light seemed smaller, swallowed by the oppressive gloom. After what felt like hours, Rowan stumbled into a small, utterly dark clearing. The air hummed with a low, resonant vibration. Before him stood the barrier from his vision, a shimmering curtain of energy, like distorted glass, stretching from the mossy floor up into the impenetrable canopy. It pulsed faintly, and where it touched the ground, the moss was blackened and dead. This was the source of the greasy residue, the drain on the magic. This barrier was consuming the life force of the woods, siphoning the magic meant for the morning jewels. Heart pounding, Rowan lifted the dew lens. Peering through it at the barrier was like looking into a storm. Chaotic, dark energies swirled within it, lashing out like hungry tendrils. It was ancient, powerful, and deeply wrong. He sensed a profound hunger emanating from it, a hunger for light, for magic, for life itself. How could he, a mere dew-keeper, stand against such a thing? Despair threatened to engulf him. He sank to his knees, the cold, dead moss chilling him through his clothes. Lumina landed on his hand, her light dimming in sympathy. Just then a sharp twang echoed through the silence, followed by a soft curse in a voice like dry leaves skittering on stone. Rowan froze. From the shadows near the base of a colossal, decaying cedar, a figure emerged. It was large, easily twice Rowan's height, with 8 long, jointed legs moving with unnerving grace. Multiple eyes, like polished obsidian beads, gleamed in Lumina's faint glow. A weaver spider. Rowan's breath hitched. Spiders were creatures of cautionary tales, spinners of traps, inhabitants of dark corners. Instinct screamed at him to flee. The spider paused, its gaze fixed on Rowan. It raised one long leg, pointing not at him, but at the shimmering barrier. Then it gestured towards the cedar tree. Rowan saw it then the most magnificent, intricate web he could ever imagine, spanning the entire width of the massive trunk. It was woven not just of silk, but of captured moonlight and starlight, threads shimmering with soft silver and blue. But parts of it were torn, sagging, the luminous threads frayed and dull. Where the web touched the barrier, the silk was blackened and brittle, dissolving into dust. The spider made a series of complex gestures with its forelegs, accompanied by soft clicks and sighs. Rowan, still terrified, slowly lifted the dew lens. Looking through it at the spider, the fear melted away, replaced by awe. The spider wasn't just large, it was old. Its carapace was etched with patterns like ancient constellations, and its eyes held a depth of weary wisdom. The web wasn't a trap, it was a shield, a vast, delicate net designed to catch ambient magic and weave it back into the fabric of the woods, reinforcing life. It was a guardian just like Rowan, and the barrier was tearing its work apart. The greasy residue. It was the corrupted remnants of the magic the barrier consumed, and the web tried to protect. My name, the spider's voice resonated directly in Rowan's mind, a sensation like cool silk brushing his thoughts, is Arania. I am the keeper of the twilight loom. This blight, it tears at the threads of the world. Her mental voice was filled with sorrow and frustration. It feeds on magic, growing stronger as the woods grow weaker. My web, it was meant to mend, to strengthen. Now it barely holds. Shame washed over Rowan. He had judged based on fear, on stories. Here was another guardian, fighting the same enemy, suffering the same loss. He lowered the lens, meeting Arania's gaze directly. I am Rowan, Dewkeeper. The morning jewels fade, the woods are sick. Arania dipped her head in acknowledgement. The jewels are the dawn's promise, the concentrated essence. This blight drains the source, the ambient magic my web tries to gather. Without the jewels' daily renewal, the woods wither. Without the wood's life force, my web fails. We are caught in the same snare, little keeper. An unexpected warmth bloomed in Rowan's chest, pushing back the fear. He wasn't alone. He pulled out one of the precious, still bright morning jewels from his pouch. Its gentle light pushed back the oppressive gloom of the clearing. Can this help? Can it mend your web? Arania's eyes glinted. It is pure light, pure magic, but it is a drop in an ocean of need. The barrier consumes it too quickly. We need to find the source behind the barrier, the anchor point feeding this hunger. She gestured towards the shimmering curtain. The lens, it showed you the way here. Can it show us beyond? Rowan lifted the dew lens again, focusing not on the chaotic swirls of the barrier itself, but through it, towards the heart of the ancient cedar. The chaotic energies resisted, blurring the image. But Rowan concentrated, pouring his worry for the woods, his newfound determination, into the lens. The amber warmed, glowed softly. Slowly, the chaotic swirls parted like fog. Beyond the barrier, nestled deep within the hollow core of the decaying cedar, Rowan saw it, a stone, dark and jagged, like a piece of the night sky fallen to earth. It pulsed with the same greasy, hungry energy as the barrier. Thin, dark tendrils snaked from it, feeding the shimmering curtain. This was the anchor, the heart of the blight. The night shard, Arania's mental voice, was grim. A fragment of pure void, fallen long ago. It slept harmless until something disturbed it. Now it wakes hungering. She pointed a leg towards the base of the barrier. There, a small weakness where the roots of the cedar resist its touch. But it is too small for me, too small for anything but. Rowan understood. The gap was tiny, barely large enough for a rabbit, let alone Arania's large form. But it was large enough for him. The thought of stepping through that terrifying energy made his knees tremble. The dark stone pulsed in his vision through the lens, radiating cold malice. Someone must go, Arania said softly. Someone small, someone who carries pure light, the jewels in your lens, it sees truth. Perhaps it can show the shard its own emptiness, reflect its hunger back upon itself. Rowan looked at the fading morning jewel in his hand, then at Lumina on his shoulder, then at the ancient, weary spider whose web was a shield for the world he loved. He thought of the dull moonflowers, the silent birds, the woods holding its breath. His small world needed him to be brave. He took a deep breath, the scent of decay and ozone sharp in his nostrils. I will go, he said, his voice firmer than he felt. Tell me what to do. Arania instructed him carefully. He would need to move swiftly. The gap was unstable. He must carry a jewel pure, concentrated magic, and hold the dew lens facing the night shard. The lens, attuned to light and truth, might disrupt the shard's dark resonance, reflecting its own consuming nature back at it. It was a fragile hope, a theory spun from moonlight and desperation. Rowan emptied his pouch except for 3 remaining morning jewels and the dew lens. He gave Lumina a gentle nudge. "Stay with Arania, little light, watch for me." The firefly bobbed reluctantly, settling onto one of Arania's forelegs. Crouching low, Rowan approached the weak point near the cedar roots. The air crackled with static, raising the hair on his arms. The greasy smell was overpowering. Through the gap he could see the dark hollow, the night shard pulsing like a diseased heart. Taking one last steadying breath, clutching a jewel and holding the lens before him like a shield, Rowan pushed through the gap. The world twisted. Cold, deeper than winter, seeped into his bones. Whispers became screams in his mind, voices of fear, despair, endless hunger. The greasy residue coated his skin, sticky and foul. The hollow was small, oppressive, the air thick and suffocating. The night shard sat on a bed of dead roots, radiating waves of chilling darkness that seemed to leach the warmth and hope right out of him. It was mesmerizing in its terrible emptiness, a void that promised only oblivion. Gritting his teeth against the mental assault, Rowan raised the dew lens, focusing its amber eye directly on the jagged stone. He poured all his focus, all his love for the dewdrops, the moonflowers, the rustling ferns, the gentle rain into the lens. He thought of Arania's weary wisdom, of Lumina's brave little light. He held the morning jewel aloft, its soft radiance a defiant spark in the overwhelming gloom. "Show it," he thought fiercely, directing his will through the lens. "Show it what it is. Show it the emptiness it creates." The dew lens flared. A beam of warm, golden amber light, infused with the pure white radiance of the morning jewel, lanced out, striking the night shard. For a moment, nothing happened. The darkness seemed to swallow the light whole. Then the shard screamed. Not a sound, but a psychic shriek that vibrated through Rowan's very soul. The beam from the lens wasn't hurting it, it was reflecting. Within the amber light, Rowan saw, magnified and horrifyingly clear, the true nature of the night shard, not power, but profound, infinite lack. It was a bottomless pit of need, consuming everything yet forever empty, forever starving. The lens was forcing it to see its own desolation. The shard pulsed erratically, the dark tendrils flailing wildly. The greasy residue on its surface began to bubble and smoke. The waves of cold grew jagged, unstable. The barrier outside flickered violently. Rowan could feel the resistance weakening, the oppressive hunger momentarily stunned by the shock of its own reflection. Now, Rowan. Arania's mental shout cut through the chaos. This was the moment. He couldn't destroy the shard, but he could disrupt its anchor. Summoning every ounce of courage, Rowan lunged forward, not at the shard, but at the dead roots beneath it. He jammed the glowing morning jewel deep into the crumbling, decayed wood, right where the darkest tendrils emerged. He pushed it in with all his strength, then scrambled back, holding the lens steady, the beam unwavering. The pure, concentrated magic of the jewel, embedded at the source of the corruption, was like throwing water onto hot oil. A violent hiss filled the hollow. The night shard shuddered, its pulsing light stuttering. The dark tendrils connected to the barrier recoiled, snapping back towards the stone with a sound like cracking ice. The barrier outside flickered wildly, then with a sound like a sigh of release, it dissolved. Not vanished, but flowed back, retreating into the night shard like ink sucked into a bottle. The greasy residue on the stone solidified into a dull, inert crust. The pulsing stopped. The hunger ceased. The shard didn't vanish, but it became still, dormant once more, encased in a shell of its own corrupted residue and the spent magic of the jewel. The crushing cold lifted, replaced by the damp, earthy smell of the hollow, now just a hollow, not a prison. Rowan slumped against the mossy inner wall of the tree, gasping, trembling with exhaustion and relief. The dew lens was cool in his hand, its light dimmed. He had done it. Through the gap where the barrier had been, weak dawn light began to filter into the clearing. Arania's large form filled the opening. She gently helped Rowan out. Lumina zipped to his shoulder, her light pulsing rapidly with excitement and concern. The clearing felt different. The oppressive hum was gone. The air, while still cool and damp, felt clean, alive. The blackened moss near where the barrier had stood was already showing faint signs of green regrowth. "You were brave, little keeper," Arania's voice resonated warmly in his mind. "Braveler than the tallest oak, you faced the void and showed it a mirror." "The jewel," Rowan whispered, looking at the hollow tree. "Is it enough?" "The immediate drain is broken," Arania said, examining the dormant shard with several eyes. "The barrier is down, but the shard is wounded, not gone. The pure magic you embedded, it has created a seal, a counterweight to its hunger. It will sleep again deeply, but the woods, they need time and care, more than before." She turned her gaze to her magnificent, damaged web. "My loom is weakened. It will take seasons to reweave what was lost." Rowan looked at the 2 remaining morning jewels in his pouch, then at the dew lens. An idea sparked, fragile but hopeful. "The jewels, they are concentrated magic, pure light. Could they help mend your threads? Could the lens help you see how to weave them stronger?" Arania tilted her head, considering. She extended a delicate spinneret, touching the luminous silk of her web. "The magic is similar, pure, undiluted. Yes, yes, I believe it could." She looked at the dew lens. "And the lens, it sees the patterns, the flows of magic. It could guide my work, show me where the fabric is thin." A sense of profound understanding passed between them, dewkeeper and weaver, guardians of light and pattern. Rowan didn't hesitate. He offered Arania the 2 remaining jewels. For the loom, for the woods. Arania accepted them with surprising gentleness, cradling them in her palps. "And I offer my threads," she resonated. "When the moonflowers bloom, I will spin threads of captured moonlight to protect them, to help gather the dreams more safely. My web will shield the sources, as it was always meant to do." She gestured towards the path leading out. "Go, Rowan Dewkeeper, tend your jewels, the dawn needs them. We will mend the woods together, you and I, from the glade and from the twilight." The journey back was different. The heart of the woods no longer felt oppressive, just deep and ancient and peaceful. Sunlight, real, warm sunlight, began to filter through the high canopy in places it hadn't reached in years. Birdsong, tentative but clear, echoed through the trees. As Rowan emerged from the dense growth into a familiar sun-dappled glade, the change was immediate. The air tasted sweeter, lighter. The leaves seemed greener, the moss springier underfoot. He reached his moonflower patch just as the first rays of true dawn painted the eastern sky. The flowers glowed with renewed vigor, their silver luminescence almost blinding. And on their petals, sparkling like diamonds strewn by a joyful giant, rested perfect morning jewels. Fat, radiant, brimming with swirling constellations of magic visible, even without the lens. Rowan knelt, tears of relief stinging his eyes. His fingers trembled as he began his work, collecting the jewels with a reverence deepened by the night's trial. Life returned to the whispering woods with a sigh of profound relief. Rainbows arched brighter over the dewy meadows. Fireflies danced in larger, more exuberant swarms. Flowers bloomed with colors unseen in seasons. The birds sang symphonies at dawn. Rowan's routine changed. Each dusk, before tending the moonflowers, he would journey to the edge of the twilight canopy. Sometimes Arania would be waiting, sometimes not. But always woven into the lower branches near the path, he would find a small, perfect gift, a tiny pouch of the strongest, most luminous spider silk, designed to hold the jewels safely. A dewdrop caught mid-fall, perfectly preserved in a filament of moonlight thread, or a small charm woven from fern fronds and stardust that seemed to whisper reassurance. He left offerings in return, a particularly bright jewel placed on a specific leaf, a vial of the clearest spring water, sometimes just sitting quietly, sharing the peace of the evening through their unique bond. He used the dew lens differently now. Not just to examine jewels, but sometimes to gaze towards the heart of the woods, seeing the faint, strengthening pulse of Arania's twilight loom, a vast, shimmering net of silver and blue light woven through the ancient trees, gathering and redistributing magic, reinforcing the seal around the dormant night shard. It was a shield, a healer, a silent partner in the dance of light and life. Rowan was still quiet. He still cherished the small glades and the soft plink of dewdrops. But his world had grown vast. He had journeyed into darkness and found not just fear, but an unexpected friend. He had faced the void with a mirror of light and a heart full of care for his small world. He understood now that even the smallest guardian, tending the tiniest drops of magic, held a thread in the vast tapestry of life. And that true strength often bloomed in the unlikeliest of friendships, woven together by shared purpose and quiet courage. As the fire crackled its final embers, casting the room in deep, peaceful shadows, remember Rowan, the dewkeeper, and Arania, the weaver in the twilight. Remember that even in the deepest dark, a single spark of kindness, a moment of bravery, and the bond of an unexpected friend can mend the world, one dewdrop, one silken thread at a time. Sleep now under the watchful stars, knowing that guardians, seen and unseen, tend the gentle magic of the world. Rest well. The dawn will come, bright and jeweled. The little village of Bramblebrook was the sort of place where cobblestones remembered every footfall, where chimney smoke curled into lazy spirals, and where everyone knew that Mrs. Higgins' apple tarts tasted best on Tuesdays. It was ordinary in the most comforting way. And in this ordinary village lived a quiet boy named Leo, whose greatest treasures were the smooth stones he collected from the brook and the stories his grandmother told by the hearth. Leo's grandmother had a small cottage tucked away at the edge of the village, where the fields met the whispering woods. It was filled with the comforting scent of drying herbs, beeswax, and memories. Amongst her possessions was an old copper kettle. It wasn't particularly beautiful, dented in places, tarnished where the years had touched it, and possessing a spout that curved like a curious bird's beak. It sat unused on a high shelf, gathering dust alongside jars of buttons and faded photographs. "That old thing belonged to my great-aunt," grandmother would say with a dismissive wave. Never could get it to whistle properly. One crisp autumn afternoon, while grandmother napped in her rocking chair, Leo was tasked with dusting the high shelves. Reaching for the kettle, his fingers brushed its cool surface. As he lifted it down, a faint, almost imperceptible hum vibrated through the metal and into his hand. It felt warm, alive. Startled, Leo nearly dropped it. He peered inside. Nothing but darkness and a faint scent of was that cinnamon and damp earth. Curiosity, that quiet spark, flared within him. He carried the kettle to the small kitchen pump, filled it with cold water, and placed it carefully on the stove. He watched as the flame licked the copper base. Minutes ticked by. The water began to bubble, then simmer, then boil with a furious energy. But no whistle came. Instead, the kettle began to glow with a soft, internal light, like a captured sunset. And then from its spout, instead of steam, poured a ribbon of shimmering, golden mist. The mist didn't dissipate. It swirled lazily in the air, forming shapes, miniature trees, a winding path, a distant, star-shaped peak. It felt warm and smelled of pine needles and distant rain. A gentle, melodic humming filled the room, resonating from the kettle itself. It wasn't a sound heard with ears, but felt deep in Leo's bones, an invitation, a call. Leo knew with a certainty that surprised him that the mist was a map and the humming was a song meant only for him. The kettle held a secret, and it was asking him to follow. He carefully lifted the still glowing kettle from the stove. It felt warm, not scalding, wrapped it in his thickest woolen scarf, and tucked it into his worn canvas satchel alongside his favorite skipping stone and a crust of bread. He left a quick note for his grandmother, gone exploring. Back soon. Love, Leo. The golden mist led him past Mrs. Higgins' fragrant bakery, past the chattering blacksmiths, and straight towards the edge of the whispering woods. The woods were usually a place of dappled sunlight and birdsong, but today, as Leo stepped beneath the ancient oaks, the mist map intensified, glowing brighter, and the kettle's humming grew stronger, thrumming softly against his back. The woods felt different, deeper, older, watching. His journey began easily enough, following the mist path through sunlit glades carpeted in emerald moss. But soon the path led into a denser part of the woods, where the trees grew close together, their gnarled roots forming intricate patterns on the forest floor. Here the mist map faltered, swirling confusedly, unable to find a clear route. Leo stopped, feeling a prickle of unease. The humming kettle felt suddenly heavy in his satchel. A rustle came from behind a large, moss-covered boulder. Leo froze. Slowly, a badger emerged. He wasn't just any badger. He wore tiny spectacles perched precariously on his nose and carried a small, knotted walking stick. His fur was silver-tipped, and his eyes held a deep, patient wisdom. HMMPH, grunted the badger, peering at Leo and then at the swirling mist. Lost the scent, have you, or rather the path? His voice was a low rumble, like stones shifting in a brook. I have a map, Leo stammered, gesturing to the mist. But it's confused here. The badger, who introduced himself as Thorn, tapped his spectacles. Maps are tricky things. They show the way, but they don't always show the why of the way. These roots, he gestured with his stick, they remember every step taken here for 1,000 years. They're tangled with memory. Your mist map means well, but it's trying to take the shortest path. Sometimes the wise path is the one that wins. Thorn showed Leo a hidden trail, barely visible, that skirted the worst of the root tangle. Patience, young traveler, look for the moss on the north side of the stones. It points the truer way when the obvious path fails. Grateful, Leo followed Thorn's advice. The mist map settled, flowing smoothly again along the winding trail. He thanked the old badger, who merely nodded sagely and shuffled back into the ferns, muttering about misplaced earthworms. Deeper into the woods Leo traveled. The air grew cooler and the light dimmed. The mist map now pointed towards a steep ravine, spanned by a rickety rope bridge. It swayed ominously in the breeze, its wooden slats looking rotten and precarious. The chasm below was deep and shadowed. Leo's heart hammered against his ribs. How could he cross this? A flash of brilliant blue darted past his ear. It was a small finch, her feathers like shards of summer sky. She landed on the frayed rope handrail, tilting her head. Squeaky, squeaky, she chirped, her voice surprisingly loud and clear. Not strong, wind sings bad song. It looks unsafe, Leo agreed, eyeing the bridge warily. The kettle hummed anxiously in his bag. The finch, whose name was Pip, fluttered down and landed on Leo's shoulder. Listen, she urged. Listen to the wind, not just noise, feel. Leo closed his eyes, forcing his fear to quiet. He focused past the rushing sound of the wind. He felt it. It wasn't just blowing, it was pulsing. Strong gusts, followed by moments of eerie calm. Pip was right. The wind wasn't constant, it came in powerful, rhythmic bursts. It gusts. Leo realized aloud. It pushes hard, then stops. Pip bobbed excitedly. Yes, yes, run when quiet, hold tight when loud, like skipping stones, wait for the whoosh to pass. Taking a deep breath, Leo waited for the next powerful gust to roar through the ravine. He felt the bridge strain. When the wind abruptly died, leaving an unsettling silence, he ran. He dashed across the fragile slats, heart pounding, as Pip darted ahead, calling encouragement. Just as the next gust began to build, he reached the solid ground on the other side, gripping the post tightly as the bridge groaned and swayed violently behind him. Pip landed triumphantly on his head, chirping a happy little tune. The kettle hummed a note of profound relief. The mist map glowed brighter than ever now, leading Leo and Pip up a winding path towards the star-shaped peak he'd seen earlier. It was a small, ancient hill crowned with a circle of standing stones, weathered smooth by time. At its center stood an immense, ancient oak tree, its bark deeply fissured, its branches spreading wide like sheltering arms. This, the map seemed to pulse, was the destination. But as Leo approached the stone circle, a profound sense of stillness descended. The forest sounds faded. The mist map dissipated. The kettle's humming ceased, replaced by a deep, resonant silence that seemed to emanate from the great oak itself. Leo felt a wave of awe, but also confusion. He'd arrived. Now what? What was the kettle's secret? What was he supposed to do? Pip flitted nervously. "Old tree sleeps deep," she whispered. "Very deep." Leo approached the oak, placing his hand gently on its ancient bark. It felt cool and rough, humming with a slow, ancient energy. He remembered Thorn's words, "Maps show the way, but not the why." The kettle had brought him here, but what wisdom was needed now? Force wouldn't wake an ancient tree. Shouting wouldn't help. He sat down on a mossy stone at the oak's base, taking the copper kettle from his satchel. It felt warm but inert. He thought about its journey unused, forgotten, dismissed as broken. He thought about the map of mist, the song of invitation. It hadn't demanded, it had offered. It hadn't forced a path, it had needed guidance, patience, and listening. Perhaps the kettle wasn't broken. Perhaps it was just different. Its magic wasn't in whistling a loud alarm, but in singing a quiet song and painting a path only the patient could see. Its purpose wasn't to announce boiling water, but to guide towards something deeper. Leo closed his eyes again, tuning into the deep silence of the place. He remembered the kettle's warm hum, the scent of cinnamon and earth. He poured a little water from his flask into the kettle, not to boil it, but simply to fill it. He held it in his lap, his hands warming the copper. Slowly, softly, he began to hum. Not the kettle's song, but his own, a simple, wordless melody his grandmother sang while knitting. He poured his feelings into it, his wonder at the journey, his gratitude for Thorn and Pip, his awe for the ancient tree, his understanding of the kettle's quiet magic. As he hummed, a faint, answering vibration began in the kettle. A soft, golden light seeped from its spout, not as mist this time, but as a gentle, warm radiance. It flowed over the moss, touched the roots of the great oak, and rose like luminous dust motes in the still air. The ancient oak tree shivered. Not a violent shake, but a deep, slow sigh, like a sleeper stirring. One massive root shifted slightly, revealing a hollow Leo hadn't seen before. Nestled within, glowing softly with the same golden light as the kettle, was a cluster of crystal acorns. They pulsed with a gentle, comforting warmth. A deep, resonant voice, like the earth itself speaking, filled the clearing, though no mouth moved on the tree. "You have listened, young one, not just with ears, but with your heart. You understood the song of the forgotten vessel. You sought not to take, but to understand." The voice wasn't loud, but it vibrated through Leo's bones. The kettle of whispers was not broken. It was waiting, waiting for one who would hear its quiet song, who would value guidance over force, patience over haste. Its magic is the map of the heart's true journey. The crystal acorns glowed brighter. These are seeds of stillness. They hold the quiet wisdom of the ancient woods. Take one. Plant it where the heart is open, and it will grow a sanctuary of peace, a place where the lost may find their way by listening inward, not by seeking loud answers. Leo, his heart full, carefully reached into the hollow. The crystal acorn felt warm and smooth in his hand, humming with a soft, steady pulse. The other acorns faded slightly, sinking back into the protective embrace of the root as the hollow closed. The great oak settled, the deep hum subsiding into its eternal slumber, but Leo felt its awareness linger, warm and approving. Pip chirped softly, a sound of pure wonder. The kettle of whispers in Leo's lap gave a final, contented sigh, its glow fading to a warm copper sheen. It felt complete. Its secret had been shared, its purpose fulfilled. The journey back through the whispering woods felt different. The path seemed clearer, the woods friendlier. Thorn was waiting near the ravine, a knowing glint in his eye behind his spectacles. He simply nodded as Leo passed, a silent salute. Pip accompanied Leo all the way to the edge of the woods, singing a bright, complex song that seemed to tell the whole tale before she zipped back into the green depths. Grandmother was waiting on her cottage doorstep, her face etched with worry that melted into profound relief as she saw Leo. He rushed to her, showing her the now ordinary-looking copper kettle and the glowing crystal acorn nestled safely in his palm. He poured out his tale, the map of mist, Thorn's wisdom, Pip's guidance, the ancient oak, and the seeds of stillness. Grandmother listened, her eyes wide with wonder, tears glistening at the corners. She touched the kettle with reverence. "My great-aunt," she whispered, "she was the quietest soul, always listening, always knowing the right thing to say without raising her voice. She cherished this kettle. Now I understand why." Together they planted the seed of stillness in grandmother's small, sun-dappled garden. As Leo placed it in the rich earth and covered it gently, the crystal acorn pulsed once, sending a wave of warm, calming energy through the soil. Almost instantly, tiny, shimmering green shoots emerged, curling towards the light. The kettle of whispers found a new place of honor, not on the dusty shelf, but on grandmother's sturdy kitchen table. They discovered it still wouldn't whistle, but when filled with water and placed near warmth, it would sometimes emit a soft, comforting hum and a faint scent of cinnamon and earth, filling the cottage with a sense of peace and gentle guidance. Villagers who felt lost or troubled sometimes found themselves drawn to grandmother's cottage. Sitting near the kettle, sipping chamomile tea, they often found their worries softening, a quiet clarity replacing their confusion. The small sapling in the garden grew steadily, its leaves shimmering with a faint inner light, a beacon of quiet wisdom. Leo still collected stones from the brook, but now he listened to their smoothness, feeling the stories they held within their silent forms. He understood that the world was filled with quiet magic, hidden in plain sight in an old kettle, in the patience of a badger, in the courage of a finch, in the deep sleep of an ancient tree, and within the stillness of his own listening heart. The greatest journeys, he knew, weren't always across ravines and through woods, but into the gentle, extraordinary secrets held within the ordinary, waiting only for a patient ear and a kind spirit to discover them. And as the fire crackled low in the hearth, the scent of earth and peace lingering in the air, Leo knew that true wonder was always just a quiet whisper away. In the quiet corner of the whirlpool galaxy, where stardust gathered like powdered sugar on a cosmic confection, there drifted a small space station known as the Starlight Haven. It was not a place of cold metal and blinking lights, but rather a living garden that floated among the nebulae, its walls made of crystalline structures that hummed gentle lullabies when starlight touched them just so. Here, two unlikely friends had found one another. Kaelen came from a world where the oceans sang and the forests glowed with soft blue light. His people communicated through shifting patterns of color that danced across their skin, a language of emotions made visible. When he was happy, his skin shimmered like sunlight on water. When thoughtful, it swirled with deep indigo patterns like ink dropped in milk. He had journeyed to Starlight Haven to tend its gardens, for his touch could make even the most stubborn star blossoms unfurl their petals. Then there was Zorblix, who hailed from a planet where the mountains chimed like crystal bells and the rivers flowed with liquid silver. His species spoke through harmonies, soft chimes and melodies that conveyed meaning through pitch and rhythm. His body was covered in delicate, overlapping scales that caught the light and cast rainbow patterns on the walls, and when he moved, he left behind a trail of faint, musical notes that hung in the air like forgotten dreams. They met in the heart of the station's garden, where plants from 1,000 worlds grew in peaceful coexistence. Kaelen was tending to a cluster of moonvines that refused to bloom, his skin pulsing with frustrated orange swirls. Zorblix approached with a curious chime, his scales tinkling like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. He reached out a 3-fingered hand, and from his fingertips emerged a soft, encouraging melody that sounded like raindrops on leaves. At first, their communication was a comedy of errors. When Kaelen's skin flashed bright yellow with excitement, Zorblix misinterpreted it as alarm and responded with anxious, discordant notes. When Zorblix produced a cheerful ascending scale, Kaelen thought it sounded mournful and responded with sympathetic violet patterns. They would often find themselves in bewildering conversations, where Kaelen would show appreciation with emerald green spirals, only to have Zorblix answer with what sounded like a sad farewell melody. But in their shared love for the garden, they found common ground. They discovered that when Kaelen's skin glowed with soft pink light, the color of contentment, and Zorblix hummed a particular G minor chord, the moonvines finally burst into spectacular bloom, their flowers opening to reveal tiny constellations inside. Together, they decided to create a special place within the garden, a sanctuary they called the Nebula Nook. They WTO'd their floating crystals that caught starlight and scattered it in prismatic patterns across mossy banks. They cultivated plants that responded to both color and sound, creating a living symphony of light and music. There were whispering ferns that rustled in harmony with Zorblix's scales and glow mushrooms that pulsed in time with Kaelen's emotional hues. One evening, as the station drifted through a particularly beautiful nebula that painted the sky in watercolor hues of lavender and peach, they experienced their first true misunderstanding. Zorblix had been working on a special project, a fountain made of singing crystals that would flow with liquid light. Wanting to surprise Kaelen, he worked in secret, creating complex melodies that required intense concentration. Kaelen, seeing his friend constantly producing tense, sharp notes and avoiding their usual time together, assumed Zorblix was angry with him. His skin took on worried gray patterns, and he began spending more time alone with the star blossoms, which drooped in response to his sadness. The misunderstanding lasted for 3 rotations of the station, around a nearby star. The garden began to suffer, flowers closed their petals, and the usually cheerful glow orbs dimmed. Finally, Zorblix completed his surprise and came to find Kaelen chiming excitedly. He found his friend sitting beneath the weeping willows of Xylos, his skin a dull, unhappy gray. With a confused series of notes, Zorblix approached. Kaelen looked up, his patterns flashing briefly with hope before settling back into gloomy gray. It was then that Zorblix realized what had happened. In his culture, working alone to create a gift was a sign of deep respect, but to Kaelen's people, spending time apart indicated displeasure. Zorblix gently took Kaelen's hand and led him to the Nebula Nook. There, in the center of their sanctuary, stood the most beautiful fountain either of them had ever seen. Crystalline structures rose like frozen music, flowing with liquid starlight that cascaded down in shimmering sheets. As the light flowed, it produced harmonies that changed with the patterns of the nebula outside. Understanding dawned on Kaelen, and his skin erupted in a fireworks display of joyful colors. golden sunbursts, happy cerulean waves, and grateful violet blossoms. Zorblix responded with a melody that sounded like laughter made into music. They sat together by the fountain, their misunderstanding washed away by the beauty they had created together. From that day on, they developed their own language, a blend of color and sound that was uniquely theirs. Kaelen learned to distinguish Zorblix's working concentration melody from his distressed chords, and Zorblix came to understand the difference between Kaelen's excited yellow and anxious yellow. Their favorite times were when they would sit in their nebula nook, watching distant stars being born and dying in spectacular supernovas. Kaelen's skin would glow with soft, contented patterns that mirrored the cosmic dance outside, while Zorblix would produce gentle, ambient music that harmonized with the universe's silent song. One particularly magical night, as a shower of shooting stars painted silver trails across the observation dome, they experienced something extraordinary. Kaelen was watching the display, his skin reflecting the starlight in odd silver patterns, while Zorblix produced a melody that sounded like stars twinkling. Without thinking, they reached for each other's hands. As their fingers touched, something miraculous happened. Kaelen's color patterns flowed up Zorblix's arm, tracing glowing patterns across his scales, while Zorblix's music seemed to vibrate through Kaelen, causing his skin to shimmer in time with the melody. For a breathtaking moment, they understood each other completely, not through color or sound, but through something deeper, something that needed no translation. It was the pure language of friendship, transcending worlds and species. They sat there for hours, not needing to communicate in any way but simply being together, two souls from different stars understanding that kindness needs no dictionary, that compassion has no language barrier, and that the quiet company of a true friend is the universal translator of the heart. As the space station drifted peacefully through the cosmos, its garden blooming with intergalactic flora and its crystals humming soft lullabies, the two friends continued their watch. They knew that no matter how far they were from their home planets, they had found something more valuable than any starlight or melody, a friendship that proved that across the vast, star-dusted expanse of the universe, all beings speak the same language when they speak from the heart. And in their nebula nook, with the fountain singing its liquid light melodies and the flowers glowing in response to their combined presence, they created a small corner of the cosmos where differences were celebrated, misunderstandings became opportunities for laughter, and kindness was the only technology that truly mattered. In the quiet corner of a spiraling galaxy, where stardust settled like sugar upon the velvet darkness, there lived two beings who were as different as night and day, and yet they found in one another the kind of friendship that makes the universe feel a little less vast. The first was a creature from the world of Lumina, a place where thoughts bloomed into gentle light. His name was Kaelen, and he expressed himself not with words, but with soft, shifting colors that danced across his smooth, pearl-like skin. When he was happy, he glowed with warm golds and sunny yellows, when curious, delicate swirls of lavender and silver would ripple across his form. He did not speak, but he felt deeply and wholly, and his emotions were a silent symphony of hues. The second was from the planet of Harmonia, a world where sound was life itself. Her name was Lyra, and her body was fashioned of delicate, crystalline structures that hummed and resonated with every movement. She communicated through soft, melodic tones that wove together into something like music, a language of harmonies that conveyed meaning through pitch and rhythm. When she was content, her song was a lullaby. When excited, it became a bright, chiming dance. They met by chance near the edge of the glimmering nebula, a place where solar winds whispered secrets and comets trailed light like ribbons. Kaelen had been drawn there by the soft pulse of far-off stars, and Lyra had followed the faint, beckoning song of solar flares. When their eyes met, Kaelen's like pools of liquid light, Lyra's like faceted gemstones, neither knew what to make of the other. At first, they circled one another cautiously. Kaelen glowed a nervous, flickering blue. Lyra answered with a questioning, wavering note. They had no common language, no shared customs, no way to explain who they were or where they came from. But there was something in the way Kaelen's light softened when Lyra's music trembled, and something in the way Lyra's song gentled when Kaelen's colors dimmed, that told them both, here was a friend waiting to be found. Slowly, tentatively, they began to explore ways to bridge the silence between them. Kaelen would pulse a soft rose pink, and Lyra would answer with a chime like raindrops. Lyra would hum a low, comforting tone, and Kaelen would respond with a warm, buttery yellow. They learned to read the subtleties of one another's presence, the way Kaelen's light shimmered when he was amused, the way Lyra's notes lifted when she was curious. One day, as they drifted together through the star-dusted void, they came upon a small, abandoned observatory, a place built long ago by stargazers now forgotten. It was a dome of crystalline panels that caught and fractured the light of distant suns, and at its heart was a garden where strange, luminous plants reached softly toward the heavens. It was overgrown and silent, but beautiful in its solitude. With a shared glance, Kaelen glowing a hopeful green, Lyra singing a note of agreement, they decided to make it their own. They spent cycles tidying and tending to the space. Kaelen, with his gentle light, encouraged the shy star blossoms to open wider, and they responded by glowing in harmony with his colors. Lyra, with her resonant tones, caused the crystalline walls to hum in sympathetic vibration, filling the observatory with a soft, ever-present music. Together they created a sanctuary, a place where light and sound wove together into something new and wonderful. But not everything was smooth in their shared home. There were misunderstandings, born of the vast differences between their natures. Once Kaelen noticed that Lyra seemed quieter than usual, her music subdued. Thinking to cheer her, he gathered the brightest, most joyful light he could muster, and shone it full upon her. To him, it was an offering of happiness. But to Lyra, whose people communicated vulnerability through softer, quieter songs, such a brilliant display felt overwhelming, even intrusive. She recoiled, her notes sharp with surprise. Kaelen dimmed immediately, his light fading to a confused and worried gray. Lyra, seeing his dismay, realized the mistake. She chimed softly, a melody of apology and explanation, and slowly Kaelen understood. He pulsed a gentle blue, forgiveness and regret, and Lyra answered with a ripple of grateful harmony. Another time, Lyra tried to share a traditional harmonian greeting, a complex, cascading sequence of notes that signified deep respect and affection. But to Kaelen, who was used to simpler, more gradual shifts in color, the rapid-fire melody was bewildering. He stood utterly still, his light flickering in confusion. Lyra paused, then tried again, slower this time, letting each note linger like a question. Kaelen responded with a soft pulse of understanding, and then, daringly, attempted to mimic the melody with shifts in his hue. It wasn't perfect, his notes were visual, not auditory, but Lyra understood the effort, and her answering song was full of warmth and delight. They laughed, in their own ways, at these misunderstandings. Kaelen's light would dance in merry spirals, and Lyra's music would bubble like a stream over smooth stones. Each mistake became a lesson, each confusion a chance to learn more about one another. Their favorite moments were the quiet ones, when they sat together in their crystalline garden, watching the stars bloom and fade in the great dark beyond the dome. Kaelen would glow with the soft silver of starlight, and Lyra would hum a melody that mirrored the gentle pulse of distant suns. In those hours there were no barriers between them, no need for translation or interpretation. They simply were together, two friends sharing the wonder of the cosmos. One evening, as a particularly brilliant meteor shower painted the sky with fleeting fire, Lyra noticed that Kaelen seemed quieter than usual. His light was pale, almost wistful. She chimed softly, a question in a single note. Kaelen responded by casting a soft, sad blue across the observatory floor. He was thinking of his home, of the way his people gathered during meteor showers to weave stories out of light. He missed the shared silence, the communal glow. Lyra listened, her own form still. Then slowly she began to sing, not a harmonian song, but something new, something woven from the moments they had shared. It was a melody of friendship, of light and sound blending into one. And as she sang, Kaelen began to glow, his colors shifting to match the rhythm of her music. Together they created something beautiful, a story told in light and song, a tale of two friends from different worlds who had found a home in each other's company. And as the last meteor traced its path across the sky, they both understood without a single shared word that kindness was a language all its own, one that needed no translation, only an open heart. And so, in their little observatory at the edge of the glimmering nebula, Kaelen and Lyra continued to watch the stars, to tend their garden, and to learn from one another. They knew that there would always be differences between them, worlds of differences, in fact, but they also knew that those differences were what made their friendship so special. For in learning to understand one another, they had each grown, and in growing, they had built a bond that stretched across the silence of space, bright and enduring as the eternal stars. The firelight flickered, casting dancing shadows on the walls, and if you listened very closely, you could almost hear the gentle pop and crackle of a story beginning to unfold. It's a story about a place not too far from here, if you measure distance in daydreams, called the Valley of Gentle Nonsense. In this valley, the rivers flowed backwards, which was terribly convenient if you ever dropped your hat in the water. You could simply walk upstream a little way and wait for it to float politely back into your hands with a soft, gurgling whoosh. The forests were inside out, meaning the cozy, rooty parts with all the little animal burrows were on the outside, and the tall, leafy parts were in the middle. This made for excellent hide-and-seek, though sometimes a squirrel would accidentally end up in the sky. And in the very heart of this valley, perched precariously on a hill that wiggled when it laughed, was an upside-down tea shop. It was called the Steaming Kettle, though the kettle was always on the floor, and the floor was, technically, the ceiling. Patrons would sit on the ceiling, which was wonderfully carpeted, and their teacups would cling magically to the floor above their heads. It was run by a fellow named Barnaby, a cloud shepherd by trade, who spent his days gently herding fluffy, white cumulus clouds with a crook made of a giant's wishbone. He only ran the tea shop on Tuesdays, because Tuesdays, he said, were inside-out days, and it made perfect sense to him. Barnaby's best friend was a dragon named Pippin. But Pippin was not a fearsome dragon. Oh no. Pippin was a dragon with a passion for porcelain. He collected teacups. Not jewels or gold, but the most delicate, hand-painted, whimsically patterned teacups you could ever imagine. His cave was a labyrinth of carefully dusted shelves, each holding a cup that chimed with a tiny, crystal ping if you tapped it. His greatest treasure was a cup that looked like it was made of a captured rainbow, which made a sound like a happy sigh when you poured tea into it. Their other dear friend was a woman named Cora, a professional dream painter. Each evening, with a brush made of a single moonbeam and paints distilled from starlight and memories, she would add little details to people's dreams. An extra sprinkle of glitter on a fairy's wings, a slightly funnier hat on a dancing badger, or the perfect, buttery scent to a dream of warm toast. One particular Tuesday, the kind of Tuesday that felt like a warm blanket, a most peculiar problem arose. Barnaby was in his upside-down tea shop, trying to serve a pot of lullaby lavender tea to a family of moles who were wearing very tiny, very fashionable sunglasses. But when he went to pour, the tea didn't fall down towards the cups on the floor ceiling. Instead, it poured up. Sploosh. A stream of lavender tea arched gracefully towards the actual ceiling, which was the floor, and pooled against a heavy oak beam. "Oh dear," said Barnaby, scratching his head with his shepherd's crook. "That's not right at all." The moles, who were very polite, sipped at their empty cups and murmured, "Lovely aroma," but they looked a bit disappointed. Just then Pippin the dragon came shuffling in, his large, gentle feet making a soft thump-thump-thump on the ceiling-turned floor. He was carrying his newest acquisition, a teacup painted with swirling, snoozing sheep. "Barnaby," he boomed in a voice that was like a cello wrapped in velvet. "I've come for a cup of chamomile calm. I need to test the sheep. They look like they'd enjoy it." "I've got a bit of a situation, Pippin," Barnaby said, pointing his crook at the puddle of tea on the floor above their heads. "The tea seems to have forgotten which way is up." Pippin peered at the puddle. "It does seem confused. Perhaps it's having an inside-out day, but it's only Tuesday." He let out a thoughtful rumble that made the teaspoons on the walls vibrate with a gentle bzzz. They decided to consult Cora, the dream painter, who was the wisest of them all when it came to matters of gentle confusion. They found her by the backwards river, which was flowing bloop-bloop-bleep towards the mountains. She was dipping her dream brush into the water, which turned the river a lovely shade of twilight blue for a moment. "Cora," said Barnaby, "the tea is pouring upwards. It's causing a dreadful puddle on the floor that's a ceiling." Cora tapped her moonbeam brush against her chin. "An inversion of intention," she mused. "The tea wishes to rise, not fall. It's a very ambitious tea, but it is still tea, and tea's true purpose is to be sipped from a lovely cup." She looked at Pippin's new sheep cup. "Especially one like that." "But how do we convince it?" asked Pippin, his tail twitching with worry and nearly knocking over a tree that was growing sideways. "We must remind it of its purpose," said Cora. "We need to create a spectacle of sipping so delightful, so utterly irresistible, that the tea will forget its foolish ambitions and simply want to be drunk." And so they hatched a plan. It was a silly plan, but in the valley of gentle nonsense, the silliest plans were often the best ones. Barnaby went to herd the most content-looking clouds, the ones that looked like sleeping lambs and overstuffed pillows. He gently nudged them over to the tea shop until they formed a soft, fluffy staircase leading from the puddle on the high ceiling down to the cups on the low floor. F-whoomp went the clouds as they settled into place. Pippin rushed back to his cave and returned with his most beautiful, most melodic teacups. There was the rainbow cup that side, a cup that chimed like a tiny bell when touched, and another that had a pattern of bubbles that actually fizz-pop-fizzed softly. Cora, with her dream painter's skill, did the most important job. She didn't paint the tea, she painted the air above each cup. With a flick of her wrist, she painted little swirls of steam that carried the scent of honey and biscuits. With another flick, she painted the sound of a contented murmur and the feeling of a warm, cozy chair. She painted the very idea of a perfect afternoon tea. Finally, everything was ready. Barnaby stood by the teapot. Pippin arranged his cups. Cora gave a nod. "Now, Barnaby," she said. Barnaby poured. Sploosh. Once again the lullaby lavender tea streamed upwards, defying gravity with all its might. It reached the puddle on the ceiling floor. But then something new happened. The tea, curious, began to trickle onto the first cloud step. Instead of splashing, it went blorp and was absorbed into the fluffy whiteness. The cloud, now smelling wonderfully of lavender, seemed to sigh with pleasure. Encouraged, the tea flowed onto the next cloud, and the next, each step a little blorp and a sigh, creating a cascading staircase of scent. It reached the bottom cloud, which was hovering just above Pippin's rainbow teacup. The tea hesitated for a moment, hovering over the cup that sighed with anticipation. And then it happened. The rainbow cup let out its happy little sigh. The bell cup gave a faint ting. The bubble cup fizz-pop-fizzed. And the air above them, painted by Cora, shimmered with such irresistible coziness that the tea could no longer resist. With a final, gentle plink, a single drop of tea fell into the rainbow cup. Then another and another, until a steady, graceful stream of tea was flowing down the cloudy staircase, each drop landing perfectly in a waiting cup. The tea had remembered its job. The moles, who had been watching with their tiny mouths agape behind their sunglasses, clapped their little paws. Barnaby beamed. Pippin did a happy little jig that made the teacups rattle a cheerful melody. Cora smiled, adding one last painted detail to the air, a tiny, shimmering rainbow that arched over the entire scene. They all sat down, on the ceiling of course, and had the most wonderful tea party. The tea tasted all the better for its little adventure. The moles declared it the best tea they'd ever almost not had, and Pippin's sheep cup proved to be the perfect home for chamomile calm. And as the firelight here dances its own sleepy dance, you should know that in the valley of gentle nonsense, the tea now sometimes still pours upwards, just for the fun of flowing down the cloud stairs. Because even problems, when faced with friendship and a little bit of painted steam, can turn into the most delightful sort of nonsense. A soft, quiet sigh of an ending, perfect for drifting off to sleep. In the quiet village of Meadowshire, where cobblestone lanes wound like sleepy serpents between thatched cottages, lived a boy named Silas. His world was one of ordinary wonders, the scent of baking bread drifting from Mrs. Bramble's oven, the way sunlight turned the mill pond into liquid gold each dawn. Yet Silas often felt a quiet longing, as if the world held secrets just beyond his reach. That longing led him to the dusty attic of his grandmother's cottage one misty afternoon, where he discovered an old wooden music box tucked beneath a quilt of faded stars. Its surface was carved with spiraling patterns that seemed to shift like smoke when touched, and when Silas wound its tiny key, it played no melody at all. Instead, it released a soft, shimmering light that painted pictures in the air, memories not his own. The first vision showed a locket shaped like a teardrop, lost deep within the whispering woods on the edge of the village. Silas recognized it at once. It belonged to his grandmother, who'd spoken of it with wistful sighs, calling it her heart's compass. The music box hummed, and Silas understood this was no ordinary trinket. It could reveal the hidden stories of lost things, but only if he followed where it led. With the box cradled in his hands, its light pulsing like a gentle heartbeat, Silas stepped into the woods. Shadows draped the path like velvet curtains, and the air smelled of damp moss and secrets. His journey began with uncertainty, but soon helpers emerged from the greenery. First came Thistle, a badger with fur like twilight and eyes that held the patience of ancient stones. He moved with a slow, deliberate grace, teaching Silas to read the language of roots and rivulets. Every bend in the path has a tale, Thistle rumbled, his voice a soothing rasp. Listen with your feet, not just your ears. Next fluttered Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds and a habit of reciting rhymes. Left at the crooked oak, right where the ferns sigh low, she'd chirp, her wings tracing maps in the dappled light. Last was Bramble, a hedgehog whose quills glittered with dewdrops and whose laughter was a soft, rustling sound. She carried a tiny satchel of courage, a thimble-sized cup of honeysuckle nectar that warmed the spirit when sipped. Together they ventured deeper, guided by the music box's glow. It showed them fragments of the locket's past, grandmother as a girl, laughing as she hung it from a branch while chasing fireflies, the day a storm swept it into a burbling creek. The woods grew stranger, trees whispered in riddles, and streams flowed uphill. Silas's heart ached with every step, not from weariness, but from the weight of the stories he carried. He realized this was no mere quest for an object. It was a journey into the tender, tangled heart of memory itself. The challenge arose when they reached the Grove of Echoes, a clearing where the air shimmered like heat haze. There the locket lay cradled in the roots of an ancient willow, but guarding it was the keeper of whispers, a being woven from starlight and sorrow, with eyes like frozen ponds. She had no form, only a voice that echoed with 1,000 lost sighs. Take this locket, she murmured, and you steal a piece of someone's soul. Memories are not trinkets to be reclaimed. Silas felt fear tighten his throat. Thistle nudged his hand. Wisdom, little traveler, the badger whispered. Not force. Pip landed on Silas's shoulder, humming a rhyme about letting go. Bramble pressed the honeysuckle cup into his palm, its sweetness a balm. Silas closed his eyes, recalling the music box's visions, not just the locket's loss, but the joy it once held. He understood then what the keeper truly guarded, not the object, but the right of memories to breathe, to change, to be more than frozen moments. Memories aren't meant to be kept locked away, Silas said softly, his voice steady as a stream. They're like seeds. If you hold them too tight, they never grow. My grandmother's sorrow isn't in losing this locket, it's in forgetting how it felt to laugh when it swung from that branch. He held up the music box, its light swirled, showing the keeper her own memories, of being a sapling kissed by rain, of sheltering fledglings, of seasons turning without regret. Sometimes, Silas added, letting go is how we keep things alive. The keeper's form softened, melting into a shower of silver mist that rained down like tears. Where it touched the earth, forget-me-nots bloomed in a blue circle around the willow. You carry old wisdom in young bones, the keeper sighed, her voice now warm as hearth smoke. Take the locket, but leave a memory in its place. Silas placed his hand on the willow's bark. He thought of this journey, Thistle's steady presence, Pip's guiding rhymes, Bramble's brave giggle. The tree absorbed it, its leaves shivering with contentment. The locket slipped into Silas's palm, cool and light. The return to Meadowshire was lit by a buttery sunset. Grandmother's eyes welled when Silas pressed the locket into her hands, but he quickly opened the music box. Its light wove a new vision, not the past but the present, the four friends walking home, the willow grove blooming behind them, the village glowing ahead like a promise. The memory isn't in the locket, Grandma, Silas whispered. It's in us, and now we have a new one to share. That night, as crickets sang outside and the cottage breathed with the scent of chamomile tea, Silas wound the music box one last time. Its light danced across the ceiling, painting not just lost things but found joys, the gleam in grandmother's eyes, the badger's wise nod from the garden fence, the sparrow's evening song. And as Silas drifted to sleep, he knew the greatest magic wasn't in objects or visions. It was in the quiet courage to listen, the warmth of companions, and the gentle truth that some journeys don't end, they bloom inside you forever. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust gathered like snowflakes in the cosmic winds, there drifted a small, forgotten moon called Lumin. It was here that two unlikely travelers found themselves stranded, far from the familiar skies of their homeworlds. The first was a being from the planet Chroma, where communication happened not through words, but through shifting hues that danced across their gelatinous forms. His name was Azul, and when he was anxious, as he very much was now, he turned the pale blue of a twilight sky. He had been collecting samples of iridescent moss from asteroid fields when his ship's crystal drive fractured, sending him spiraling down to Lumin's surface. The second was a creature from the world of Symphonia, where thoughts were expressed through delicate, bell-like harmonies that chimed from the delicate filaments growing along her arms. Her name was Lyra, and her current song was a worried, minor-key melody that fluttered like a trapped moth. She had been charting sonic patterns in nebulae when an unexpected solar flare scrambled her navigation crystals, leaving her vessel nestled between Lumin's silvery dunes. They discovered one another at the edge of a vast, crystalline forest, where trees of amethyst and quartz caught the light of three small suns and fractured it into rainbows that danced across the ground. Azul, upon seeing Lyra, flushed a startled shade of violet. Lyra, in turn, chimed a high, surprised note that echoed through the crystals. At first, their differences seemed impossible to bridge. When Azul tried to express his peaceful intentions by glowing a soft sunrise orange, Lyra misinterpreted it as a warning and responded with a defensive, sharp C-sharp that made the nearby crystals vibrate. When Lyra attempted to share her loneliness through a gentle, descending melody, Azul read it as sadness and turned a melancholy indigo, which Lyra then mistook for disapproval. But necessity is the mother of connection, and as Lumin's nights grew cold, with temperatures that turned the very air to shimmering frost, they realized they would need to work together to survive. They found shelter in a great geode cave, its walls lined with glowing cyan crystals that pulsed with a gentle, innate warmth. Here, they began to build their safe space. Azul, with his malleable form, could squeeze into narrow crevices to gather clusters of warm light crystals, while Lyra, with her precise harmonic abilities, could test the structural integrity of the cavern by singing certain frequencies that made the walls hum in response. Slowly, a friendship began to blossom in that crystalline haven. They developed their own way of communicating, a beautiful fusion of color and sound. Azul would glow in patterns that Lyra learned to interpret like musical notes, while Lyra's harmonies took on hues that Azul could understand as emotions. A soft green glow accompanied by a lilting melody meant, "I found fresh water." A pulsing gold light paired with a warm major chord meant, "You are safe with me." One afternoon, as they worked together lining the floor with soft moss Azul had collected, a misunderstanding arose that would become one of their fondest memories. Lyra noticed that Azul had arranged the moss in careful, concentric circles. To her, circles were a symbol of containment on Symphonia, used only for things that were dangerous or needed to be restricted. She chimed a concerned sequence of notes, her filaments trembling. Azul, sensing her distress, flushed a confused lavender. He had arranged the circles because on Chroma, circles represented unity and protection, the shape of their communal nests. He glowed a bright, questioning yellow. For a moment they simply looked at one another, unable to comprehend the other's concern. Then Lyra hesitantly sang a questioning phrase that meant, "Why confine?" while gesturing to the circles. Azul's form shifted to a realization of soft pink, and he pulsed a pattern that meant, "Not confine, embrace." Understanding dawned in Lyra's large, luminous eyes. She responded with a chuckle that came out as a series of bubbling, joyful notes, while Azul shimmered with laughter in ripples of gold and silver. They spent the rest of that day teaching each other about their cultural symbols, Lyra singing stories of symphonian traditions, while Azul illustrated them in bursts of color across his form. As days turned into weeks, their crystalline cave became more than just shelter, it became a home. They cultivated a garden of bioluminescent fungi that cast a soft blue glow in the evenings. They discovered that by combining their abilities, they could create beautiful displays of light and sound that danced across the geode walls. Lyra would sing a melody, and Azul would interpret it in swirling colors that pulsed in time with her music. But their favorite ritual came each evening, when Lumin's 3 suns would set and the stars emerged in breathtaking multitudes. They would settle near the cave entrance, where the crystal ceiling opened to the sky, and watch the cosmos together. During these quiet moments, words were unnecessary. Lyra would hum a soft, wandering tune that spoke of longing and wonder, while Azul would glow in deep blues and purples that mirrored the nebulas swirling above. They found comfort in the shared silence between notes, in the gentle fade of one color into another. They learned that friendship needed no translation when it was felt in the soul. One evening, as a shower of shooting stars streaked across the velvet darkness, Lyra noticed a familiar constellation, the Northern Lyre, which guided travelers home in her culture. She sang a hopeful, rising melody and pointed upward. Azul followed her gaze and recognized the pattern too. On Chroma they called it the Cascade of Tears, but it signaled the same thing, a path to the wormhole that connected this sector to the inhabited galaxies. They looked at each other, and without any need for light or sound, they understood the mixture of emotions between them, the joy of possible rescue, the sorrow of impending separation. Azul glowed a bittersweet blend of sunset orange and twilight blue. Lyra answered with a chord that was both happy and sad, like sunlight through rain. Together, they devised a plan. Using the natural amplifier qualities of the geode cave, Lyra sang a powerful, sustained note tuned to the emergency frequency of interstellar vessels, while Azul focused his entire being into a brilliant beacon of light that pulsed in a distress pattern known across the star systems. For 3 days they continued their signal, taking turns to rest and sustain their efforts. On the 4th evening, as they sat watching the stars as usual, a new light appeared among them, a soft, pearlescent ship that descended gracefully toward Lumin. The rescue vessel was from a neutral exploration guild, its crew familiar with many species. The captain, a gentle being with kind eyes and translating crystals embedded in her antennae, explained that they had detected both a sonic and visual distress call of remarkable harmony and intensity. As preparations were made for departure, Azul and Lyra lingered in their crystalline home one last time. They knew their paths would now diverge, Azul returning to Chroma's color-drenched oceans, Lyra to Symphonia's singing forests. But instead of sadness, they felt gratitude. Azul glowed in a pattern he had created just for Lyra, a swirling dance of colors that meant, "You are my star-made friend." Lyra responded with a melody she had composed for Azul, a song that translated to "Your light will always guide me." The captain, watching them, offered a solution. The Exploration Guild maintained a neutral space station called the Harmony Nexus, where beings from different worlds could meet to share knowledge and friendship. She extended them both an open invitation. As they boarded the rescue ship, Azul and Lyra shared one last look at their crystalline cave, now glowing softly in Lumin's twilight. They knew it would remain there, a testament to friendship forged across worlds, waiting for any other travelers who might need shelter. Years later, on the Harmony Nexus, there is a particular observatory dome that is always filled with color and music. Here, a being of shifting hues and a creature of gentle harmonies often meet to watch the stars together. They have taught many others how to communicate beyond words, how to build bridges instead of barriers, and how the universal language of kindness needs no translation. And sometimes, when the station orbits through a particularly beautiful nebula, they can still be found side by side, one glowing in soft patterns, the other humming a quiet tune, remembering their time in a crystalline cave on a forgotten moon, where two strangers learned that friendship is the truest shelter in any universe. Deep within the heart of the world lay the Elderwood, a forest so ancient that its roots were rumored to cradle the very dreams of the earth. It was a place where moonlight did not merely fall, but pooled in silver puddles between the gnarled roots of sleeping trees, and where the air itself hummed with a soft, forgotten magic. The creatures who called this place home were the children of the night, their lives a quiet symphony played to the rhythm of the stars and the gentle turning of the seasons. On this particular night, the air was crisp with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, the first true breath of autumn. A young fox, whose coat was the color of autumn rust and whose eyes held the inquisitive gleam of untold stories, sat at the edge of a starlit clearing. His name was Rowan. He was listening, as he often did, to the secret language of the forest. It began not with words, but with sensations. A soft, percussive plink, plink, plink of dew dripping from a broad oak leaf onto a moss-covered stone below. The stone, smooth and dark, seemed to absorb the sound, humming back a vibration so low it was felt more than heard, a contented, grounding thrum. A little way off, a brook babbled over a bed of pebbles. To Rowan, it was not mere noise, but a constant, cheerful chatter, telling tales of the high mountain snowmelt from which it came, and the distant sea it hoped to one day meet. The wind, a gentle sigh through the pine needles, carried whispers from the treetops, stories of the sun-warmed day now past and the creatures that had passed beneath their boughs. Rowan loved these sounds. They were the forest's heartbeat, a lullaby of belonging. But lately a new note had entered the symphony, one that filled him with a restless unease. It was a feeling of ending, of withdrawal. The vibrant green canopy was beginning to blush with gold and crimson. The air, once soft and warm, now carried a sharpness that hinted at frost. The chatter of the daytime birds had faded, replaced by the deeper, more contemplative sounds of the night. He felt a pull towards stillness, a desire to burrow and sleep, and it confused his lively spirit. "The forest is preparing to dream," a voice said, soft and deep as the earth itself. It was not a sound that traveled through the air, but one that seemed to form directly in Rowan's mind. He turned to see the great oak, the eldest being in the elderwood. Its trunk was wider than a dozen foxes laid nose to tail, and its branches were a sprawling, intricate map of the sky. In a hollow where a lower branch met the massive trunk, two luminous golden eyes blinked slowly. It was Orion, the great horned owl, who had made his home in the oak for more seasons than the stones in the brook could count. Preparing to dream. Rowan asked, his voice a small rustle in the vast quiet. But why must it sleep? The summer was so full of light and life, it feels like a loss. Orion shifted slightly, his feathers making a soft, rustling whisper. "Come," he hooted gently. "Let us walk. The forest has wisdom to share, if you know how to listen." Together, they moved from the clearing into the deeper woods. The path was carpeted with moss so thick and soft it muffled their footsteps entirely. Moonbeams, slender and silver, pierced the canopy, illuminating patches of the forest floor where bioluminescent fungi grew in ethereal clusters. They glowed with a soft blue-green light, like fallen stars content to rest upon the earth. Delicate, ghost-pale flowers unfurled their petals only for the moon, releasing a fragrance as faint and sweet as distant memory. "You hear the brook's chatter," Orion said as they walked beside it. "But listen deeper. What is it saying now?" Rowan paused, focusing beyond the cheerful gurgle. He closed his eyes and let the sound wash over him. Beneath the surface melody, he detected a slower, more resonant tone. The water was flowing with less urgency. The stones it passed over, usually slick and quick, were now more exposed, their dark surfaces drinking in the moonlight. "It's slowing down," Rowan realized. "Its song is becoming quieter, more thoughtful." "Exactly," Orion murmured. "The stream is not dying, it is gathering its stories, turning them over like smooth stones in its current. In the deep silence of winter, it will hold them close, and in the spring, its song will return, richer for the quiet contemplation." They walked on, and the wind picked up, stirring the high branches. A shower of golden leaves spiraled down around them, a silent, beautiful rain. The sound was a dry, gentle shushing, a sound that begged for quiet and rest. "And the trees," Orion prompted. "What is their language tonight?" Rowan looked up at the mighty maples and whispering aspens. Their leaves, once vibrant green, were now aflame with color. As they fell, they did not cry out in sorrow, but rustled a gentle farewell. He placed a paw on the trunk of a birch, its bark like peeled parchment. He felt a slow, steady pulse, a rhythm that was slowing, deepening, pulling inwards. "They are letting go," Rowan whispered, a pang of understanding striking his heart. "They are not being stripped bare. They are releasing what they no longer need, storing their strength deep within, in their roots." "A tree that never shed its leaves would break under the weight of the winter snow," Orion said wisely. "The letting go is not an ending, Rowan. It is an act of resilience. It is how they ensure their return." Their journey led them to a part of the forest Rowan had never seen. It was a hidden grove where the air sparkled with drifting motes of light, tiny, winged spirits that glowed like embers. In the center of the grove stood a circle of ancient standing stones, draped in velvet moss and silvered by the moon. In the middle of the stones, a small, still pool reflected the star-strewn sky so perfectly it was impossible to tell where the earth ended and the heavens began. "This is the Heartwood Glade," Orion said, his voice filled with a reverent quiet. "It is where the forest remembers its dreams." As they approached the pool, Rowan saw that its surface was not entirely still. Faint, shimmering patterns swirled just beneath, like liquid starlight. He peered closer and saw images forming in the luminous water. A memory of a sun-drenched meadow from high summer, the joyful leap of a young deer, the profound, dark silence of a midwinter's night, and the first, brave green shoot breaking through the snow at the cusp of spring. He saw the endless, beautiful cycle. The vibrant, energetic expansion of summer was not the whole story. It was followed by the gentle, releasing grace of autumn, the deep, restorative sleep of winter, and the hopeful, miraculous rebirth of spring. Each phase gave meaning to the others. The rest made the renewal possible. A gentle rain began to fall, not a storm, but a soft, pattering shower. Each drop that hit the broad leaves above made a soft plop before gathering and dripping down to the moss below with a soothing plink. The rain kissed the surface of the starlit pool, creating countless tiny ripples that set the shimmering images dancing. The wind joined the chorus, a soft soughing through the pines, a natural lullaby that spoke of comfort and release. Rowan sat back on his haunches, all his restlessness washed away by the gentle rain and the profound understanding that had bloomed within him. He was not witnessing an ending, but a transformation. The forest was not dying, it was breathing out, preparing to breathe in again, deeper and richer than before. "Thank you," he said to Orion, his voice full of a newfound peace. The owl simply blinked his great golden eyes, a silent acceptance. "The wisdom was always here, little one. You only needed to learn its language." Rowan made his way back to his den, a cozy hollow beneath the roots of the great oak. The sounds that had once made him anxious now cradled him. The rustle of falling leaves was a blanket being tucked in for the long sleep. The slower song of the brook was a soothing hum. The patter of rain on the canopy was a gentle promise that all was well. He curled up in his nest of dried ferns and soft moss, his rust-colored fur blending into the shadows. As he drifted into sleep, he felt the deep, slow dream of the forest envelop him. He was not separate from the cycle, he was a part of it. His own quiet time of rest was not a loss, but a gathering of strength, a storing of stories, a silent preparation for the day when the sun would grow warm again, and he would emerge, renewed and ready for the next chapter of his life under the dappled light of the elderwood. And high above, Orion watched over the slumbering forest, his wise old heart beating in time with the turning of the world, a silent guardian of the sacred, endless dance between rest and renewal. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm, dancing light painting shifting shapes upon the walls of the quiet room. Outside, a chilly evening had settled, but in here, wrapped in the gentle glow, all was safe and still. It is on such an evening, when the world holds its breath and the stars begin to prick the velvet sky, that the best stories are found. They are not shouted from mountain tops, but whispered on the tendrils of wood smoke, stories of quiet courage and gentle magic. This is one such story, a tale that begins, as many good tales do, with a feeling of restlessness and a light in the dark. In a small stone cottage, much like one you might imagine nestled in the folds of these very hills, lived a young boy named Kaelen. Kaelen had a thoughtful heart and eyes that noticed things others often missed, the way dew clung to a spiderweb at dawn, or the particular sigh the old oak tree made when the wind blew from the east. But lately a quiet loneliness had settled over him, a feeling that the world was a vast and silent place. His parents were kind and his home was warm, yet he felt a pull toward something more, a secret he couldn't name. His greatest comfort was his grandfather, a man with hands like gnarled roots and a voice that rumbled like distant thunder. Grandfather was a storyteller, and his stories were not just words. They were living things that filled the cottage with the scent of pine forests and the sound of forgotten rivers. One evening, as Kaelen sat staring into the flames, his grandfather settled into the chair beside him. "The fire speaks in many tongues tonight, Kaelen," the old man said softly. "It crackles with news of the day, and it whispers with memories of ancient suns." Kaelen sighed, drawing his knees to his chin. "I wish it would whisper a secret to me, a real one." Grandfather's eyes, deep and knowing, twinkled in the firelight. He reached into the pocket of his worn waistcoat and pulled out a small object. It was a locket no bigger than a walnut, carved from a dark, smooth wood. It was plain, unadorned, but as Grandfather held it in his palm, a faint, warm light pulsed from within its seams, a soft orange glow like the heart of a banked ember. "This," Grandfather said, his voice low and reverent, "was given to me by my own grandfather. It is called the Ember Heart. It does not hold a picture or a lock of hair. It holds a memory of warmth, an echo of the first fire ever kindled. It is said that its light grows brighter when one is on the verge of discovering something truly important, a friend, a truth, a hidden path." Kaelen's breath caught. He reached out, and as his fingers brushed the wooden locket, a wave of profound comfort washed over him, as if he had been wrapped in a blanket fresh from the hearth. The light within pulsed gently against his skin. "It feels alive," he whispered. "In a way it is," Grandfather nodded. "It responds to the warmth in a heart, but its true magic is a guide. It is for you now, Kaelen. I think you are ready for a journey." "A journey where?" Kaelen asked, his eyes wide. Grandfather's gaze turned towards the window, towards the darkening woods that crowded against the edge of their valley. "That the Ember Heart will help you discover. Tomorrow at first light follow where its glow leads you. But remember, the most important journeys are not about the distance traveled, but the stillness found. Listen more than you speak, observe more than you do, and trust the warmth you carry." That night Kaelen slept with the Ember Heart tucked safely under his pillow. His dreams were filled with flickering lights and the scent of damp earth and growing things. When he awoke, a pale, silvery light was filtering through his window. He dressed quickly, pulling on a warm tunic and sturdy boots, and placed the locket on a leather cord around his neck. Tucked under his shirt, it rested against his chest, a secret, warm weight. He crept downstairs, packed a small satchel with bread and cheese, and slipped out into the crisp morning. The world was hushed and pearled with dew. For a long moment he stood at the edge of the garden, unsure. Then he felt it, a subtle tug, a faint increase in the warmth against his skin. He turned towards the woods. The Ember Heart's glow, visible even through his tunic, seemed to brighten just a little. And so Kaelen's journey began. He stepped from the familiar turf of the garden into the deep shadows of the forest. The air changed instantly, becoming cooler and rich with the smell of moss and decaying leaves. Sunlight fell in dappled patches through the canopy, and the only sounds were the crunch of his own footsteps and the cheerful chatter of unseen birds. He walked for what felt like hours, his path guided by the gentle pulse of the locket. It was not a frantic pull, but a patient, persistent suggestion, leading him away from the well-trodden paths and deeper into the heart of the woods where the trees grew closer together and the light was a soft, green gloom. At first the silence felt heavy, amplifying his loneliness. But as he walked, he began to truly listen, as his grandfather had advised. He heard the scuttling of a beetle under a leaf, the whisper of the wind through the pine needles, the gurgle of a hidden stream. The forest was not silent at all, it was a symphony of quiet sounds. He paused by a cluster of bright red mushrooms, marveling at their perfect, round caps, and felt the Ember Heart warm slightly, as if approving of his attention. It was when he stopped to drink from a small, clear spring that he noticed the first hint of the mystery. Carved into a flat stone beside the water was a symbol, a spiral that ended in a small, five-petaled flower. It was ancient and weathered, but unmistakably made by a careful hand. The heart pulsed against his chest, a soft, steady beat. Kaelen traced the symbol with his finger, feeling a connection to someone, something that had passed this way long before him. He continued on now with a new purpose, his eyes scanning the trees and rocks for more clues. He found another symbol minutes later, this one on the smooth bark of a silver birch, the same spiral, but this time ending in a leaf. The path the Emberheart was leading him on was not a random one, it was a trail of whispers left in stone and wood. The day wore on and the forest deepened. The gentle slopes gave way to steeper, rocky inclines. Just as a flicker of doubt began to stir in Kaelen's mind, what if he was lost? What if this was all just a silly game? He came to a place where the trees formed a near-impenetrable wall of tangled branches and thorny bushes. The Emberheart's glow, however, did not dim. It grew warmer, its light a steady beacon pointing directly at the thicket. There seemed to be no way through. Kaelen's shoulders slumped. This was the end of the path. But as he stood there, feeling the first chill of the approaching evening, he noticed something. A large, ancient yew tree grew at the center of the thicket, its trunk twisted and massive. And there, at its base, almost completely hidden by ivy, was a narrow, dark opening. It wasn't a cave, but a passage, so well concealed it was invisible unless you were standing right before it. The Emberheart was now glowing so brightly that its light spilled out from the neck of his tunic, casting a warm, orange circle on the ground. Taking a deep breath, Kaelen pushed aside the curtain of ivy and stepped into the darkness. The air inside was cool and smelled of stone and old, dry earth. The passage was narrow, forcing him to walk sideways for a few paces, but it soon opened up. He wasn't in a cave, but in a tunnel, the walls smooth, as if worn by water or countless gentle hands over countless years. And the most remarkable thing was the light. It was not the bright, cheerful light of day, but a soft, phosphorescent glow that came from patches of moss clinging to the ceiling and walls. They pulsed with a gentle blue-green light, illuminating the way forward. He walked on, the only sound the soft scuff of his boots on the stone floor. The tunnel sloped gently downward, twisting and turning, and Kaelen had the strange sensation that he was leaving the ordinary world far behind. The Emberheart at his chest glowed in harmony with the moss light, its warm orange a comforting contrast to the cool blue. After a time that felt both like an instant and an eternity, he saw a light ahead that was different, the golden, dappled light of late afternoon. He quickened his pace, and the tunnel ended, opening out into a sight that made him gasp and stop dead in his tracks. He stood at the edge of a hidden valley, a secret world nestled within the embrace of the towering hills. It was a wide, circular basin, filled with a forest of trees whose leaves were not green, but shades of silver, gold, and soft copper. A meandering stream, sparkling like liquid crystal, wound its way through the center. The air was warmer here, filled with the sweet, honeyed scent of unknown flowers. Butterflies with wings like stained glass flitted through the air, and the gentle chirping of crickets provided a soft, rhythmic music. This was a place out of time, a sanctuary of peace. And there, in the center of the valley, beside the stream, stood the most beautiful tree Kaelen had ever seen. It was vast and ancient, its bark the color of moonlight, and its branches, which spread out like a protective canopy, were laden with blossoms that shimmered with their own soft, internal light, pale pink and white, like captured starlight. The Emberheart was no longer just warm, it was thrumming with a gentle energy, a vibration of pure joy. This was the destination. This was the secret. As he walked down the gentle slope into the valley, the grass under his feet was soft and thick. He felt a profound sense of peace settle over him, the loneliness that had clung to him for weeks melting away like mist in the sun. He made his way towards the great tree, drawn by an irresistible pull. It was then that he saw the fox. It was sitting on its haunches at the base of the tree, watching him with calm, intelligent eyes. It was not like any fox he had ever seen. Its fur was a remarkable shade of russet red, but tipped with silver, as if dusted with frost. Its eyes were not the sharp, cunning eyes of a wild creature, but held a deep, ancient wisdom. Kaelen stopped a few paces away, unsure. The fox did not run. It simply tilted its head, and a voice, not heard with ears but felt directly in Kaelen's mind, spoke. It was a voice like the rustling of leaves, soft and dry. You have followed the warmth. Welcome, Kaelen. Kaelen's heart hammered against his ribs. You know my name. The fox gave a slow, deliberate blink. The ember heart speaks your name in its glow. I am Sila's. I am the keeper of this place, the Whispering Glen. It's beautiful, Kaelen breathed, looking around in wonder. I've never seen anything like it. It is a place of remembrance, Silas replied, his mental voice gentle. A memory of the world when it was younger and quieter. Few find their way here. Only those whose hearts carry a true warmth and a need for stillness. My grandfather sent me, Kaelen said, touching the locket. He said I was ready for a journey. And so you are, Silas agreed. He stood up and padded softly towards the stream. Come, sit with me. The day is waning, and the best stories are told as the light fades. Kaelen followed, sitting on a smooth, sun-warmed stone beside the water. Silas curled up nearby, his silver-tipped tail wrapped around his feet. For a long time they sat in a comfortable silence, watching the water dance over the stones. Kaelen found that he didn't need to fill the silence with words. The companionship of the fox was enough. It was a quiet understanding that flowed between them, as real and tangible as the stream itself. The loneliness you feel, Silas began, his voice a soft murmur in Kaelen's mind, is not because you are alone. It is because you have not yet learned to listen to the world's own heart. You search for a grand noise when the truth is whispered. How do I learn? Kaelen asked softly. You have already begun, Silas said. You noticed the symbols. You listened to the forest. You trusted the quiet pull of the ember heart. That is the first lesson. The second is to understand that all things are connected. The tree to the sun, the stream to the rain, the fox to the boy. The warmth you carry in that locket is the same warmth that slumbers in the heart of this tree, the same warmth that gives life to the whole world. You are a part of it, not separate from it. That is the friendship you were seeking, not with one person, but with everything. As Silas spoke, Kaelen looked around the glen with new eyes. He saw how the light from the glowing blossoms fell upon the silver leaves, how the water reflected the sky, how the very air seemed to hum with a quiet, vibrant life. He wasn't an outsider looking in, he was a part of the tapestry. The loneliness lifted completely, replaced by a feeling of deep, belonging peace. As twilight began to paint the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the blossoms on the great tree brightened, casting a soft, radiant light over the glen. It was then that Kaelen noticed the carvings on the tree's trunk. They were the same symbols he had seen on the trail, the spiral ending in a flower, the spiral ending in a leaf, and many others. A spiral ending in a star, a wave, a flame. They are the stories of this place, Silas explained, seeing his gaze. Each symbol marks a moment of understanding, a spark of connection left by those who have visited through the ages. Your grandfather's mark is here. See, the spiral and the flame. Kaelen reached out and touched the carving his grandfather had made so long ago. He felt a surge of love and connection that spanned generations. He understood now. The journey wasn't about finding a place, but about finding a truth. The hidden world was not just this physical glen, but the hidden world of connection that existed all around him, always, if he only knew how to look. Can I make a mark?" he asked shyly. Silas nodded. "What have you learned, Kaelen? What truth will you leave behind?" Kaelen thought for a long moment. He thought of the quiet walk through the forest, the guidance of the Emberheart, the peaceful silence with the fox, and the feeling of belonging that now filled his heart. He picked up a sharp-edged stone and, with careful concentration, carved a new symbol into the soft, luminous bark of the great tree. It was a spiral, but this one did not end in a single shape. It branched out into many tiny, interconnected lines, like a network of roots or a map of stars. "The spiral of connection," Silas murmured, approval warming his mental voice. "A fine story to tell." Full night had fallen, but the glen was far from dark. The tree's blossoms and the glowing moss cast a soft, dreamlike light. Kaelen knew it was time to return home. The thought no longer brought a pang of sadness. He carried the glen within him now. "The path will guide you back," Silas said, as if reading his thoughts. "Then Emberheart will remember the way. And you may return whenever your heart needs to remember its connection." "Thank you, Silas," Kaelen said, his voice thick with emotion. For everything." The fox dipped his head. "The thanks are mutual, Kaelen. You have brought a new warmth to the glen. Go in peace. Remember the stillness." With a final, long look at the magical valley, Kaelen turned and entered the tunnel. The journey back felt different, shorter. He was no longer a seeker, but a knower. The Emberheart glowed steadily against his chest, no longer a guide to a destination, but a reminder of the one he had found. When he finally stepped out of the thicket and back into the familiar woods near his home, the moon was high and bright. He walked the last stretch with a light heart, the night sounds of the forest a friendly chorus now, not a lonely one. He slipped back into the quiet cottage. The fire in the hearth had burned down to a bed of glowing coals, but the room was still warm. His grandfather was asleep in his chair, a blanket over his knees. Kaelen knelt by the fire, adding a small log. As the flames licked at the new wood, catching light, he felt his grandfather's hand on his shoulder. "You found it," the old man said, his voice soft with sleep and certainty. Kaelen looked up and smiled, a true, peaceful smile that reached his eyes. "I did, grandfather, and I found so much more." He didn't need to explain. The change in him was plain to see, the quiet confidence, the absence of the restless loneliness. The Emberheart, now cool and dark against his chest, had done its work. He sat on the rug by the fire, and his grandfather began to tell a story, not of great battles or far-off lands, but of a boy who learned to listen to the world's heartbeat. As Kaelen listened, the crackle of the fire and the rumble of his grandfather's voice wove together, and the line between the story and the memory blurred into a single, warm, comforting truth. Outside, the stars shone down on the quiet hills. Inside, by the fireside, a boy who had journeyed far and found his way home closed his eyes. And as he drifted into sleep, his dreams were not of lonely paths, but of a silver-furred fox, a tree of glowing blossoms, and the gentle, unbreakable connection of all things, a warmth that would burn steady and true within him forever. In the quiet village of Starfall Hollow, nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, the nights were usually filled with the soft glow of starlight filtering through lace-curtained windows. The villagers measured time not by clocks, but by the gentle chime of the ancient clock tower that stood at the center of town, its brass bells singing on the hour with a sound like silver spoons tapping crystal glasses. Wind chimes hanging from every porch played soft melodies with the evening breeze, and lately a gentle rain had been falling each night, its patter on cobblestones and tin roofs composing a lullaby for the entire village. But something peculiar had begun happening in Starfall Hollow. Each morning the villagers noticed another star had vanished from the night sky. Not faded or hidden behind clouds, but truly gone, leaving behind empty patches of darkness where familiar constellations had twinkled for generations. The missing stars left no trace, only a growing sense of wonder mixed with concern, for the people of Starfall Hollow believed the stars watched over them, their gentle light keeping dreams sweet and troubles small. Among the concerned villagers was a young stargazer named Finn, who spent his evenings perched on the roof of his cottage, sketchbook in hand, mapping the heavens. Finn noticed the disappearances first, the absence of little Viga one night, then Sweet Altair the next. He wasn't frightened, but deeply curious. His kind heart worried less for himself and more for the stars themselves. Where could they have gone? And why? Finn decided he would solve the mystery, not with loud proclamations or frantic searches, but with quiet observation and empathy, tools he valued far more than flashlights or loud noises. He began by visiting the oldest places in the village, listening more than speaking. His first clue came from little Alara, the baker's daughter, who sang a nursery rhyme her grandmother had taught her. When the clock tower chimes thrice, the stars roll out like sugar spice. Follow the path where rainbows weep, to where the starling secrets keep. Most dismissed it as childish fancy, but Finn wrote it down carefully in his sketchbook. He noticed the clock tower had indeed been chiming 3 times at midnight lately, though it should only chime once. And the rainbows. Every evening as the gentle rain met the setting sun, tiny rainbows arched over the meadow brook, but they wept, their colors dripping into the water like melted candy. Finn's next clue came from an old map tucked inside a book of fairy tales in the village library. The map showed Starfall Hollow as it was centuries ago, with a dotted path leading to Starlight Meadow, a place no one remembered. The librarian, a wise woman with spectacles perched on her nose, murmured that the meadow was probably just a legend. But Finn noticed the path aligned perfectly with the current rainbow arc over the brook. He decided to follow the path one evening, just as the clock tower chimed thrice and the rain began to fall. The rain wasn't cold or harsh, it was warm and sweet-smelling, like honey and lavender. As he walked, Finn noticed other peculiarities. Flowers along the path changed color with each raindrop, from blue to violet to silver, and time seemed to flow backward in small ways. A dropped leaf floated up to rejoin its branch. His own footprints vanished behind him as if erased. These might have been red herrings to frighten someone, but to Finn, they were delightful discoveries. He understood now that the backward-flowing time and color-changing flowers weren't threats, they were clues. The stars weren't being stolen, they were being called. But by whom? Or what? His empathy guided him next. Instead of rushing forward, he sat on a mossy stone and listened. He heard the wind chimes of the village blending with the rustle of leaves. He heard the gentle rain and the distant brook. And then very softly he heard a faint, sorrowful humming. Following the sound, Finn arrived at Starlight Meadow, a place carpeted in silver clover and dotted with luminescent flowers. And there in the center sat a small glowing creature with wings like spun starlight. It was a starling, but not like any bird Finn had ever seen. This one shimmered with the same light as the missing stars, and tears like liquid diamonds fell from its eyes into a small pool at its feet. Finn approached slowly, his steps quiet on the damp grass. "Hello," he said softly. "I'm Finn, are you sad?" The starling looked up, its eyes like tiny galaxies. "I am lonely," it replied, its voice like the ringing of distant bells. "Every year when the autumn rains come, I weep for my family far away in the constellation of Lyra. My tears call the stars down to keep me company, but they cannot stay long, and returning home makes them dimmer each time." Finn sat beside the starling, not too close, giving it space. "The villagers miss the stars," he said gently. "They worry about them, but more than that, I think they'd want to help you if they knew." The starling blinked. "Help me, but how? My family is too far for any human to reach." "Perhaps not through distance," Finn said thoughtfully, "but through friendship." He remembered the nursery rhyme, where the starling's secrets keep. The secret wasn't a place, it was loneliness. That night, Finn returned to the village and gathered everyone in the square. He didn't accuse or alarm, he explained, his voice calm and warm as fireplace glow. He told them about the lonely starling, the backward-flowing time, the weeping rainbows. And he asked for their help. The next evening, as the clock tower chimed thrice and the gentle rain began, the entire village walked the path to Starlight Meadow. They brought with them not tools or weapons, but gifts. The baker brought star-shaped shortbread cookies. The weaver brought a blanket embroidered with constellations. The children brought handmade wind chimes that sounded like laughter. They gathered around the starling, not crowding, but forming a wide, kind circle. One by one, they offered their gifts and their company. The starling, initially shy, soon began to glow brighter, its tears slowing, then stopping altogether. And as the villagers sang an old lullaby together, the same one that had been passed down for generations, the missing stars began to reappear in the sky, brighter than ever before. They hadn't been diminished, they had been replenished by the starling's joy. The starling wasn't lonely anymore. It had a new family in Starfall Hollow. And every year when the autumn rains came, the villagers would join it in Starlight Meadow, sharing stories and songs under a sky now filled with extra brilliance. The clock tower chimed normally again, the wind chipes played sweeter melodies, and the gentle rain continued to fall each night, its sound a reminder that even the saddest tears can water the seeds of new friendships. Finn still sat on his roof each evening, sketching the stars. But now his drawings included a tiny, glowing bird flying among them, and he smiled, knowing that some mysteries aren't meant to be solved alone, but shared, like warm blankets on a cool night or stories told beside a crackling fire. The old house had a way of settling around Leo as he climbed the creaking stairs to the attic, each step releasing the scent of cedar and forgotten summers. Outside, rain whispered against the window panes like a gentle secret, and the distant chime of the town clock tower drifted through the air, marking the hour with a soft, bronze hum. Leo held a flickering lantern before him, its warm light pushing back the shadows that clung to the eaves and corners of the spacious attic. It was his grandmother's house, full of memories tucked into drawers and stacked in dusty boxes. Leo had always been a quiet boy, thoughtful and observant, with a heart that noticed things others often overlooked. Tonight, while searching for a book of pressed flowers his grandmother had mentioned, his fingers brushed against something unexpected nestled beneath a stack of embroidered linens, a small wooden compass. But it was unlike any compass he had ever seen. Its face was carved from pale birch, and instead of north, south, east, and west, its points were marked with symbols, a heart, a key, a feather, and a star. At its center, the needle was not of magnetized metal, but of delicate, darkened silver, shaped like an arrowhead. It lay perfectly still, as if waiting. Curious, Leo lifted it into the lamplight. As he did, the needle gave a soft shiver and began to turn, not toward any earthly direction, but pointing insistently toward a large, shrouded shape in the farthest corner of the attic. With careful steps, Leo approached and drew away the dusty cloth to reveal an ancient grandfather clock, its wood dark with age, its face etched with intricate patterns of vines and moons. It was silent and still, as if holding its breath. Tick. The sound was so faint Leo thought he might have imagined it. But then it came again, a little stronger. Tick-tock. A slow, deep rhythm began to emanate from within the clock, like a heartbeat returning to life. Then a voice, rich and resonant as a cello note, spoke from the clock's interior. It has been a long time since the compass of clarity has awakened, the clock said. You must be the one it has chosen. Leo, though startled, felt more wonder than fear. Who are you? He asked softly. I am Horologius, the keeper of moments, the clock replied. And you, child, have been called because something in this house is out of balance. A sorrow has settled in the walls, a quiet sadness that slows the flow of joy. The compass will guide you, but the journey is one of heart, not feet. Just then, a fluffy orange cat emerged from behind a stack of hatboxes, yawning widely before fixing Leo with wise, golden eyes. About time someone showed up, the cat said in a voice like rustling silk. I'm Marigold, I nap, I observe, and occasionally I offer advice. Usually I nap, though. Leo blinked. You can talk. Only to those who listen properly, Marigold replied, licking a paw. Now the compass is pointing toward the heart symbol. That means we follow the thread of feeling. Lead on, little hero. The compass needle glowed with a soft, golden light, pulling Leo not toward the attic door, but toward a faded tapestry on the wall depicting a garden in full bloom. As he approached, the woven flowers seemed to shimmer, and the needle pulsed warmly in his hand. A hidden door, murmured Horologius. Press the embroidered forget-me-not in the corner. Leo did so, and a section of the wall swung inward with a gentle sigh, revealing a narrow, descending staircase lined with glowing crystals that cast a soft, blue light. The air smelled of old paper and lavender. Down we go, said Marigold, trotting ahead with her tail held high. Try not to trip. I'd hate to have to explain that to your grandmother. The stairs spiraled down into a cozy, circular room that Leo had never seen before. It was a library, but unlike any other. Books lined the walls not by title or author, but by color and feeling, warm hues of joy, cool tones of solace, bright sparks of inspiration. In the center of the room sat a small, nervous-looking candle, its flame flickering uncertainly. Oh dear, the candle wisped, its light trembling. Visitors, I'm Lumina. I'm supposed to illuminate the stories, but lately, I can't seem to keep them bright. Leo knelt down. What's wrong? A draft of doubt has been blowing through, Lumina explained. It makes the stories fade, words lose their meaning, memories grow dim. The compass in Leo's hand now pointed toward the key symbol. He looked around, thinking. Maybe we need to find the source of the draft. Marigold leaped gracefully onto a shelf. There's a loose stone near the ceiling, she announced. I've seen a faint shimmer of cold air slipping through. But the stone was too high for any of them to reach. Leo bit his lip, thinking. Then he remembered the patience his grandmother always showed him when he struggled with his lessons. Kindness, not force. Lumina, he said gently, if we work together, maybe we can help. Marigold, if you climb onto my shoulders, you might be able to nudge the stone back into place. Lumina, can you light our way? The candle's flame steadied slightly. I can try. With careful movements, Leo lifted Marigold onto his shoulders. The cat stretched upward, her paws delicately probing the loose stone. A little to the left, she directed, and Leo shifted accordingly. Lumina glowed brighter, casting a warm, steady light that pushed back the shadows. With a soft click, the stone settled back into place. The draft ceased immediately. The room seemed to sigh in relief, and the books on the shelves glowed with renewed warmth. Well done, Lumina whispered, her flame now burning bright and clear. The stories are safe. But the compass needle had shifted again, now pointing toward the feather. It tugged Leo toward a large, leather-bound journal resting on a reading stand. The pages were blank. The Journal of Whispers, Horologius's voice echoed down the staircase, gentle and approving. It records what the heart needs to remember, but it only reveals its words to one who listens with compassion. Leo placed his hand on the open page. He thought of his grandmother, her gentle hands, her stories, the way her eyes sometimes grew distant with memories she seldom shared. He thought of the quiet sadness that had seeped into the house since his grandfather had passed away. "She misses him," Leo said softly. "She doesn't say it, but she does." As he spoke, words began to appear on the page, written in shimmering ink, not sad words, but joyful ones. Stories of laughter in the garden, of dances in the kitchen, of secrets shared under the stars. The journal was filling with light. The compass needle now turned one last time, settling on the star. It glowed so brightly that the entire room was bathed in soft, starlit radiance. And in that light Leo saw not just a library, but a pathway of connection, between past and present, memory and hope, loss and love. He understood then. The journey was not about fixing something broken, but about remembering what was always whole. The courage was not in braving dangers, but in tending gently to the quiet places of the heart. When Leo emerged from the hidden staircase, the compass was still in his hand, but its needle was now still and peaceful. Marigold curled at his feet, purring like a little engine of contentment. From the grandfather clock came a deep, soothing chime, not marking the hour, but celebrating the moment. Leo returned to his grandmother's sitting room, where she dozed by the fire. He didn't show her the compass or speak of talking cats or hidden libraries. Instead, he opened the Journal of Whispers and began to read one of the stories aloud. His grandmother's eyes opened and she smiled, a real, full smile that reached her eyes and lit the room more brightly than any flame. And outside, the rain continued to fall softly, the wind hummed a lullaby through the trees, and the world felt, for a little while, perfectly at peace. The village of Bramblebrook nestled in a valley where chimney smoke curled like sleepy cats into the twilight sky. It was a place of quiet routines and familiar comforts where everyone knew Mrs. Higglebottom's prize-winning marmalade recipe, and old Mr. Thistlewick could predict rain by the ache in his left knee. Yet beneath the surface of cobblestone streets and blooming window boxes, whispered tales lingered of objects holding secrets: a grandfather clock that chimed forgotten tunes, a garden spade that unearthed shimmering stones. Few truly believed, except perhaps Oliver. Oliver was the quiet assistant to the village librarian, Mrs. Pennyworth. He preferred the dusty silence of the stacks to boisterous games, finding companionship in the whispers of pages turning and the scent of old paper. His most treasured possession wasn't a book, however, but a simple, chipped teacup. It had belonged to his grandmother, its porcelain painted with faded forget-me-nots. It felt warm somehow, even when the room was cold. One drizzly Tuesday, while reshelving a heavy volume on cloud formations, Oliver fumbled. The book tumbled, knocking the teacup from its usual perch on his desk. It didn't shatter, but landed with a soft thump on the worn rug. As Oliver knelt to retrieve it, a gasp escaped him. Where the cup had struck the floor, a tiny pool of shimmering, lavender-colored light pulsed gently, like liquid starlight. It wasn't water, and it smelled faintly of rain-kissed violets. Hesitantly, Oliver touched the rim of the cup. It hummed softly, and a voice, thin and wispy as a cobweb, drifted into his mind. "Oh dear, that was quite a tumble. My secrets are spilling." Oliver froze. "Secrets," he whispered aloud, his heart hammering against his ribs. "Why, yes," the teacup's voice chimed, clearer now. "I am a keeper cup. I hold the gentle secrets whispered into me, secrets of kindness, of hidden worries, of tiny joys. But when I'm knocked, well, sometimes they leak." The lavender puddle shimmered, showing a fleeting image, Mrs. Higglebottom, looking unusually sad, staring at an empty jar where her marmalade label should have been. Oliver understood. The marmalade recipe was missing. That was the secret worry spilling out. He carefully righted the cup. "How do I help?" Secrets long to be heard, truly heard with kindness, the cup murmured. But some secrets are lost, carried away on sighs or tears. Those need finding. There's a great sorrow brewing near the whispering peaks. It dims all the gentle secrets. Perhaps you could help mend it. And so Oliver's journey began. He packed a small satchel, a crust of bread, a wedge of cheese, his warmest scarf, and the keeper cup, carefully wrapped in soft cloth. He left a note for Mrs. Pennyworth, gone to find a lost whisper, back soon. The path beyond Bramblebrook wound upwards into the whispering peaks, where ancient pines sighed secrets to the wind. The air grew crisper, smelling of pine resin and damp earth. Oliver felt small beneath the towering trees. Doubt crept in. Who was he, a quiet librarian's assistant, to mend a great sorrow? He hadn't walked far when a rustle came from the ferns. A small, bright-eyed field mouse with a tiny acorn cap perched jauntily on its head scampered out. Lost whispers, you say? It squeaked, whiskers twitching. Name's Pip, saw the lavender light spill earlier. Keeper cup business, tricky, but I know the paths. The wind tells me things. Pip, pragmatic and quick, became Oliver's first guide, darting ahead, pointing out treacherous routes and hidden springs. Higher up, the path became shrouded in mist. Oliver shivered. A soft sigh echoed around him, and the mist seemed to coalesce into a shape, a small, wispy cloud with eyes like dewdrops. Heavy thoughts weighed down the air, the cloud murmured, its voice like distant wind chimes. I am Cirrus. I drift where sighs go. A great sadness gathers near the high tor. It tastes like salt and loneliness. Cirrus, dreamy and observant, floated beside them, its misty form occasionally revealing glimpses of the path ahead or a hidden cluster of berries. Finally, as the trees thinned near the rocky summit known as the High Tor, they found Badger. Not just any badger, but Bartholomew, a large, solid creature with fur like silvered moss and eyes that held the depth of weathered stones. He was digging patiently near a cluster of bluebells. Trouble brewing, he rumbled, his voice a comforting bass. The mountain weeps, springs run slow, flowers droop, sorrow has taken root. Bartholomew, wise and grounded, joined them, his steady presence a rock against the growing sense of melancholy. They reached the High Tor, a vast, wind-scoured plateau. In its center lay a deep, still pool, usually the source of the freshest mountain streams. Now it was dark and silent, choked with gray, slimy weeds. A low, mournful sound vibrated through the stone beneath their feet, the weeping mountain Bartholomew had spoken of. Standing by the pool, radiating waves of palpable sadness, was a figure made of shifting, gray stones, the mountain spirit. Who disturbs my sorrow? The spirit's voice grated like boulders grinding together. Tears like liquid granite rolled down its stony cheeks and dripped into the pool, feeding the choking weeds. Oliver's instinct was to flee, but the keeper cup hummed warmly against his chest. Pip nudged his ankle. Cirrus sighed softly. Bartholomew placed a steadying paw near him. Taking a deep breath, Oliver stepped forward, carefully unwrapping the cup. He held it out, not as a weapon, but as an offering. We came because we felt your sadness. We want to listen. The spirit's grinding voice faltered. Listen, no one listens. They take the water, the stone, the beauty. They forget the mountain has a heart. My dearest friend is gone. More stony tears fell. Ask about the friend, the keeper cup whispered gently in Oliver's mind. Your friend. Oliver asked softly. What happened? A tremor shook the spirit. The silver brook, it sang to me for centuries, sparkled in my crags, then silence, gone dry, stolen away or forgotten. Without its song, I am only stone. Oliver looked at his companions. Pip scampered to the pool's edge, sniffing. Dry, underground maybe, pipelines. Bartholomew studied the rock formations. The source shifted, see the crack, earth groaned, changed the path. Cirrus drifted over the desolate pool. I taste old metal and dust far below, not natural. Wisdom, not force. The problem wasn't malice, but neglect and change. The silver brook hadn't been stolen. Its path had been blocked, perhaps by an old, forgotten mine tunnel that collapsed during a tremor. The village below, unknowingly, had diverted its source years ago for a new well, silencing the mountain's song. Oliver spoke gently to the spirit, explaining what they'd pieced together. The brook isn't gone, it's lost, trapped underground. Its silence isn't forgetting you, it's imprisoned. The spirit's stony features shifted, the grinding sorrow easing into confusion, then a flicker of fragile hope. Imprisoned, not forgotten. No, Oliver said firmly. We can't help find its voice again. Bartholomew knew the old mine entrances. Pip, small and quick, could scout the collapsed tunnels. Cirrus could drift through crevices, sensing moisture and the faintest echo of flowing water. Oliver, guided by the keeper cup's gentle hum, which grew stronger near the hidden water, listened for the brook's trapped song, a faint, desperate trickle beneath the rock. It took days. Pip squeezed through impossibly small gaps. Bartholomew used his powerful claws to carefully shift debris where safe. Cirrus flowed through fissures, reporting back. Oliver, his hands scraped but his spirit alight, pressed his ear to cold stone, the keeper cup amplifying the brook's faint, silvery murmur. Finally they found it, a strong flow of pure water, trapped behind a thick wall of fallen rock and an old, rusted sluice gate jammed shut. The challenge wasn't breaking the rock that might cause a flood or another collapse. It was the gate. Rusted solid. Bartholomew couldn't budge it. Pip was too small. Force wouldn't work. Oliver sat by the jammed mechanism, despair creeping in. Then the keeper cup hummed. Secrets of metal, long sleep, needs waking, Oliver remembered Mrs. Pennyworth's old book on mountain springs. There was a page about iron sickness, needing oil and patience. He had a small flask of lamp oil in his satchel. Patiently, drop by drop, he applied it to the rusted hinges and the stiff lever of the sluice gate. He talked to it absurdly as he worked. Come on now, old fellow, time to wake up. The brook misses its mountain. The spirit misses its song. He poured kindness into the task, as if coaxing a shy creature. Pip brought tiny pebbles to wedge under the lever for better purchase. Bartholomew applied slow, steady pressure where Oliver directed. Cirrus whispered cool encouragement. With a groan that echoed through the tunnel, then a triumphant screech, the ancient lever moved. The sluice gate creaked open, inch by stubborn inch. A gush of clear, cold, singing water burst forth, smelling of snowmelt and deep earth. It rushed past them, finding its old course, trickling, then babbling, then roaring joyfully towards the surface. Back on the high tor, the transformation was magical. The dark pool shimmered and cleared as the fresh, singing water surged into it, dissolving the choking weeds. The mountain spirit stood transfixed. The grating sorrow vanished from its voice, replaced by a deep, resonant chime like struck crystal. Color seeped into its stones, mossy green, sky blue, warm ochre. The song, my brook's song, you heard, you listened, you helped. The spirit touched the pool with a stony finger. The water glowed with a soft, golden light. A single perfect dewdrop, shimmering with all the colors of dawn, rose from the surface and floated gently towards Oliver. It landed softly in the keeper cup with a tiny plink. A secret of pure joy, the cup sighed contentedly. The journey back to Bramblebrook was filled with light. Springs flowed freely. Flowers lifted their faces to the sun. Pip chattered excitedly about the adventure. Cirrus drifted happily, reflecting rainbows. Bartholomew walked with a satisfied rumble. Oliver carried the keeper cup, now holding the dewdrop of joy, feeling a quiet confidence bloom within him, warmer than any hearth fire. He returned the lost marmalade recipe to Mrs. Higglebottom, found tucked inside a book on preserving techniques, her smile brighter than her golden jars. He told Mrs. Pennyworth a softened version of his adventure, emphasizing listening and kindness. The keeper cup sat back on his desk, looking perfectly ordinary. But sometimes, when the fire crackled low in the library hearth and moonlight streamed through the window, Oliver would see a faint, lavender glow emanating from it. And he knew the world was full of gentle secrets waiting to be heard, problems waiting for wisdom and friendship to mend them, and extraordinary magic hidden within the most ordinary things, especially a quiet heart willing to listen. He sipped his tea, the warmth spreading through him, a comforting echo of the mountain's restored song, a lullaby of kindness that promised sweet dreams. In the quiet expanse of the cosmos, where stars twinkle like distant fireflies and nebulae swirl in soft, pastel hues, there was a small, forgotten corner of the universe that held a secret garden. This garden was not on any planet, but nestled within the heart of a gentle space station, one that had been abandoned long ago by its builders. Its walls were made of crystalline panels that shimmered with a light of their own, casting rainbows across the floor whenever a star passed by. It was here in this haven of peace that two unlikely friends found each other. The first was a being named Kaelen, who hailed from the planet Verdantia, a world where everything glowed with bioluminescent life. Kaelen's skin was like living velvet, and it changed colors with his emotions, soft blues when he was calm, warm golds when he was happy, and gentle purples when he felt curious. He communicated not with words, but with these shifting hues, and his eyes held the depth of 1,000 forests. Kaelen had journeyed to the station in a small pod that hummed like a drowsy bee, seeking solace after feeling lonely among the stars. The second was Lyra, from the harmonic world of Melodia, where the very air resonated with music. Lyra's form was slender and graceful, with delicate tendrils that swayed like seaweed in an ocean breeze. She spoke through melodies, soft hums for greeting, rising scales for excitement, and low, soothing notes for comfort. Her ship was a vessel that sailed on sound waves, leaving trails of harmonic echoes in its wake. Lyra had been drawn to the station by a faint, lonely frequency she had sensed from light years away. Their meeting was accidental, yet felt destined. Kaelen was tending to a patch of star moss that grew in the station's garden, its leaves glowing with a soft, silvery light. Lyra entered, her footsteps creating a gentle chime against the crystalline floor. At first they froze, uncertain. Kaelen's skin flushed a nervous indigo, while Lyra emitted a questioning trill that echoed through the hall. For days, they circled each other warily. Kaelen would leave offerings of luminous berries from Verdantia, placing them on a smooth rock, and Lyra would respond with a gift of harmonic crystals that sang when touched. But misunderstandings arose from their differences. Once Kaelen, feeling joyful, turned a bright yellow, but Lyra misinterpreted it as a warning signal from her world, where sharp colors meant danger. She retreated, humming an anxious melody that made Kaelen's skin shift to a confused gray. Another time, Lyra tried to share a story through a complex symphony of notes, but the volume overwhelmed Kaelen, whose ears were sensitive to sudden sounds. He flinched, his colors dimming, and Lyra fell silent, her tendrils drooping. Yet in their solitude, a spark of curiosity remained. They began to observe each other's habits. Kaelen noticed how Lyra's harmonies softened when she watched the nebula outside the station's dome, and Lyra saw how Kaelen's colors brightened when he nurtured the garden. Slowly, they started to experiment with communication. Kaelen would point to objects and let his skin glow in a specific pattern, while Lyra would mimic the color with a corresponding melody. It was clumsy at first, a dance of trial and error, but it led to moments of shared laughter. When Kaelen accidentally turned a comical shade of orange while slipping on a wet leaf, Lyra responded with a playful giggle-like trill, and they both understood the humor without words. Their breakthrough came when they decided to create a shared shelter within the station. The garden was overgrown with cosmic flora, vines that pulsed with light, flowers that bloomed in sync with passing comets, and trees with leaves that rustled like whispering stars. Together they cleared a cozy nook near the largest crystalline window, which offered a panoramic view of the Orion Nebula, its pink and blue gases swirling in an eternal dance. Kaelen used his knowledge of living light to weave benches from glowing fibers, while Lyra arranged harmonic stones that hummed a gentle lullaby when sat upon. They called it the Starlight Sanctuary, a place where they could feel safe and connected. As they worked, they learned each other's quirks. Kaelen discovered that Lyra's people expressed affection through duets, so he learned to change his colors in rhythm with her songs. Lyra found that Kaelen's kind showed trust by sharing food, so she began to brew teas from starlight-infused petals that steeped in harmony with her melodies. Their misunderstandings became lessons in empathy. Once Lyra brought a device that projected dreamlike patterns of light, thinking it would delight Kaelen, but it flickered too rapidly, causing his skin to ripple with discomfort. Instead of frustration, Lyra adjusted the device to pulse slowly, and Kaelen responded with a grateful lavender hue. They realized that kindness was a universal language, one that needed no translation. Quiet moments became their favorite times. In the Starlight Sanctuary, they would sit for hours, watching distant stars being born and dying in silent spectaculars. Kaelen's colors would melt into a serene azure, and Lyra's harmonies would drop to a whisper, blending with the station's gentle hum. During one such evening, as a meteor shower painted streaks of silver across the sky, Lyra sensed a deep sadness in Kaelen through the empathic connection they had built. She didn't need words, his skin had faded to a somber gray. In response, she hummed a melody from her childhood, one that spoke of hope and reunion. Kaelen understood, and he shared a memory through a cascade of colors, a story of losing his family to a cosmic storm, but finding courage in new beginnings. Lyra listened, her tendrils brushing his arm in comfort, and for the first time they felt truly understood. Their friendship was tested when a minor crisis arose. A solar flare from a nearby star caused the station's systems to flicker, threatening the garden's delicate ecosystem. Panic might have driven them apart, but instead they worked together. Kaelen used his bioluminescent abilities to create a soft light source, guiding Lyra to the control panels, while Lyra used her harmonic skills to recalibrate the energy fields with precise frequencies. It was a dance of cooperation, Kaelen's colors signaling directions, Lyra's melodies fine-tuning the controls. When the crisis passed, the garden glowed brighter than ever, and they shared a moment of triumph, their bond strengthened by adversity. As time flowed like a gentle river, the Starlight Sanctuary became a beacon of peace. Other travelers, drawn by rumors of this harmonious place, occasionally visited, a silent rock being who communicated through vibrations, a fluttery insectoid from a gas giant who spoke in pheromone clouds. Each encounter brought new misunderstandings, but Kaelen and Lyra acted as bridges, teaching others the language of kindness they had forged. They learned that every being had a unique way of seeing the universe, and that differences were not barriers, but opportunities for wonder. The story of their friendship spread like starlight, touching hearts across galaxies. But for Kaelen and Lyra, the greatest joy was in their simple routines, tending the garden, sharing meals under the nebula's glow, and watching the stars in comfortable silence. One evening, as they sat in their sanctuary, a rare alignment of planets cast a golden path across the cosmos. Lyra hummed a new melody, one she had composed just for this moment, and Kaelen's skin shimmered in harmony, creating a spectacle of light and sound that felt like a prayer of gratitude. In the end, they knew that no matter how far they traveled or how many worlds they encountered, the memory of their time together would be a constant comfort. The universe was vast and often lonely, but in a crystalline garden among the stars, they had found a home in each other's hearts. And as they drifted to sleep under the watchful eyes of distant suns, they dreamed of futures filled with more laughter, more learning, and the endless, gentle language of kindness. In a little house at the edge of a sleepy village, where the roof slanted just so, and the windows winked with golden lamplight, lived a boy named Leo. His home smelled perpetually of cinnamon and old books, a scent that clung to the curtains and nestled in the corners like a contented cat. And on this particular afternoon, as rain whispered secrets against the window panes, Leo found himself with nothing to do but explore the one place he'd always been too timid to venture, the attic. The stairs creaked a friendly warning as he climbed, each step groaning like an old storyteller settling into a favorite chair. Dust motes danced in the slanted light that filtered through the round attic window, and the air tasted of memories and mothballs. Leo sneezed softly, the sound echoing in the quiet space. There, tucked beneath a cobwebbed rocking horse and behind a stack of yellowed newspapers, stood an old sea chest bound with tarnished brass. Its lock had long since given up its duty, and the lid lifted with a sigh. Inside, folded neatly atop a pile of embroidered linens, lay a compass, but not like any Leo had ever seen. Its face bore no ordinary directions. Instead, delicately painted where north should be was the word courage. Where south might have pointed it read kindness, east was labeled patience, and west wonder. As Leo lifted it, the compass warmed in his hand, and its needle, a slender sliver of moonlight, spun slowly before coming to rest squarely on courage. Just then, a soft rustling came from a nearby hat box. Out peeked a small ginger cat with eyes the color of moss after rain. "That old thing," she purred, her voice like honey drizzled over warm toast. "Haven't seen it in an age. They say it doesn't point to places, you know. It points to possibilities." Leo jumped, nearly dropping the compass. "You can talk." The cat blinked lazily. "Only to those who are ready to listen. My name is Saffron, and you, I suppose, are about to go on a journey." "A journey?" Leo asked, his voice barely a whisper. "But it's raining, and supper will be soon." Saffron stretched, her tail curling like a question mark. "The best journeys aren't measured in miles, little one. They're measured in heartbeats." She nodded toward the compass. "Yours has already begun." The needle trembled, still fixed on courage. Leo took a deep breath. "Where do I go?" "Wherever the compass leads you," Saffron replied. "But you won't be alone." No sooner had she spoken than a tiny, spectacled mouse scurried out from under a stack of sheet music, adjusting his wire-rimmed glasses. "Ahem, Bartholomew Q, mouse, at your service, navigator and note-taker extraordinaire." He carried a miniature clipboard and a pencil sharpened to a perfect point. And so, with Saffron padding softly beside him and Bartholomew perched on his shoulder, Leo followed the compass out of the attic and down into the garden, where the rain had gentled to a misty sigh. The compass led them to the old stone well at the bottom of the garden, a place Leo had always found just a little bit frightening. Its mossy stones were cool and damp, and from its depths came a soft, echoing drip, 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 like the ticking of a watery clock. "Courage," whispered Bartholomew, scribbling notes. "Fascinating. The needle hasn't wavered." Saffron twined around Leo's ankles. "Sometimes courage is just looking into the dark and saying hello." So Leo leaned over the well and called softly, "Hello." A faint, watery echo replied, but beneath it he heard another sound, a small, shivery whimper. Peering deeper, he saw a tiny, bedraggled bird clinging to a ledge just above the waterline, one wing bent awkwardly. "Oh dear," murmured Bartholomew. "A goldfinch, and in quite a predicament." The compass needle quivered and shifted, now pointing firmly to kindness. Leo didn't hesitate. He found an old bucket and rope beside the well, and with Saffron guiding him, a little to the left, dear, gently now, and Bartholomew calling out measurements, approximately 14¾ inches to starboard, he lowered the bucket until it rested beside the shivering bird. "It's all right," Leo whispered into the well. "You can hop in, we'll bring you up." For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, with a flutter and a soft chirp, the goldfinch tumbled into the bucket. Carefully, hand over hand, Leo drew it up. Back on solid ground, the bird trembled, its feathers plastered and dark with water. Saffron immediately began purring, a low, warm rumble that seemed to soothe the little creature. Bartholomew produced a handkerchief, surprisingly large for a mouse, and helped blot the bird dry. But the wing was still hurt. The goldfinch couldn't fly. The compass needle spun slowly once more, then settled on patience. So Leo made a nest from dried grass in his own softest scarf. He placed it in a sheltered nook under the lilac bush, where the air smelled of rain-washed blossoms. Every day he brought seeds and fresh water. Every day Saffron kept watch, her purr a constant, gentle melody. Bartholomew read aloud from his collection of poetry, excellent for convalescence, he insisted. Days turned into a week. The rain came and went, and the sun learned to weave its way through the lives again. And slowly, surely, the goldfinch's wing healed. It began to chirp little songs, snippets of melody that sounded like laughter and light. One evening, as fireflies began to blink their tiny lanterns in the dusk, the compass needle moved for the last time. It pointed to wonder. And wonder is what they all felt as the goldfinch, now strong and gleaming like a little sun, hopped to the highest branch of the lilac bush, spread its wings and flew, not away, but in a joyous, spiraling dance above their heads. It sang a song so bright and clear that the wind seemed to still just to listen, and even the distant church bells paused between chimes. Then with a final, sweet trill, the goldfinch soared up and away into the twilight, a speck of gold against the violet sky. Leo felt his heart swell, a warm, full feeling that had nothing to do with miles traveled and everything to do with the journey he had taken within. Saffron rubbed against his leg. "You see," she purred, "you had all you needed already." Bartholomew nodded, adjusting his spectacles. Indeed, courage to face the unknown, kindness to help another, patience to see it through, and wonder. He gazed up at the star-dusted sky where the bird had vanished. Wonder to appreciate the magic of it all. Together they walked back to the house, where the lights glowed warmly and the scent of cinnamon beckoned. Leo placed the compass on his bedside table, its needle now still and peaceful. That night, as he drifted to sleep, he heard the soft rustle of leaves outside his window, the distant hoot of an owl, and the contented purr of a ginger cat curled at the foot of his bed. And he knew deep in his heart that the greatest adventures weren't found in far-off lands, but in the quiet moments of bravery, compassion, and waiting, and that within every ordinary day lay the possibility of extraordinary secrets, just waiting for someone kind enough, patient enough, and brave enough to discover them. The distant hum of the Stardust Weaver's engines was usually a comfort to Kip, a small, fur-covered botanist from the mist-shrouded planet of Glimmerfell. Tonight, however, it felt thin and strained against the backdrop of the unfamiliar void. Kip clutched a sprig of luminous moon moss, its soft blue glow reflecting in their wide, dark eyes as they studied the ship's other occupant, Borvan. Borvan hailed from Xerxes Prime, a world of scorching sands and towering mesas. He was easily 3 times Kip's size, his body covered in plates of smooth, heat-resistant stone that shifted subtly with his movements. His eyes, deep-set in obsidian black, seemed to absorb the light. He was the ship's engineer, a stoic figure who communicated mostly in low rumbles and practical actions. They'd been assigned together for this deep space survey mission, Kip to catalog exotic flora, Borvan to maintain the ship, and the journey had been quiet. Too quiet. Kip found Borvan intimidating, his silence misinterpreted as disapproval. Borvan, in turn, found Kip's constant nervous fluttering and tendency to communicate in soft, complex patterns of bioluminescent flashes across their fur utterly baffling and slightly alarming. Approaching survey coordinates, System Zeta-7, the ship's comm AI announced. Planetary body designated Whisper shows promising atmospheric readings for non-sentient botanical life. Kip perked up, their fur rippling with hopeful green streaks. Finally, Whisper is said to have cryoblooms that survive in absolute zero. Imagine the adaptations. Borvan merely grunted, a sound like pebbles tumbling down a slope, and focused on the console. He tapped a sequence, and the ship shuddered violently. Warning lights flared crimson across the bridge. Gravimetric shear detected. The AI's voice lost its calm. Structural integrity compromised. Brace for impact. The universe tilted. Kip let out a high-pitched chirp, instinctively flashing frantic red patterns of fear. Borvan roared, not in anger but in effort, wrestling with the controls. Metal screamed. The viewscreen showed a swirling vortex of ice and debris. They'd hit an uncharted asteroid field, cloaked by Whisper's perpetual ice storms. With a final, sickening lurch, the Stardust Weaver slammed into something unforgivingly solid. The lights died, replaced by the harsh, intermittent strobe of emergency beacons. Silence descended, thick and cold, broken only by the hiss of escaping atmosphere and Kip's terrified whimpers. Borvan was the first to move, his stone plates scraping against the buckled deck. He located Kip huddled beneath a collapsed console, trembling violently, their fur pulsing erratic, frightened reds and oranges. Borvan reached out a massive hand. Kip flinched, flashing a bright, defensive yellow, a glimmerfell signal for back off. Borvan froze. He misinterpreted the flash not as fear, but as aggression, a warning flare. On Xerxes, bright lights often signaled danger or territorial challenge. He rumbled low in his chest, a sound of confusion and frustration. He needed to get them both off this dying ship, but this tiny, flashing creature seemed determined to hinder him. Cold, Kip managed to whisper, their voice thin. So cold. Their breath misted in the rapidly dropping temperature. Whisper lived up to its name, a frozen ball of ice and howling winds. Borvan understood that word. He looked at Kip's thin fur, then at the jagged tear in the hull, revealing a landscape of blinding white and razor-sharp ice spires. Survival here required cooperation, however baffling his companion might be. Heaving a sigh that sounded like grinding rocks, he pointed a thick finger towards the emergency locker, then mimicked shivering. He then pointed firmly towards the exit hatch. Kip, teeth chattering, understood the gesture, if not the rumbling. Survival. They needed to get out. Nodding shakily, their fur dimming to a wary, pale blue, they scrambled towards the locker. Inside were thermal suits. Kip struggled with the bulky, human-sized suit. Borvan watched for a moment, then, moving with surprising gentleness, knelt and helped Kip fasten the seals, his large, stone fingers surprisingly deft. Kip flashed a hesitant, grateful turquoise. Borvan blinked, unsure what it meant, but the lack of aggressive yellow was a relief. Outside, the cold was a physical blow. The wind screamed, laden with ice crystals that stung like needles. The wreckage of the Stardust Weaver was already half buried in drifts. Borvan, his stone body naturally insulating, scanned the desolate landscape. Kip, bundled in the suit, pointed a shaky hand towards a dark smudge on the horizon, a cliff face, perhaps offering shelter. The trek was agony. Kip struggled through deep snow, their small frame battling the vicious wind. Borvan moved steadily ahead, breaking a path. Kip fell repeatedly, each time flashing bursts of exhausted purple and embarrassed pink. Borvan, glancing back, saw only confusing flashes. He mistook the purple for distress signals he didn't understand and the pink for something else entirely unknown. Frustration mounted. Why wouldn't this creature just say what it needed? Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath Kip with a sickening crunch. They vanished into a hidden crevasse, a yelp swallowed by the wind. Borvan lunged forward, peering into the dark fissure. Kip dangled precariously, held only by a tangle of frozen roots, their suits snagged on jagged ice. Their fur was flashing pure, terrified white. This flash Borvan understood implicitly. Terror. Immediate danger. Without a second thought, he lowered himself, bracing his immense weight on the unstable edge. Ignoring the biting cold and groaning ice, he stretched his long arm down. "Grab," he bellowed over the wind, the single word thick with urgency. Kip looked up, seeing not the intimidating stone giant, but a lifeline. They reached, their small gloved hand grasping Borvan's massive stone fingers. With a grunt that shook the ice, Borvan hauled Kip up, cradling them against his surprisingly warm chest plate for a moment before setting them down on solid ground. Kip's fur pulsed with warm, steady gold, the glimmerfell color for profound gratitude and relief. Borvan felt a strange warmth spread through his own core, unrelated to the cold. He hadn't been thanked like that before. He nodded stiffly. "Careful," he rumbled, the word softer this time. They found the dark smudge the entrance to a vast ice cavern. Inside, the howling wind faded to a mournful sigh. It was still bitterly cold, but sheltered. Kip immediately spotted what Borvan had missed, strange, gnarled roots snaking across the walls and floor, glowing with a soft, internal light. Cryobloom roots. Kip breathed, their scientific fascination momentarily overriding fear. They generate heat, not much but some. Working together in silent, newfound understanding, they gathered dry, fibrous sections of the roots. Borvan used his strength to break off larger pieces. Kip used their knowledge to find the driest, most combustible parts. Borvan tried striking sparks from his stone knuckles. Kip, remembering basic survival training from their multi-species academy, pulled a small emergency igniter from their suit pocket. Soon, a small, precious fire crackled in a makeshift pit scooped from the icy floor. The warmth was meager but life-saving, painting dancing shadows on the cavern walls. As they huddled close, the shared fire became a bridge. Kip, emboldened by the rescue and the warmth, pointed to their own fur, now glowing a calm, steady blue. "Safe," they explained softly. They then flashed the earlier defensive yellow. Scared, not angry. They pointed at Borvan. Borvan stared, the pieces clicking. The flashes weren't nonsense or aggression, they were words. Feelings. He rumbled thoughtfully. He pointed to Kip's earlier golden glow. "That when pull up." "Thank you," Kip said, flashing the gold again. "Big thank you, friend." "Friend," Borvan repeated, the word unfamiliar but the warmth it sparked undeniable. He tapped his own chest plate. Borvan thought light danger, on Xerxes bright light bad, mean attack. Kip's eyes widened. "Oh no, on Glimmerfell light is talk, like sound for you. Red is scared, blue is calm, gold is thanks, green is happy." They demonstrated small, gentle pulses. Borvan watched, fascinated. He tried to mimic a rumble, but it came out as a gravelly purr. Kip giggled, a sound like tiny bells, and flashed cheerful green. Borvan found himself making the purring sound again. Communication wasn't just about words spoken. It was about listening with more than ears. Over the next few cycles, measured by the dimming and brightening of the cryoblooms, not the unseen sun, they faced the frozen wilderness together. Borvan used his strength to carve ice blocks, building a windbreak around their fire. Kip discovered edible lichen growing near the warm roots and purified ice melt using salvaged filters. They took turns keeping watch, sharing stories not with perfect words, but with gestures, drawings in the frost, and the growing language of shared experience. Kip learned that Borvan's stoicism masked a dry wit and a deep loyalty. Borvan learned that Kip's nervous energy hid remarkable courage and resourcefulness. One day, while searching for more fuel, Kip ventured deeper into the cavern system. They found a breathtaking chamber where the cryoblooms weren't just roots, but full, crystalline flowers blooming in the darkness, radiating gentle warmth and bathing everything in soft, rainbow light. "Borvan, come see," Kip called, their voice echoing. Borvan lumbered in, his obsidian eyes widening at the spectacle. "Warm," he rumbled appreciatively. "Good." He noticed Kip gazing in awe at a particularly large bloom, its light shimmering like captured starlight. He saw the longing in their small frame. Without a word, Borvan carefully broke off a small, radiant crystal petal, ensuring he didn't harm the plant. He presented it to Kip. Kip took it reverently, the petal glowing in their hands, casting warm light on their fur. They looked up at Borvan, their eyes shining. They didn't flash a color. Instead, they reached out and gently placed their small hand on Borvan's massive, stone forearm. The touch was brief, warm, and spoke volumes. Borvan rumbled, a deep, contented sound. He understood. Their salvation came not long after. Kip, remembering their botany, suggested using the highly concentrated heat from a cluster of cryoblooms, focused through a salvaged piece of reflective hull plating Borvan shaped, to create a powerful thermal signal. It was a long shot. They worked side by side, Kip directing the angle of the light, Borvan adjusting the reflector. For hours they sent their desperate beacon pulsing into the frozen sky, a silent plea woven from fire, ice, and newfound trust. Just as hope began to dwindle, a distinct, answering flare pierced Whisper's atmosphere a rescue shuttle. As the shuttle descended near their cavern, its engines a welcome roar, Kip and Borvan stood together. Kip held the glowing crystal petal. Borvan had carved a small, intricate representation of a cryobloom root from a piece of dark ice, a token for Kip. The rescue crew, a mix of species, stared in astonishment at the unlikely pair, the tiny, furred botanist and the towering stone engineer, standing side by side, not just surviving, but seemingly content. Back on the rescue ship, wrapped in thermal blankets and sipping warm broth, they sat together. The journey wasn't over, they still had to return to the bustling starbase. But the vastness of space felt different now. "You stay on ship," Borvan rumbled, looking at Kip. "After repairs, new mission, maybe." Kip looked up, their fur glowing a soft, steady blue, interwoven with threads of warm gold. They placed their small hand back on Borvan's arm, where the stone felt familiar and safe. "Yes," Kip said simply, their voice filled with a quiet certainty. Together, friends watch each other's path. Borvan rumbled again, that deep, purring sound that had become their shared language of comfort. He didn't need flashing lights to understand the warmth radiating from the small being beside him, a warmth that had melted the ice not just outside, but within. It was the warmth of trust earned, differences understood, and a friendship forged in the coldest void, now burning bright enough to light their way home, and wherever else the stars might lead. In the quiet hum of the rescue ship, surrounded by the gentle light of distant suns, they knew the true meaning of their bond wasn't just about surviving the storm, but about finding a shared fire that no darkness could extinguish. And as sleep finally claimed them, safe and warm, the memory of the ice cave bloomed in their dreams, a testament to the unexpected gardens friendship could grow, even on the frozen edge of forever. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the moon wove silver threads through the canopy, there lived a world that only awakened when the sun dipped below the horizon. This was a place of whispered secrets, where the very air hummed with the gentle magic of the night. The trees, ancient and wise, stood as silent sentinels, their bark etched with the stories of centuries. Moss-covered stones, soft as velvet, dotted the forest floor, and streams giggled over smooth pebbles, their babbling a lullaby for all who listened. On this particular evening, as a cool breeze rustled the leaves like pages turning in a great book, a young fox kit named Juniper felt a restlessness stir within her. She was small, with fur the color of autumn leaves, and eyes that held the curiosity of 1,000 stars. Juniper had noticed the days growing shorter, the air crisper, and the vibrant greens of the forest slowly giving way to hues of gold and amber. A subtle unease prickled at her paws, for she feared the coming winter, a time when the forest would sleep, and the warmth she cherished might fade. With a soft sigh, she padded through a clearing bathed in starlight, where bioluminescent fungi glowed like tiny lanterns along the roots of an ancient oak. The light cast eerie yet comforting shadows, and the air was filled with the soothing chorus of crickets and the distant hoot of an owl. It was then that Juniper remembered the tales her mother had told her of Elder Hoot, a great horned owl who resided in the highest branch of the grandfather tree, the oldest and wisest being in the forest. It was said that Elder Hoot understood the secret language of all things, the murmurs of the streams, the sighs of the stones, and the whispers of the trees. Perhaps he could ease her worries. With determination lighting her path, Juniper set off toward the heart of the forest, her paws making no sound on the carpet of pine needles. As she journeyed, the forest seemed to come alive with gentle sounds that wrapped around her like a warm blanket. The wind whispered through the leaves, creating a soft shushing noise that calmed her racing heart. Rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle drizzle that tapped rhythmically on the broad leaves above, each drop a tiny drumbeat in the night symphony. Juniper paused by a babbling brook, where the water chuckled over stones worn smooth by time. She dipped her paw into the cool stream, and for a moment she felt as if the water were speaking to her, telling tales of journeys to distant lands where the sun always shone. After a while, Juniper reached a starlit clearing where the grandfather tree stood, its branches stretching toward the heavens like arms embracing the sky. Perched on a limb was Elder Hoot, his feathers speckled with moonlight and his eyes holding the depth of the night itself. He did not startle at her approach. Instead, he blinked slowly, a gesture of welcome. "Little one," he said, his voice a low, resonant hum that blended with the forest sounds, "I felt your footsteps on the earth. What brings you here on such a peaceful night?" Juniper sat at the base of the tree, her tail wrapped around her paws. "Elder Hoot, I am troubled," she began, her voice barely above a whisper. "The seasons are changing and winter approaches. I fear the cold and the silence. How can the forest bear to sleep for so long? It feels like an ending, and it fills me with sorrow." Elder Hoot ruffled his feathers gently. "Ah, the cycle of rest and renewal," he mused. "It is a dance as old as the stars themselves. But to understand it, you must learn to listen not just with your ears, but with your heart. The forest has a language all its own, and tonight, if you are willing, I will guide you to hear it." He spread his wings slightly, not to fly, but to gesture toward the path ahead. "Let us walk together, and I will show you how the trees, the streams, and the stones speak of the seasons." And so Juniper followed Elder Hoot as he led her deeper into the woods. Their first stop was a grove of silver birches, their bark gleaming like polished bone in the moonlight. Elder Hoot paused and placed a wing against the trunk of the largest tree. "Listen," he urged. Juniper pressed her ear to the cool bark and heard a faint, humming vibration, a slow, steady pulse that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the earth. "The trees are storing their energy," Elder Hoot explained. "They are not dying, they are dreaming. In their sleep they gather strength for the spring, when they will awaken with new leaves and blossoms. This is the language of patience, little one. It teaches us that rest is not an end, but a preparation for new beginnings. As they moved on, they came to a stream that wound through the forest like a ribbon of liquid silver. Elder Hoot gestured to the water. Kneel and listen to its song. Juniper did as she was told, and the babbling brook seemed to form words in its flow. It spoke of the mountains where it began, of the rain that fed it, and of how it would slow to a trickle in winter, only to surge again with the melt of snow. The stream knows that stillness is part of its journey, Elder Hoot said. In the quiet of winter, it reflects the stars above, gathering light for the days ahead. This is the language of resilience. It reminds us that even in silence there is beauty and purpose. Next, they approached a circle of moss-covered stones, arranged as if by ancient hands. Elder Hoot hopped onto the largest stone, which was warm from the day's sun. Place your paw here, he instructed. Juniper touched the stone and felt a deep, grounding warmth seeping into her. The stone seemed to whisper of ages past, of winters it had endured, and of the moss that clung to it like a soft blanket. Stones teach us constancy, Elder Hoot murmured. They do not fear the cold, for they know it is temporary. Their wisdom is in their stillness. They hold the memory of the forest, and in their silence they offer comfort. As they continued their walk, the forest revealed its bioluminescent wonders. Fireflies blinked in the darkness, their lights dancing like fallen stars, and patches of glow-in-the-dark moss illuminated their path with an ethereal green hue. Juniper felt her fears melting away, replaced by a sense of wonder. But then a new challenge arose. A young rabbit named Thistle, who was Juniper's friend, came hopping toward them, his eyes wide with panic. "Juniper, I've lost my way," he cried. "The paths look different in the dark, and I cannot find my burrow." Juniper's heart went out to her friend. She looked to Elder Hoot for guidance, but the owl simply nodded encouragingly. "Use what you have learned, little fox. Listen to the forest, and it will show you the way." Remembering the language of the stones and streams, Juniper closed her eyes and focused. She heard the babbling brook to the east, its sound a familiar marker. She felt the alignment of the moss on the trees, which always grew thicker on the north side. With gentle confidence, she led Thistle through the starlit clearings, following the subtle cues of the forest. Along the way they were joined by other nocturnal creatures, a badger who shared a knowing nod, and a family of mice who whispered directions from the safety of their hollow log. Together they formed a chain of friendship, each contributing their unique wisdom. When they reached Thistle's burrow, safe and sound, the rabbit nuzzled Juniper gratefully. "Thank you," he said. "I was so scared, but you made the forest feel like home again." Juniper realized that in helping her friend, she had forgotten her own fears. The forest had not felt silent or cold. It had been alive with connection and care. Elder Hoot, who had watched from a distance, glided down to join them. "You see, Juniper, the magic of the forest is not just in its cycles, but in the hearts of those who dwell within it. Winter is not a time of loneliness. It is a season of gathering, of stories shared by firelight, of roots deepening in the earth, and of friendships that warm the coldest nights." As he spoke, the first snowflakes of the season began to fall, drifting down like feathers from the sky. They landed softly on Juniper's fur, each one a tiny crystal of peace. The forest transformed around them. The bioluminescent fungi glowed brighter against the white snow, and the trees stood in serene silence, their branches adorned with icy lace. The babbling brook slowed its song to a gentle hum, and the wind whispered promises of spring. Juniper felt a deep contentment settle over her. She understood now that the cycles of rest and renewal were not something to fear, but a natural rhythm that held its own kind of magic. Elder Hoot led them back to the grandfather tree, where they huddled together at its base, sheltered by its mighty roots. The owls shared tales of winters long past, of how the animals would gather in harmony, and how the snow blanketed the forest in a hush that allowed for dreams to grow. Juniper listened, her eyes growing heavy as the sounds of the night, the soft crunch of snow under paws, the distant hoot of other owls, and the steady breath of the wind, lulled her into a state of tranquil peace. When the first light of dawn tinged the horizon with pale pink, Juniper awoke to find the forest blanketed in white, sparkling under the rising sun. Elder Hoot was gone, but his wisdom lingered in the air like the scent of pine. Juniper knew that winter had arrived, but instead of dread, she felt a quiet excitement for the days ahead, a time to rest, to reflect, and to cherish the warmth of community. As she made her way home, the forest seemed to whisper its gratitude. The stones felt warmer beneath her paws, the streams hummed a gentle farewell, and the trees swayed in a dance of approval. Juniper carried with her the understanding that every ending is a beginning in disguise, and that even in the deepest silence, the heart of the forest beats on, full of magic and hope. And so, under the watchful eyes of the moon and stars, the ancient forest settled into its winter slumber, cradling all its creatures in a cocoon of peace, waiting patiently for the renewal that spring would bring. In the quiet village of Starlight Hollow, nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, there existed a peculiar sort of magic. It wasn't the flashy kind that shot sparks or turned pumpkins into carriages, but something softer, woven into the very fabric of daily life. Wind chimes made of seashells and silver tinkled from every cottage eave, their melodies carried on the breeze. The village clock tower, ancient and wise, chimed not just the hours, but also the seasons, its deep bronze bells ringing differently for autumn's crispness or spring's first blush. And every evening, as dusk settled, the villagers would light their lanterns, casting a warm, golden glow that rivaled the stars beginning to pepper the twilight sky. Our story begins with a young baker named Rowan, whose kind heart was as warm as the ovens in which he baked his honey oat bread and lavender shortbread. Rowan noticed things others often overlooked, the way the morning dew clung to spiderwebs like tiny diamonds, the particular scent of rain before it fell, the secret language of birdsong at dawn. He lived above his bakery, the gilded crust, and every night before bed he would open his window to count the stars, a ritual that brought him immense peace. But one evening, as Rowan leaned on his windowsill, a steaming cup of chamomile tea in hand, he noticed something odd. The constellation known as the Weaver's Spool, a cluster of 7 bright stars that formed a delicate thread across the northern sky, was missing one of its gems. He blinked, thinking perhaps a wisp of cloud had drifted past. But no, the sky was clear, and the Weaver's Spool now had only 6 stars. Rowan felt a gentle tug of curiosity, not fear, but a sense that something in the harmonious order of Starlight Hollow had shifted. The next morning the village buzzed with other strange happenings. Old maps carefully preserved in the library seemed to have redrawn their streams and footpaths overnight. Flowers in Alara Meadow, which normally bloomed in soft pastels, had changed to vibrant, jewel-like hues overnight, ruby reds, sapphire blues, and emerald greens. And most peculiar of all, the village clock tower had begun chiming backwards, its bells ringing 9 times at 3 o'clock and 3 times at 9. The villagers gathered in the square, their faces lit with wonder and mild confusion. "It's the work of the Glimmer folk," declared Mr. Thistlewick, the clockmaker, adjusting his spectacles. "They've always been mischievous." Others whispered about forgotten spells or the shifting of ancient ley lines. But Rowan simply listened, his empathy sensing no malice, only a strange sort of longing behind these peculiar events. That afternoon, while delivering a basket of cinnamon buns to the village library, Rowan found the elderly librarian, Miss Juniper, humming an old nursery rhyme as she dusted the shelves. The tune was familiar, one every child in Starlight Hollow learned at their grandmother's knee. When the spool loses a thread, and the clock counts time in reverse, seek the key the stars have shed, in the map's forgotten verse. Rowan's ears perked up. Miss Juniper, he said gently, that rhyme, do you think it could be connected to what's happening? She smiled, her eyes twinkling. All old rhymes hold a kernel of truth, dear boy, but which kernel is the right one to plant? She gestured to a wall of ancient, leather-bound books. Somewhere in these pages lies the answer, if one has the patience to look. Rowan spent the rest of the day poring over books of folklore and star charts. He discovered that the Weaver's Spool constellation was tied to an old legend about a celestial weaver who mended the fabric of the night sky. If a star went missing, it was said the weaver had dropped a thread that could be found somewhere on Earth, disguised as something ordinary. Meanwhile, the village continued to experience delightful oddities. Thinking the backwards chiming of the clock tower was a clue, Mr. Thistlewick spent a day taking the clock apart, only to discover a family of songbirds had built a nest inside the mechanism, their sweet chirping somehow affecting the gears. It wasn't the solution to the mystery, but it was a joyful discovery, and the whole village came to admire the brave little birds. Another red herring emerged when the vibrant flowers in Alara Meadow were thought to be the key. The village children spent an afternoon following the color patterns, believing they formed a map. Instead, they found a hidden patch of the sweetest, ripest strawberries any of them had ever tasted, a delightful treasure that prompted an impromptu picnic. But Rowan, observing everything with quiet attention, noticed something else. Each time a peculiar event occurred, the wind chimes throughout the village would suddenly fall silent, as if holding their breath. And he remembered the nursery rhyme's last line, in the map's forgotten verse. He returned to the library and asked Miss Juniper about any maps that might include verses or poems. Her eyes lit up. Why, of course, the Starlight Atlas. She led him to a dusty corner and pulled out a large, rolled parchment. When they spread it on the table, Rowan saw it was no ordinary map. It depicted Starlight Hollow and the surrounding woods, but instead of place names, it was labeled with lines of poetry. One verse near the depiction of the Weaver's Spool constellation read, "Where the lost thread falls to earth, guarded by stones of ancient birth, listen not with ears but heart, for that is where the light will start." Rowan's empathy stirred. Guarded by stones of ancient birth, that could only refer to the standing stones in the Whispering Woods, a circle of ancient monoliths where the village held its annual Starlight Festival. And listen not with ears but heart, that meant the answer wasn't something to be heard but felt. That evening, as a gentle rain began to fall, its soft patter a soothing rhythm on the cobblestones, Rowan made his way to the standing stones. The woods were peaceful, filled with the scent of wet earth and pine. The stones stood tall and silent, their surfaces glistening with raindrops. In the center of the circle, Rowan closed his eyes and did as the verse instructed. He listened with his heart. He felt a faint, warm pulse emanating from one of the smaller stones at the edge of the circle. Kneeling, he saw that a crack in the stone was glowing with a soft, silvery light. Carefully, he reached into the crack, and his fingers closed around something smooth and cool. He drew out a single, perfect crystal that shone with an inner light, as if it contained a tiny star. At that moment, the missing star in the Weaver's Spool constellation flickered back into place overhead. The village clock tower chimed correctly, a deep, resonant 9 times. The wind chimes, which had been silent, suddenly burst into a joyful, tinkling chorus. And the flowers in Alara Meadow slowly returned to their gentle pastel shades. But the mystery was not fully solved. Rowan brought the crystal back to the village square, where everyone had gathered under the now clear sky. As he held it up, the crystal pulsed with light, and from it emerged a faint, shimmering figure, the celestial weaver of legend. She was made of starlight and moonlight, and her voice was like the whisper of the wind through the pines. "Thank you, kind one," she said to Rowan. I am Astris, the weaver of the night sky. I come to your village once every century to mend the fabric of the constellations, but this time I grew lonely. I wanted to remind you of the magic around you, to bring you together in wonder and curiosity. So I let a thread fall, and with it, a bit of playful chaos. She explained that the crystal was a star seed, a fragment of starlight that held the memory of the sky. It had been her way of inviting the villagers to look up, to remember the stories in the stars, and to connect with one another in solving a gentle mystery. The villagers listened, their hearts swelling with understanding. They hadn't been frightened by the peculiar events, only intrigued, brought closer by their shared curiosity. Mr. Thistlewick offered to help Astris by crafting a special compartment in the clock tower where the starseed could be kept safe, its light ensuring the clock would always chime true. The children who had found the strawberries promised to leave berry offerings at the standing stones each year in gratitude. And Rowan, whose empathy and observation had solved the mystery, was asked to become the keeper of the star seed, a role he accepted with humble joy. From that night on, the people of Starlight Hollow paid even more attention to the world around them. The music of the wind chimes, the patterns of the stars, the colors of the flowers. They understood that magic was not just in grand gestures, but in the gentle, everyday wonders, and in the bonds of community that grew stronger with each shared mystery. And as Rowan returned to his bakery that night, the gentle rain having ceased, he opened his window and looked up at the fully restored weaver's spool, its 7 stars twinkling brightly. The ambient sounds of the village, the distant, correct chiming of the clock tower, the soft tinkling of wind chimes, the rustle of the breeze through the pines, lulled him into a state of perfect peace. He knew that in Starlight Hollow, even the most peculiar happenings were simply reminders to listen with the heart, to observe with kindness, and to always look for the light in the darkness. And with that comforting thought, he drifted into a deep and dreamless sleep, under a sky now perfectly, beautifully whole. In the quiet cobblestone village of Starlight Hollow, where the air always smelled of fresh rain and baking bread, there lived a gentle soul named Arden. Arden was the village stargazer, a keeper of celestial maps and whispered legends, whose small cottage was tucked between the whispering pines and the gently babbling brook Silver Thread. Each evening, as the great clock tower in the village square chimed 7 times, Arden would climb the winding stairs to the rooftop observatory, unfold a worn velvet blanket, and settle in to trace the constellations with a knowing finger. But one crisp autumn evening, as the last chime faded into the twilight hush, something felt amiss. The sky, usually a tapestry of glittering diamonds, seemed dimmer. Arden's heart gave a little flutter of concern. Peering through the brass telescope, a gift from a long-ago traveler, Arden soon realized what was wrong. The 7 sisters, a cluster of stars that always watched over the village, were missing. Not clouded over, not hidden, simply gone, as if someone had gently plucked them from the heavens. The next morning the village was abuzz with soft, puzzled whispers. Old Miss Alara, who ran the tea shop with its fragrant shelves of herbal blends, noticed her wind chimes, carved like celestial bodies, were singing a different, melancholy tune. The baker, a round-cheeked man named Finn, mentioned that the dough for his star-shaped shortbread cookies refused to rise properly. And young Lily, who loved painting the night sky, found that all the silver in her paint box had turned a dull, listless gray. Arden, with a kind and curious heart, decided to investigate. Tucking a warm woolen scarf around their neck and slipping a notebook and a thermos of spiced apple cider into a satchel, they set out into the village. The air was filled with the gentle patter of rain beginning to fall, each drop tapping a soft rhythm on the cobblestones and leafy canopies overhead. Their first stop was the village library, a cozy building that smelled of old paper and lavender. Arden sought out the oldest book of nursery rhymes, bound in cracked leather. There was one rhyme, often sung by children skipping rope near the brook. When the sisters hide from view, and silver turns to morning dew, seek the path where time flows back, to find what pure hearts alone unpack. Where time flows back, Arden murmured, tapping a thoughtful finger on the page. That could mean the old sundial in the meadow, which was known to cast its shadow backward on certain days due to a quirk of the light. Or perhaps it referred to the grandfather clock in the clockmaker's shop, which sometimes ticked in reverse when the air grew heavy with magic. Following this thread, Arden visited the sundial first. The meadow was lush and green, dotted with color-changing flowers that shifted from blue to violet as the rain gently kissed their petals. But the sundial showed nothing unusual. Its shadow stretched long and true. A red herring, perhaps, but a beautiful one. As Arden turned to leave, they noticed a patch of moonbell flowers glowing softly near a gnarled oak. They made a note to bring some to Miss Alara later. She loved them for her evening tea. Next, Arden headed to the clockmaker's workshop. The shop was a delightful clutter of gears, pendulums, and chiming clocks of all sizes. The clockmaker, a small woman with spectacles perched on her nose, was humming as she polished a delicate timepiece. "Ah, Arden, here to see the old grandfather," she asked cheerfully. "It's been acting odd again, ticking backward every now and then. But listen." She held up a finger. In the quiet between the rhythmic tick-tock of a dozen clocks, the large oak grandfather clock in the corner let out a soft, reverse tock-tick. Tock-tick. Arden's eyes lit up. "Has it done this before?" "Only when something in the heavens shifts," the clockmaker replied. "But I'm afraid it's just old and sentimental. It doesn't mean anything sinister." Another red herring, but as Arden thanked her and stepped back into the drizzling rain, they noticed something etched faintly on the clock's face. A tiny pattern of stars, almost invisible unless you knew to look. It matched the constellation of the Seven Sisters. Evening was drawing near, and the mystery deepened. Arden returned to the rooftop observatory, sipping the warm spiced cider and watching as the village lanterns were lit one by one, their golden glow reflecting in the rain-slick streets. The missing stars weighed on their mind. What could have caused them to vanish? And why did it affect the village's magic so? Then Arden remembered the old map of Starlight Hollow, drawn by the founders centuries ago. It was kept in the archives beneath the library, a delicate thing illustrated with constellations and secret pathways. Hurrying back through the gentle rain, Arden unrolled the map on a large oak table. There, near the brook's silver thread, was an illustration of the Seven Sisters, with a notation in elegant script. Where the water mirrors the sky, the stars may dip to drink. Could it be? Arden rushed to the brook, the sound of the water a soft, constant murmur. The rain had eased to a mist, and the moon was rising, casting a silvery path on the water's surface. And there, nestled among the reeds and smooth stones, was a sight that made Arden catch their breath. 7 small glowing stones, each pulsing with a gentle star-like light, were arranged carefully in a shallow pool where the brook widened. They were the missing stars. But how? And why? Then Arden noticed faint, small footprints in the soft mud nearby. They followed them quietly past the whispering pines until they came upon a little clearing. There sat a young forest sprite, no taller than a buttercup, weeping softly into her hands. Her name was Piper, and she was known for her love of shiny things. "Piper," Arden said gently, kneeling so as not to startle her. "What's the matter?" The sprite looked up, her eyes like dewdrops. "Oh, Arden, I only wanted to help. The stars looked so lonely up there, so far from everyone, and the brook looked so inviting. I thought if I brought them down for just one night, they could see how beautiful our village is from below. But now I can't get them back into the sky, and everything is going wrong." Arden's heart swelled with empathy. They sat beside Piper, listening to the distant chime of the clock tower marking the hour, the wind rustling the leaves like a lullaby. "You have a kind heart, Piper," Arden said softly. But the stars have their own magic. They watch over us and we watch over them. They must return to their places so the balance remains. Together, they devised a plan. Arden remembered the nursery rhyme, seek the path where time flows back. It wasn't the sundial or the clock, it was the reflection of the stars in the water. When the stars were placed in the brook, time itself seemed to ripple backward in their glow. With the help of the villagers, who had gathered curiously by now, they carefully lifted the glowing stones from the water. Miss Alara brought her wind chimes, whose new melody seemed to guide them. Finn brought a basket of freshly baked star-shaped shortbread, now perfectly risen, and Lily brought her paints, the silver restored to its luminous shine. Arden arranged the stones in a circle on the bank, and as the moon rose higher, everyone joined hands, sprite, human, young, and old, and hummed an old, comforting tune. The stars began to glow brighter, rising slowly from the stones like bubbles of light, drifting upward until they settled back into their familiar constellation high above. The village sighed in relief and wonder. The sky was whole again, shimmering with a renewed brilliance. Piper, though initially sad, was now beaming. Her wish had been granted in a way she never expected. The stars had indeed seen the village, reflected in the eyes of its people. From that night on, the villagers of Starlight Hollow began a new tradition. Every full moon they would gather by the brook with lanterns and stories, and together they would trace the constellations in the water's reflection, reminding themselves that sometimes the most magical things are those we share. And as Arden returned to the rooftop observatory, wrapped in the velvet blanket, the gentle sounds of the night, the brook's murmur, the wind chime's song, the distant clock tower, lulled them into peaceful dreams under the watchful, loving gaze of the seven sisters, forever home where they belonged.